Chapter 27-25. What bad news? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Could it be that you're not going with me? Yes, not only can I not go with you. Even you can't go. Zhang Qingxiao stopped playing around and said seriously, I just don't know how you're doing with your soul-punishing light. Oh. They're here? Xiao Hua's expression turned cold as he whispered. Yes, it's him who's here, not them. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and corrected, but then he clenched his teeth and said, however, I can't be sure if it's him or not. If it's him, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If it's not him, with your help, do I still have a chance to escape? Who is him? Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He knew Zhang Qingxiao's strength, and although Zhang Qingxiao didn't know his strength, he should have some estimation. Even Zhang Qingxiao thought that the two of them weren't a match for him. This person is really terrifying. Xiao Hua. Zhang Qingxiao didn't answer his question, but looked into Xiao Hua's eyes and said word by word, this has nothing to do with Shang Huaming. It has nothing to do with revenge. You don't have to participate. Who is him? He's actually so powerful? Xiao Hua didn't answer his question and asked again. Who knew that Zhang Qingxiao was even more ruthless and said, now, on your shoulders, besides yourself, there's also Jiang Luer. Even after I die, there's still Shang Huaming's blood feud, junior sister, and Zhang Yutong. Who is him? Xiao Hua said coldly, answer my question first, then I'll decide for myself. Zhang Qingxiao shook his head slightly and said indifferently, at this time. I can't tell you yet. If it's really him, and I mention him here, him will immediately be alerted. Hiss, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this divine ability similar to the power of Zhong Haoran's prayer? Zhong Haoran's prayer was devout, and he could sense it from nearby. But this him, as long as he crossed the millions of Meng mountains, he could sense Zhang Qingxiao's chanting in the entire Xiaoyu continent. This kind of divine ability, perhaps even a spirit-severing cultivator couldn't compare? It's not as powerful as you think. When Zhang Qingxiao saw Xiao Hua's astonishment, she knew that he had misunderstood. She hurriedly explained, anyone can mention him, and he might not feel anything. I'm the only one who can't mention it. Oh. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. You'd better go somewhere else. Zhang Qingxiao said gloomily, earlier, I wanted to use your cultivation to kill him. However, you've never been able to successfully refine the golden dragon silver. Although your strength is comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator, you're not a nascent soul stage cultivator after all. There are many methods of a nascent soul stage cultivator that you can't use. To tell you the truth, when I was on my way back, I was still thinking about how to join hands with you to kill him. But after thinking about it, apart from this spirit-slaying origin light, there really isn't any other treasure that can restrain him. Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple? Xiao Hua exposed the truth. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly, if it's the person you're talking about, I wouldn't have said these words to you. The strength of the demon realm's demon monarch is not something we can compare with. You and I should run as far away as possible. Is that the demon monarch? Xiao Hua knew that Zhang Qingxiao couldn't say it out loud, so he could only guess. No. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, he is a demon general of the demon realm. Oh, you can't say that he's a real demon general. He's just a wisp of the demon general's divine clone. Divine clone. Xiao Hua was stunned. He had just seen his primordial spirit that had gone through the lightning tribulation, and now he heard about the divine clone. It was really fate. Even if it's a divine clone, you and I can't beat him even if we join hands? Xiao Hua asked. Maybe we can. Zhang Qingxiao pursed her thin lips and said hesitantly, but it's not more than 40%. So low. Xiao Hua also hesitated and said in a low voice, can't you abandon your demonic sect? Can't you just quickly run away from here? You don't understand. Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly, if I don't get rid of this person, I'll be found by him no matter where I run. Where is he? Xiaohua asked again, was he the one who sent you a message just now? At this point, Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything from Xiaohua and said, just now, the deputy sect master of my demonic sect sent me a message and told me the list of nascent soul stage cultivators sent by the three kingdoms to Sky Patrol City. He also asked me when I would open the sect. Just when I was hesitating, a communication talisman fell in front of me. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao took out a thumb-sized, pitch-black demonic slip. This demonic slip was a bit different from what Xiaohua had seen before. Within the pitch-black demonic energy, there were traces of bloodstains. The bloodstains were like ghost heads surging. This isn't the communication talisman of my demonic sect, nor is it the communication talisman of the demonic cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Zhang Qingxiao said helplessly, although there's no information about him inside, his aura and style of doing things are no different from him. Xiaohua didn't take the devil's slip. Instead, he asked, what did the communication talisman say? He told me to open the sect according to the previous plan. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, and he told me to go to Tianzhu Peak to see him. It seems that he has been here for a long time. Xiaohua said with a sullen face, and he even colluded with some people from your demonic sect. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, that's for sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about my plan. Yin Meng? Xiaohua asked. Most likely. Yin Meng seems to have come from Mount Million Meng. Zhang Qingxiao gritted his teeth and said, this Yin Meng is more sinister than I thought. He must have been here for a long time, but the deputy sect master of my demonic sect didn't report to me. If Yin Meng came looking for the universal shift token, do you think I would be lucky enough to escape? You have the Imperial Thunder sect to protect you. Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, or you can give me the universal shifting token now, and you can stay out of this. Let's go. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took Jiang Luer into his space, sighing, Jiang Luer is senior sister's child, I can't ignore his matter. Your trouble is my second senior brother's matter, I can't ignore it. Now that my cultivation is higher than yours, if I don't help you, how will master and eldest senior brother reprimand me when they find out? When did your cultivation become higher than mine? Zhang Qingxiao's heart warmed, but he didn't give in and said coldly, even if you're comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, you're still inferior to mine. It's useless to say more. Let's see who kills him, that's the real expert. Xiaohua said with a smile. All right. It's a deal. Zhang Qingxiao stretched out his hand and pressed on the flying boat. The flying boat suddenly soared into the sky and rushed to the place where he went. Is Tianzhu Peak over there? Xiaohua looked into the distance and asked. Nonsense, Tianzhu Peak naturally isn't there. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, let's first settle Jiang Luer down, then I'll send out the order for Heavenly Devil Sect's establishment. Only then can you and I head to Tianzhu Peak. Oh. All right. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Just as Zhang Qingxiao had expected, the news of the Heavenly Devil Sect's establishment was like throwing a huge rock into the already chaotic Dawn Rain continent, shocking all the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent to the point that they were caught off guard. On the Dawn Rain continent, fiendish cultivators had always been despised by everyone. They were all inferior cultivators. All the cultivators, no matter if they were from cultivation sects, cultivation aristocratic families or rogue cultivators, they all treated devil cultivators as abnormal. Even if their devil artifacts were useful and many body cultivators liked to use them, they never thought that these devil cultivators who couldn't see the light of day actually dared to establish their own sect. Once this Heavenly Devil Sect was established, it was established in Xi, Meng and Lian at the same time. There were actually 3 places where the Heavenly Devil Sect's banner was raised. What's more, these 3 places were originally where the Dao Sect's cultivators were located. Xi Country's Xian Fan Clan, Jiaran Zhao clan and Fan Qiu Zhao clan were originally three famous cultivation aristocratic families in the eastern part of Shi country. Now that all their disciples had joined the Heavenly Devil sect, the three families were originally not far from each other in terms of strength. Now that they were joined together, they became the foundation of the Heavenly Devil sect in Shi country. Meng country's Dengxian city's Ming clan, Mo country's Qi clan, Ni city's Qian clan were similar to the three aristocratic families in Shi country. However, these three families had a fierce and cruel battle with the Heavenly Devil sect's disciples. However, because the Heavenly Devil sect had been planning for a long time and these three families were caught off guard, the surrounding small cultivation sects didn't have time to send reinforcements and the three families had already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Devil sect. Lian country's Qianping Ridge's Huang clan, Heavenly Devil Caves Chang clan and Fanyi Mountains Wang clan had long been controlled by Zhang Qingshao. Once Zhang Qingshao gave the order, the three families simply fell under the Heavenly Devil sect without shedding a drop of blood. Regardless of whether it was the three cultivation aristocratic families in Shi country, Meng country, or Lian country, they were all very close to each other. They could train together and support each other. The foundations of the three Heavenly Devil sects in the three countries were also not too far apart. They could also support each other. Even the foundations of these Heavenly Devil sects were connected by secret transmission arrays that Dao sect cultivators didn't know about. The Heavenly Devil sect's move could not be said to be small and the timing could not be said to be not clever. However, the 9 cultivation aristocratic families they found were not particularly big and their relationships with the nearby cultivation sects were not particularly close. Not to mention that at this time, the various sects and clans had sent out their elites to fight the sword cultivators of Huan country and suffered heavy losses. It was very unlikely that they would make a big fuss over the establishment of a devil sect like the Heavenly Devil sect. Even in normal times, the reputable sects and clans wouldn't stand up and exterminate the Heavenly Devil sect for 9 ordinary cultivation aristocratic families. Therefore, although the establishment of the Heavenly Devil sect had caused a great commotion in the Xiaoyu continent, there were only a few cultivation sects that truly wanted to interfere. As for these 3 cultivation sects that were close to the Heavenly Devil sect's foundations, they wanted to interfere, but they were really powerless. There were also a few sects that tried to send some disciples, but they were all defeated by the Heavenly Devil sect one by one. Moreover, it was only defeat and not the bloody annihilation that everyone had imagined. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 27-26. Naturally, after learning about the establishment of the Heavenly Demon sect, many cultivators secretly pondered. After all, demonic cultivators were also cultivators. Furthermore, demonic cultivators had been around in the Dawn Rain continent for a long time. There seemed to be no conflict of interest between them and cultivators. The conflict between the cultivators of the Dao sect and the swordsmen of the Huan country was far less acute. The current plan was to eliminate the swordsmen. As for the Heavenly Demon sect, it could be dealt with after the great battle between the cultivators of the Dao sect. Therefore, after more than 10 days of waves caused by the establishment of the Heavenly Demon sect, the crowd no longer paid attention to the Heavenly Demon sect after being probed by some cultivators. Instead, they turned their attention to the Sky Patrol City. A group of nascent soul cultivators gathered in the Sky Patrol City. This was the opportunity that Zhang Qingshao had been planning all along. The development of the matter was also within his calculations. Even if the leaders of the Imperial Thunder sect and other cultivators did not go to the Sky Patrol City, these accidents did not stop him from establishing the Heavenly Demon sect. Of course, if there was no such accident as him, that would be even better. Unfortunately, although Zhang Qingshao was an ambitious and ruthless person, it was impossible for him to control everything in his hands. 20 days after issuing the order to establish the sect, he had no choice but to set off alone from the Heavenly Demon sect in the country of Shi and head to the southwest of the Lian country. The southwest of the Lian country was a continuous stretch of lakes. It was the land of fish and rice that the people of the world spoke of. This stretch of thousands of miles was different from the cold river of the Tianmen mountain. The cold river of the Tianmen Mountain was a large river that meandered through the entire plain. Many rivers nearby rushed over and merged into the cold river, thus forming the Land of Water. The Land of Water in the Lian country was made up of hundreds and thousands of lakes of various sizes. Each lake was connected by small streams of water. Naturally, the lakes varied in size. The large ones were hundreds of acres in size, while the small ones were tens of feet in size. These lakes were not connected by a large river like the cold river. At the edge of the land of fish and rice, there was a mountain range that was neither tall nor short. It was called the Chuling Mountain. There were waterfalls on the mountain and various mountain springs could be seen everywhere. It was beautiful and magnificent. It was a famous scenic spot in the southwest of the Lian country. Tianzhu Peak was the highest peak in the Chuling Mountain. This heavenly pillar peak was also strange. It was as straight as a pillar, extending out from the middle of the mountain range. It appeared so abrupt and unruly. Not to mention that it did not match the appearance of the water village that stretched for thousands of miles. It also appeared out of place when compared to those dwarf-like mountain ranges within 100 miles. Although Tianzhu Peak wasn't the highest peak in the Lian Kingdom, and it wasn't even in the top 10, its reputation was the most resounding in the Lian Kingdom. Every spring and autumn, there would always be a large number of people from the secular world who would bring their families here to enjoy the scenery. The firewood and cotton that bloomed in the spring and autumn was the focus of their pursuit. The firewood cotton was a mixture of red and yellow. It was fluffy like ordinary cotton and didn't look particularly outstanding. However, from top to bottom, Tianzhu Peak was covered in this rare firewood cotton. When it bloomed, the entire Tianzhu Peak was dyed in a reddish-yellow color. This reddish-yellow color swayed in the wind like a burning flame. The entire Tianzhu Peak was covered in a layer of reddish-yellow flames. It was like a burning sword piercing into the sky. Everyone was curious. Being in this flame-like place, it was as if they had turned into a cluster of flames. Their entire body and mind were filled with joy. Right now, it was obviously not the time for the northern winds of spring and autumn. However, the faint, rustling snowflakes that blanketed the sky and covered the earth, landing on the pillar of heaven's peak. The scenery that was completely white had an indescribable charm to it. However, the mountain path of Tianzhu Peak was covered in snow and was very smooth. Although the mountain path was wide, how could ordinary people climb up the mountain? However, there was always something unusual in this world. Halfway up Tianzhu Peak, there were two people who were slowly climbing up the peak. Actually, it was a little forced to say that they were climbing. These two people were wearing strange clothes that covered their entire body. Their figures and appearances couldn't be seen. Although their feet landed on the mountain path, the snowflakes under their feet didn't move at all. It was as if their feet were floating in the air above the snowflakes. The two people walked slowly, as if they had walked for a long time without saying a word. The falling snowflakes also landed on their bodies. However, with a slight bounce, they fell down the strange clothes. Not a single snowflake was left on them. Save me! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream rang out about 400 feet above the two of them. Immediately after, a black shadow fell down from the cliff on their left with a whoosh sound. Sigh, I knew it. In such a snowy day, sitting on your own Kong bed, drinking wine, looking at the snowy scenery outside when you have nothing to do. When you have the leisure to tease your wife, when you're frustrated, you can grab your children and give them a few slaps. Isn't this 100 times better than coming to this bullshit Tianzhu Peak to die? This voice was very strange. It was the voice of the person who had gone through the maze. However, wasn't this the voice of the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingxiao, who was extremely popular in the Dawn Rain continent? As he spoke, Zhang Qingxiao looked at the person beside him and asked curiously, "Haven't you always liked to reach out and save people? Why, this time?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the person beside him immediately moved and flew towards the cliff at the side. Naturally, who else could it be other than Xiaohua? TSK, I knew it. It would be strange if you could endure it. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. He did not stop and continued to walk up the mountain path. However, when he raised his head, he saw a mountain range that was covered by craggy rocks. A soft sigh came from within the maze. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, Xiao Huakai slowly flew up from the cliff and landed behind Zhang Qingxiao. Why are you only back now? Don't tell me you sent him back. Zhang Qingxiao asked indifferently. How can one learn without suffering a setback? Xiao Hua also replied indifferently, if we had saved him when he had just fallen, I'm afraid that he would have been lucky. If I saved him when he was completely disheartened, would be able to give him an unforgettable lesson. Good. Zhang Qingxiao almost clapped his hands. I didn't expect you to have grown up and know how to save people. Damn. How much older can you be than me? Xiao Hua smiled. He pointed at the pillar of heaven's peak and said, moreover, who knows if this matter was done by him or not? Who knows if this is a test of our cultivation level? I can't not be careful. If it was done by him, then I wouldn't be worried. Zhang Qingxiao sighed, him would never do such a senseless thing. We, people from the devil realm, have always been straightforward. We definitely won't use any probing tricks. That's enough. Xiao Hua sneered, if they don't know how to probe, then what's the matter with the devil cultivators on Xiaoyu continent? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with that, him? Humph, sword cultivators can sneak attack Lian country, why can't my devil sex people? Zhang Qingxiao stopped as he spoke. At this time, not far away, near the innermost part of the mountain path, there were several trembling men and women squeezed together. These men and women weren't cultivators, and they were all in their teens. The innermost young man's hand was tightly grasping the protrusion of the stone wall, while the others were holding on to each other. These young people were wearing thin clothes. Although they were squeezed together, their lips were blue from the cold. Clearly, they weren't warm at all. Instead, they looked extremely miserable in this snowy day. Seeing two people suddenly emerge from the mountain path amidst the falling snow, the few youths were stunned at first. Then, a look of surprise flashed across their faces. However, just as they were about to call for help, their gazes fell on the ground beneath the two people's feet. There was no trace of them at all. Looking at the feet of the young people, several long snow marks were drawn from the top of the mountain path. It was extremely messy, and there was even a long snow mark that was drawn out of the cliff. Wasn't it left behind by the person who fell just now? Save me. A girl with a childish face couldn't help but call for help. Her trembling lips and teeth were constantly clattering together. It was extremely cold. Immortal elder, save me. Immediately after, a boy of the same age also called out. However, this child stood outside the group of people, and his hands seemed to be a little stiff. As he spoke, his whole body trembled, and his hand actually loosened. Although it wasn't a big deal that his hand loosened, his feet also slipped, and he slid down the slanted mountain path towards the cliff. Save me. A hysterical cry could no longer be suppressed, and it came out from this young man's mouth. The previous restraint, hesitation, and doubt had long been abandoned in this moment of life and death. Sigh. Knowing that this heaven pillar peak is so dangerous, I just came here normally. Xiao Hua sighed. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared beside the youth. He raised his hand and grabbed the youth. However, the heavenly pillar peak is already snowing. For the sake of a bet, for the sake of showing off and wanting to win, you actually climbed up without saying a word to your parents. If you didn't meet this Xiao, wouldn't all of you have lost your lives? Yes. Yes, immortal elder, save me, immortal elder, save me. That young man used his hand and his entire body to hug Xiao Hua's arm. He used all the strength in his body, afraid that this life-saving straw would disappear without a trace. Do all of you know that you are wrong? Xiao Hua's arm was like cast iron, and it didn't move at all. He easily lifted up the young man's thin body, and looked at the few young people. Yes, we know that we are wrong. The few young men scrambled to be the first to cry out. However, Xiaohua still asked with interest, "Tell me. Do you know where you are wrong?" Chapter 27:27. We shouldn't be so competitive. We knew that this Tianzhu peak is slippery in snow and could easily get into trouble. But for some silver, to fight for our dignity, we climbed this dangerous peak. A girl cleverly says. What else? Xiaohua says unrelentingly. We shouldn't be so impulsive and bet with those people. A few people clench their teeth and endure the cold as they say. Sigh. Young people. Xiaohua sighs. Just as he is about to open his mouth, the innermost youth who has been using his hand to grab the stone wall, his knuckles are already white and blood is seeping out from his fingernails. He says, "The most damnable thing is that we didn't think of our parents. They must be panicking right now and must have begged their neighbors to search for us. But they definitely didn't think that we would be so reckless and actually climb Tianzhu Peak." Xiaohua looks at the youth from top to bottom. The youth uses his hand to grab the stone wall and has his back facing Xiaohua. Xiaohua can only see his delicate and pretty face from the side. However, although the youth's clothes are a bit shabby, they are washed very clean. He looks a bit different from the other youths. That's right, you are absolutely right. Xiaohua nods and says, when a person is alive, there is not only himself. You also have your family by your side. You are the flesh and blood of your family. If you don't protect yourselves, then you are letting down your family. Don't think that your parents don't know that they have already gathered at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. However, the mountain path is slippery now. Even if there is a large sum of money, no one will come to die. Instead, your parents are already preparing to come up personally. Father, mother, hearing this, how can these people still hold back the fear in their hearts and the longing for their family? They all cry out and the tears of the two girls flow out. Daoist Xiao. Hurry up and send them down. Zhang Qingxiao smiles and says, if you don't send them off, their parents will really come up. At that time, you still have to send them off. Daoist Xiao. The youth who is climbing the stone wall hears Zhang Qingxiao's words and hurriedly calls out, You are Daoist Xiao. I am not. Xiaohua replies without any trace of politeness, you all come over here. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several youths involuntarily flew towards Xiaohua. Daoist Master Xiao. The innermost youth was still holding onto the stone wall, unwilling to let go as he called out, Today, I came to Tianzhu Peak differently from them. This kid has a blood feud, so I came to Tianzhu Peak to look for Senior Immortal. Why would Xiaohua care about him? His body flew up and fell down the cliff. Faintly, the two girls cried out in fright. This time, he was extremely fast. In just a short moment, Xiaohua flew over again. It's quite fast this time. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have become more talkative after reaching Tianzhu Peak. And their parents have already climbed up the Pillar of Heaven Peak. I only sent them to the foot of the mountain, beside their parents. Xiaohua said, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man is indeed somewhat interesting. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have also discovered something fishy and said with a smile. Let's go. Xiaohua shook his head. If it was a normal day, I would have helped. But now, we can't even guarantee our lives, how can we care about others? Following which, Xiaohua walked up the mountain path. There are those adults watching from the left and right. He won't be able to climb up today. Are we still going to continue? Zhang Qingxiao asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. When Xiaohua heard this, he stopped a few feet away, turned his head and said, If you feel that there is nothing left in this world, if you feel that you can already face him, then we don't have to leave. Actually, when Xiaohua said this, his heart was also nervous. When he and Zhang Qingxiao flew over and saw Tianzhu Peak in front of them, Zhang Qingxiao, who had always been fearless, actually felt fear in her heart. She even suggested that they slowly climb up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Xiaohua really didn't know what this him had on Zhang Qingxiao, to make Zhang Qingxiao, who was almost at the late stage of golden core, have a slight change in expression and even her body slightly tremble, as if in front of him, Zhang Qingxiao was only a child who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. At the same time, Xiaohua also understood that if he didn't come, Zhang Qingxiao alone would probably surrender upon seeing him, without even the courage to resist. Therefore, Xiaohua had no choice but to come. Even without Yin Meng and the Grand Universe teleportation token, he still had to come. He was currently Zhang Qingxiao's mental support, the family behind those youngsters who rashly climbed up the pillar of heaven peak. In this world, there are naturally things that I am reluctant to leave behind. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the snowflakes floating in the air, and then looked at the abyss where the snowflakes fell, and said with a smile, "In the future, there will be even more things that I am reluctant to leave behind in this dawn rain continent. But right now, I have to first walk this path and not fall into the abyss." As she said that, Zhang Qingxiao turned to look at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I have no choice but to walk this dangerous path, but you are really good, insisting on joining in the fun. If you fall down yourself, don't blame me." "Ha ha ha, it's still not certain who will fall down." Xiaohua laughed heartily. His figure suddenly shot straight up into the sky, and all the snow was scattered by his figure. "Even if I fall down, I will definitely pull someone down with me." Zhang Qingxiao also shouted, and her figure also flew up into the sky with Xiaohua. The peak of the Pillar of Heaven peak was naturally not flat, and there were even some abrupt rocks and stone spikes all over. Moreover, this peak was already extremely cold, and cold winds would occasionally blow past. Only a few sharp thorns grabbed onto the gaps between the rocks, and only then was Xiaohua able to find a trace of azure within this pale white color. Xiaohua's two hands slightly clenched into fists, and he had already released his divine sense, scanning the several hundred feet around the peak. Other than the wind and the drifting snowflakes, there was not a single person. Zhang Qingxiao, who was behind Xiaohua, also clearly heaved a sigh of relief, and even said somewhat deliberately, "Looks like I still came early." However, before Zhang Qingxiao's words fell, she saw a faint black shadow appear in the distance, and it flew towards the two of them. Although this black shadow was still very far from the Pillar of Heaven peak, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiaohua were already on high alert. The moment the black shadow appeared, the two of them discovered it, and their divine sense swept over without hesitation. As expected, it was this fellow who revealed it. Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense swept over the black shadow, and she immediately gnashed her teeth and said, "I should have killed him long ago." Seeing that the black shadow was Yin Meng, who was rushing over, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense. He had seen Yin Meng once when he was training in the Foundation Establishment realm. At that time, he and Zhang Qingxiao had yet to recognize each other. Now that he was already in the Gold Core realm, how could he still put Yin Meng, who was only in the Foundation Establishment realm, in his eyes? "Humph, you should say this to yourself." Xiaohua sneered, "If this fellow was not useful, I'm afraid you would have already killed him." Hee hee. Zhang Qingxiao rubbed her hands and laughed, "I wanted to rope him in, and even gave him the position of the first vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I had always been showing weakness in front of him, making him feel that he was the true sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But I didn't expect that all of these could not be compared to him." When she mentioned him, Zhang Qingxiao, who had already recovered her calm, became cautious again. She released her divine sense again, and not only did it sweep behind Yin Meng, but it also swept the surroundings of the Pillar of Heaven peak. "There's no need to look, there's no one nearby, no matter if it's a cultivator or a demon general," Xiaohua whispered. "Humph, how would you know the methods of the demon realm's demon generals?" Zhang Qingxiao was still not at ease. "My concealment technique is not worth mentioning in his eyes. So powerful." When Xiaohua heard this, his heart jumped even more, and he unconsciously opened his Dharma eyes again. Ever since the lightning tribulation, Xiaohua increasingly felt that there was something wrong with his Dharma eyes. It was like the naked eye was blurry, and there were often some places that he could not see clearly. However, Xiaohua himself did not know the origin of this Dharma eyes and how to use it, so naturally, he could not find the source. After Xiaohua looked at it again, he really didn't see anything. Only then did he close his Dharma eyes and watch Zhang Qingxiao inspect it over and over again. Seeing that Yin Meng had already flown close, and after Yin Meng's divine sense swept over, Zhang Qingxiao stopped her useless inspection, got rid of the Mimi, and flew in front of Xiaohua to welcome Yin Meng. Greetings, Sect Master. When Yin Meng saw Zhang Qingxiao after the Mimi was removed, his face showed a look of understanding, and he flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao unhurriedly and bowed. However, looking at his indifferent appearance, it seemed that as Zhang Qingxiao said, he really did not put Zhang Qingxiao, the sect master, in his eyes. Vice Sect Master Yin, why did you come to Tianzhu Peak? Zhang Qingxiao asked gloomily, now is the critical moment of my heavenly demon sect's establishment. Sect Master is not here, but you, as the first Vice Sect Master of the heavenly demon sect, should be in charge of the affairs of the Lian country. Why did you run here? Yin Meng frowned, puzzled, and said, well, Sect Master knows, this Yin received a communication talisman, saying. At this point, Yin Meng's gaze fell on Xiaohua, and he whispered, I don't know who this person behind Sect Master is. This Sect Master's trusted aide. This Sect Master can trust him. Speak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and asked indifferently. Are you sure you want this Yin Meng to say it? Yin Meng said coldly. Nonsense, I told you to say it, so say it. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, are you the Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, or am I? Sect Master Zhang, you are so awe-inspiring, so ferocious. Ha ha ha. Yin Meng laughed, clapped his hands, and took out a magic slip similar to the one Zhang Qingxiao showed Xiaohua before, and said, Lord Ji Peng. Chapter 27-28. At this point, Yin Meng purposely paused and coldly looked at Zhang Qingxiao, just as Xiaohua was worried. Zhang Qingxiao suddenly felt like he had lost his soul. His eyes flashed with fear, and he almost blurted out, where is my lord? What did he say? After speaking, Zhang Qingxiao came to his senses. He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He looked at Yin Meng with some anger and said coldly, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't be so long-winded. However, when Yin Meng heard this, he waved his hand and put away the magic slip. He smiled and said, it's rare to see Lord Sect Master angry. This old man thought that Lord Sect Master wouldn't get angry. Zhang Qingxiao didn't feel any pressure in front of Yin Meng. He faintly said, although this Sect Master is very modest and usually doesn't get angry at subordinates, this Sect Master is being played like a monkey. This Sect Master will naturally get angry. Played like a monkey? Ha ha ha, Sect Master Zhang, you are indeed insightful. These words are extremely well said. Yin Meng suddenly stared blankly, then he clapped his hands and laughed. Since you know that this subordinate was disrespectful to Sect Master, Lord Sect Master will get angry. However, what if someone doesn't listen to Lord Ji Peng's words? What if they feign compliance but secretly disobey his orders? Lord Ji Peng will get angry? Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He looked around and coldly said, Yin Meng, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this old man? Yin Meng's face revealed a mysterious expression. He glanced at the motionless Xiaohua and said, this old man only wants to ask on behalf of Lord Ji Peng. Do you still remember why Lord Ji Peng brought you here and left you in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms? Have you already forgotten that you are a member of the demon realm? Zhang Qingxiao's face was slightly pale, but he still reluctantly scolded, this is our Sect Master's matter. When Lord Ji Peng arrives, this Sect Master will personally report to him. What does this have to do with you? Naturally, it has nothing to do with this old man. Yin Meng was still smiling. However, this old man still wants to ask Lord Sect Master, what is going on with Yellow Flower Ridge? Yellow Flower Ridge? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and her body involuntarily moved a little. But looking at Yin Meng, he was still calm, and his body didn't move at all, as if he had nothing to fear. You. How do you know about Yellow Flower Ridge? Zhang Qingxiao looked around again, forcefully suppressing the killing intent in her heart as she coldly asked. What a coincidence. Yin Meng answered all of Zhang Qingxiao's questions. This old man was once in the country of Xi and happened to meet a disciple of my heavenly demon sect who I had some impression of. When I spoke to him, he was actually vague and even evasive. This old man had no choice but to ask about him. Did you kill Bai Tianfeng? Zhang Qingxiao suddenly realized something and asked coldly. If he doesn't answer this old man's question, it means that he's being disrespectful to this old man, the vice sect leader. According to the rules of my heavenly demon sect, it's not a big deal for this old man to attack him. Yin Meng giggled and said, besides, this old man only searched his soul and didn't take his life. It was just that he went crazy and fell from the cliff. Zhang Qingxiao's face turned extremely ugly. From Bai Tianfeng. This old man didn't get anything useful. Yin Meng looked at Zhang Qingxiao and said with interest, this old man only knew that Bai Tianfeng was going to Yellow Flower Ridge. This Yellow Flower Ridge. What kind of place is it? This old man is very curious. Lord Sect Leader, you said that my heavenly demon sect already has a foundation in the country of Xi. Why are you going to Yellow Flower Ridge? This sect leader's actions. Do I need to tell you the reason? Yes, this old man thought. Even if this old man wanted to ask, Lord Sect Leader wouldn't answer. So, this old man had to go check it out personally. You went to Yellow Flower Ridge? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were already curved like a falcon's. This old man hasn't been to Yellow Flower Ridge yet. Yin Meng shrugged slightly and said with a smile, if this old man went, wouldn't Lord Sect Leader know? Of course, it's not that this old man didn't want to go, but before this old man went to Yellow Flower Ridge according to plan. I've already discovered some of Lord Sect Leader's secrets. What do you know? Zhang Qingxiao crossed his arms and seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Yin Meng was still smiling as he said unhurriedly, actually, it's nothing much. This old man just found out that Yellow Flower Ridge didn't belong to 100 Herbs sect, but a small sect called Shanghuaming. This small sect only has 3.5 disciples, and one of them is called Zhang Qingxiao. But that Zhang Qingxiao doesn't seem to be the same person as Lord Sect Leader. He's far from being as handsome and charming as Lord Sect Leader. Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids twitched and he raised his arm. But when he saw that Yin Meng was still fearless and didn't care about his actions, he stopped and said lightly, continue. Actually, even if this Zhang Qingxiao has the same name as Lord Sect Leader, and even if Lord Sect Leader is this Zhang Qingxiao, it's fine. Yin Meng said again, but this old man found out that Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect is called Xiao Hua. Lord Sect Leader, don't you think it's strange? This Xiao Hua has the same name as Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even their looks are the same. Yin Meng's tone was a little cold. Even if this Xiao Hua of Shang Huaming is Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, it's fine. But this Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect seems to be the Xiao Hua who got the Deqiankuan teleportation token from Fan Tong, right? It seems. Lord Sect Leader still doesn't know this Xiao Hua, right? You still want this old man to go to Meng Nation to find Xiao Hua? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Yin Meng silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Actually, this old man doesn't care if Lord Sect Leader is the same person as this Zhang Qingxiao of Shang Huaming. So what if this Zhang Qingxiao is that Zhang Qingxiao? Doesn't Lord Ji Peng have thousands of incarnations? It's normal for his subordinates to have hundreds and thousands of incarnations. Moreover, Lord Sect Leader has racked his brains for this heavenly demon sect, working hard every day. This old man has seen this merit. It's also for this heavenly demon sect that this old man has been assisting Lord Sect Leader. However, after this old man found out about Shang Huaming, I shockingly discovered that Shang Huaming had disappeared from Yellow Flower Ridge in a single night. This old man has some doubts. If 100 Herbs sect were to take action, aren't their guts too big? Aren't their appetites too good? Of course, no one knows how Shang Huaming's sect was exterminated that year. Even this old man couldn't find any results by several days. However, this old man also doesn't want to investigate. Because whether Shang Huaming existed or not has nothing to do with this old man. This old man's purpose in coming to the Three Kingdoms has nothing to do with this sect. Yin Meng's voice became colder. However, this old man has no choice but to ask Lord Sect Leader. Since Lord Sect Leader knows the whereabouts of Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and also knows that the Deqianquan teleportation token is in Xiao Hua's hands, and Lord Sect Leader even has some connections with Xiao Hua. Why, did you throw Lord Ji Peng's matter to the back of your mind? Don't you know the true meaning of this Deqianquan teleportation token? At this point, although Yin Meng didn't point out Zhang Qingxiao's true identity, he had already treated this Zhang Qingxiao as the same person. Immediately, Yin Meng turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, moreover, Shang Huaming's Xiao Hua also has a mysterious background. When he was in Shang Huaming, he was just a boy who hadn't even reached level 3 of the Qi refining stage. After he came to the Imperial Thunder Sect, his cultivation soared. According to the latest battle report, not only did he make a lot of military exploits, but he even killed Qin Jian. His military exploits are second only to Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. Lord Sect Leader, don't tell me, you didn't contribute to this? This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, I really don't understand. This is an old story from decades ago. Where did you find it? In this world, whether it's the Xiaoyu continent, millions of Meng mountains, or even the demon realm, if you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. People leave their names and geese leave their voices. As long as you have the heart, you can always find out. Yin Meng said proudly, then turned to Xiao Hua and said, don't you think so, fellow cultivator Xiao Hua? That's right. Xiao Hua had long wanted to get rid of the Mi Meng. When he heard Yin Meng's words, he tore the Mi Meng away and said coldly, in this world, only the dead can't reveal secrets. I'm afraid you're really tired of living. You're Xiao Hua. When Yin Meng saw Xiao Hua's true face, he couldn't help but be stunned. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. As Yin Meng said this, he looked at Zhang Qingxiao and suddenly realized something. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. When we were at Lingpei Mountain Villa, Lord Sect Leader had already hidden this matter from me. Lord Sect Leader's shrewdness is really deep. However, Zhang Qingxiao's figure moved slightly and began to circle to the other side of Yin Meng, forming a triangle with Xiao Hua. What? Lord Sect Leader wants to keep me here? Yin Meng wasn't timid and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently. That's right. Zhang Qingxiao said calmly. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao has already said it very well. Only the dead can keep secrets. You know so much, yet you still want to leave this Tianzhu peak? Ha 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 ha, I naturally want to leave. Yin Meng laughed loudly. This heavenly demon sect has just been established. How can it be established without the sect leader's guidance? I'm the first vice sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. In the absence of a sect leader, it's naturally up to me to lead the heavenly demon sect. I understand now. Zhang Qingxiao suddenly understood. So, that Lord Ji Peng's Emo bamboo slip was planned by you all. Lord Ji Peng, he didn't even come to the Cultivation Three Kingdoms. Chapter 27-29. Ha ha ha, of course. If Lord Ji Peng were here, would you still be standing here obediently? Yin Meng laughed. You've had a problem with me for a long time, but you didn't dare to do anything because the heavenly demon sect hasn't been established yet. Now that the Heavenly Demon sect has been established, I'm no longer of any use to you. Is that why you want to get rid of me? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. When Yin Meng heard this, he shrugged and said with a smile, this old man didn't want to get rid of you so early. After all, Qing Fengmin and the others have been planning this Heavenly Demon sect for many years, but they never realized it. Only you can establish the Heavenly Demon sect. You're indeed very useful. In fact, in my plan, you can always be the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect until Lord Ji Peng and the others arrive. It's a pity that you're walking further and further away from Lord Ji Peng. Furthermore, your cultivation is becoming increasingly powerful. If this old man doesn't act now, I'm afraid that you'll kill this old man before I even do anything. Especially when I realize that you no longer have Lord Ji Peng in your heart. If I let you develop, when Lord Ji Peng arrives, I won't be able to answer to him even if I'm still alive. So, you used Lord Ji Peng's demonic slip to order us to establish the sect first and then deceived us to come here? Zhang Qingxiao asked coldly. Sect master, you're wrong. Yin Meng clapped his hands and took out the demonic slip. He smiled and said, this was given to me by Lord Ji Peng. It's used to order you, evil creature. However, I didn't take it out because I've been watching your performance all this time. You. Could it be that you've already? Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed abruptly. That's right. Yin Meng sneered. Although you're good at concealing yourself and hid the aura of the demon realm in your body, I have Lord Ji Peng's demonic slip. How can I not know your origin? So what if you erase the demon soul imprint? Do you think your contract with Lord Ji Peng will disappear in front of the demon god? Upon hearing the word contract, Zhang Qingxiao trembled involuntarily as if she was extremely afraid. Since you have this demon token, why did you ask me to come to this Heaven Pillar Peak? Zhang Qingxiao's teeth began to chatter. Do you still need to say it? Yin Meng looked at Xiao Hua proudly and said, if he wasn't at Tianzhu Peak, if he wasn't close to the Great Tao cultivation strategy, would this junior brother Xiao of yours be able to appear in time? Could he send the Grand Universe teleportation token over? He has benefited a lot from you. When you are in danger, how can he not help you? Good plan. I always thought that I had you in the palm of my hand, but I never thought that you were actually a poison thorn. Zhang Qingxiao laughed like a madman. That's right. Zhang Qingxiao had been enduring silently in front of Yin Meng. She had thought that she was the master of the matter, but in the end, she realized that what she had done was just a farce. Yin Meng had already seen through it. In fact, Yin Meng's arrogance and conceit was just arrogance and conceit to begin with. How can this old man compare to Lord Ji Peng? Yin Meng said with a smile. This was all his orders. Hearing the mention of Lord Ji Peng, Zhang Qingxiao's body trembled again. Clearly, she was extremely afraid. Xiao Hua had been silent all this while. Seeing this scene, he sneered and said, Yin Meng, the three of us will definitely fight today. Either you die or I die. This young master has a question that I really want to know. I wonder if you can answer it. This young master? This old man? As expected of senior brother and junior brother. All of you are extremely arrogant. Yin Meng laughed loudly and said, go ahead and ask. See if this old man wants to answer. It's very simple. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the Grand Universe teleportation token. He asked indifferently, this item is merely a Dharma token used for long-distance teleportation arrays. Is it that important? Is it actually worth your scheming? Oh, you are really making things difficult for this old man with this question. Yin Meng glanced coldly at Zhang Qingxiao, whose body was slightly bent, and said, in the entire Dawn Rain continent's 3 cultivation countries, I am afraid that only this old man knows the secret. It's just that, this involves the arrival of Lord Ji Peng. How can this old man tell you? If you tell me, this young master might be merciful and not destroy this Dharma token. As Xiaohua spoke, he extended his left hand and held the two ends of the Grand Universe teleportation token. He smiled and said, "If you don't tell me, don't blame this young master for being ruthless and destroying this Dharma token. That Lord Ji Peng of your family can forget about ever coming over." Ha ha ha. What a joke. Do you think that this Grand Universe teleportation token is merely a Dharma token used for teleportation? Yin Meng laughed loudly. You can try. This old man doesn't believe that you can actually destroy this item of the demon realm? What? This Dharma token has other uses? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he had already exerted force in his hand. Who would have thought that the Grand Universe teleportation token would be so incomparably hard? Even when Xiaohua exerted force in his hand, this item did not budge at all. There was simply no reaction at all. Damn it, there is indeed something fishy about this item. Xiaohua suddenly understood. This Yin Meng might be using the pretense of repairing the Grand Universe teleportation token as an excuse to do some other tricks. Huh, how about it? Yin Meng looked at Xiaohua's deflated expression and sneered. This item is completely useless in your hands. If you give it to this old man can still consider letting this evil creature live. As he spoke, Yin Meng glanced at Zhang Qingxiao. Whether I live or die, it is naturally up to me to decide. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Qingxiao roared angrily. He opened his mouth and the bright scenic bell immediately flew out. It turned into a golden light and smashed towards Yin Meng. At the same time, he touched his hand and took out a scarlet triangular flag from his storage pouch. He was just about to wave it. Evil creature. Yin Meng sneered. The devil slip in his hands suddenly released countless black threads that were several feet long. They were like the tentacles of the devil slip. The moment these black threads appeared, the devil slip immediately let out a strange cry. This cry was extremely ear-piercing and rushed into Xiaohua's ears like a sharp sword. When Xiaohua saw Zhang Qingxiao make a move, he originally wanted to open his mouth and release the Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter. However, this devil slip not only pierced his ears, but also his heart. It caused the blood in his veins to surge. It was extremely similar to the feeling during the blood sacrifice. How could Xiaohua still want to attack? He hastily patted his forehead. Amitabha, he released the 3 feet tall Buddha relic. Amidst the wind and snow, the merciful Buddha's light shone brightly, blocking the demonic cry of the black silk. Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the 5-element staff. He clenched his teeth and stood under the Buddha relic, coldly looking at Yin Meng. This Yin Meng was indeed not simple. Just now, the devil slip of unknown origin caused Xiaohua to be at a disadvantage. And this disadvantage was secondary. The most important thing was that the devil slip seemed to be Zhang Qingxiao's nemesis. As soon as Zhang Qingxiao heard this devil slip, his entire body trembled rapidly. His limbs did not listen to him at all and curled up together. His entire body even fell down in midair. Moreover, after the waving devil slip trembled, the devil slip suddenly expanded and fell on Zhang Qingxiao's body. The devil slip firmly entangled him, and there were even hundreds of devil slips black slip that pierced his glabella. Hee. Zhang Qingxiao's mouth was wide open, making inexplicable sounds. It seemed like he was howling, but also seemed like he was crying. His round eyes were now white and his black pupils had shrunk to the size of a bean, slowly rotating in his eye sockets. As Zhang Qingxiao screamed, his corporeal body began to twist and change. Some sharp black thorns suddenly shot out from a certain part of his body, and these black thorns quickly retracted the moment they pierced through his clothes. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He really did not expect that Zhang Qingxiao would not have any strength to fight back against Yin Meng. And he really understood Zhang Qingxiao's fear from before, as well as his abnormal behavior when he went up the mountain. This Yin Meng was none other than that bullshit Lord Ji Peng. With just a devil slip, he was able to torture Zhang Qingxiao to this state. If it was really as Zhang Qingxiao had expected, then when Lord Ji Peng came, Zhang Qingxiao would probably be paralyzed, right? What kind of secret technique did you use? You actually managed to erase the devil's slip so cleanly. Not only was Xiaohua shocked, but Yin Meng was also extremely shocked when he saw Zhang Qingxiao struggling under the devil's slip's black slip. According to Lord Ji Peng, as long as you hear the devil's slip's black slip, you will return to your original body. Why are you still struggling after using the 1,000 slips entanglement? You vile spawn, you really want to be a human being. Go! Yin Meng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of devil slip's black slip towards Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao could not help but cry out loudly. His body under the devil slip's black slip quickly squirmed, as if it had no bones. Devil slip. Go to hell. Xiaohua felt a pain in his heart. His figure flashed through the air like a breeze and flew in front of Yin Meng. He raised his wishful steel staff and struck towards Yin Meng's head. Oh. It's actually the flowing cloud movement technique? Yin Meng's eyes lit up. He casually waved his hand and a devil slip's black slip rushed out of his sleeves and blocked the wishful steel staff. The devil slip's black slip seemed to have intelligence as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Humph. The primordial spirit within the Buddha's relic was not stimulated by Xiaohua. He slightly opened his mouth and said, Lin. Along with the incantation, the Buddha's seal was also pinched and struck out. Oh. You actually understand the Buddhist mantra? Seeing Xiaohua's Buddha's relic strike out, the golden Buddha's light fell. Although this Lin word had the effect of transcendence, it was not used for fighting. However, under the Buddha's light, the devil slip's black slip was like a snowflake under the strong light. It instantly melted, and the devil slip's black slip. Chapter 27:30. Seeing that the Buddhist mantra was effective, Xiaohua opened his mouth again without hesitation. The confrontation character spiraled in the air and fell towards Zhang Qingxiao. You dare! Yin Meng shouted angrily. He also opened his mouth and a black light rushed out. It turned into a black net in front of the mantra to block it. With a pu sound, the confrontation character fell and broke the black net. It landed on Zhang Qingxiao's body without stopping. See? You. Yin Meng was shocked. He did not expect that in just a few decades, Xiaohua's Buddhist cultivation had actually reached such a high realm. It was precisely his nemesis. When the confrontation character landed on Zhang Qingxiao's body, it made a zzz sound. Although the black threads disappeared like melting snow, the golden mantra was also exhausted. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not find it strange. These black threads were the demonic order bestowed by Lord Ji Peng. If it was broken by his simple mantra, then it would be strange. Confrontation. Xiaohua directly urged the Buddha Sarira to land between him and Zhang Qingxiao. One mantra after another landed on it. Ha, this old man has not seen your Vajradharma body for many years. Come. Let this old man see what realm your Vajradharma body has reached. Yin Meng naturally would not allow Xiaohua to single-mindedly break the seal. He slapped his forehead, and a black aura emerged from the top of his head. It rushed straight into the air, and enveloped an area of several dozen feet around him. At the same time, the black gas produced thousands of ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was extremely ear-piercing. Following the emergence of the black gas, other parts of Yin Meng's body also surged with black gas. This black gas was different from the black gas above his head. It was like thousands of tentacles covering Yin Meng's entire body. Roar. A muffled roar came from Yin Meng's throat. His body, which was already completely covered by the black gas, began to squirm like Zhang Qingxiao. The black gas on the surface also suddenly surged like boiling water. At the same time, an indescribable deterrence was emitted from the black qi, and it quickly rushed towards Xiaohua. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed slightly. He clapped his hands and released the pressure of an early-stage gold core cultivator. He tried his best to resist this demonic deterrence that seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. This kind of deterrence from Yin Meng seemed to be constantly surging over, and it was even climbing steadily. Very soon, it covered his own pressure. That feeling of being unable to resist and feeling of powerlessness came from the depths of his heart. Golden core, ah, golden core. However, this is merely the threshold of cultivation. If I were to stay in the demon-resisting valley, I would be nothing more than a pawn. As he thought this, Xiaohua did his best to use his secret technique to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, slowly increasing the pressure. Little thing, you actually know the secret technique of pressure? A sharp voice came out from the black qi. It seemed to be different from the Yin Meng's voice. It was the voice of the devil world that Xiaohua had heard in Lingpei Mountain Villa. Humph. Of course, I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. Xiaohua smiled coldly. He raised the wishful staff in his hand and prepared to fly towards Yin Meng. Ha ha ha. Just a little thing, you actually dare to show off in front of me. Where is your Buddhist Dharmakaya? To fight with a nobody from the devil world like you, do I still need to use my Dharmakaya? Xiaohua said in a disdainful tone. Ha ha ha, you only know one Buddhist mantra, and you still dare to exaggerate? I'll let you see how powerful I am. As Yin Meng spoke, another angry roar was emitted from the black gas. Following the angry roar, the black gas suddenly expanded and stood upright in midair. The swarming black gas was like a fountain that shot upwards by more than 40 feet. A huge force was generated from the black gas, pushing aside everything within 100 feet. Even if Xiaohua wanted to fly to Yin Meng's side, he would not be able to do so. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only open his mouth and the Dream Executor and Mountain Breaker flew out. They circled in mid-air and flew to the other side of Yin Meng. Hum, hum, hum. Just after the Dream Executor and Mountain Breaker flew past the black qi, the 4 feet tall black qi let out a loud roar, and then quickly shrank. When the impact gradually disappeared, a 4 feet tall giant appeared in midair. The giant's head was big, and its blood-red hair was curled into a ball. Its fist-sized eyes were black and there were no ordinary eyeballs. In its bloody mouth, 2 long fangs stretched out obliquely, and a garlic-like nose poked the face that was bigger than a basin. The giant was completely naked, and the black gas from before had already turned into a demonic armor that covered his vital parts. There were strange patterns on the demonic armor, and the patterns were constantly overflowing with a pitch-black brilliance. In the middle of the patterns, the demonic armor was filled with a blood-red substance. Outside of the magic armor was the giant's strong arms. The muscles on the arms were bulging and glossy, and from time to time, there were traces of black qi going in and out of them. Grandma, how can I fight with this? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Although he was considered a tall cultivator, it was impossible for him to be more than 10 feet tall. This Yin Meng's body was actually more than 4 feet tall. Standing in front of Yin Meng's body, Xiaohua looked like a child. Little thing. Where is your Dharma body? This senior has been looking forward to it for a long time. Yin Meng roared, and the bloody mouth actually spat out a bloody light. An indescribable stench of blood permeated the whole place. Do I need a Dharma body to deal with an ordinary demon like you? Xiaohua sneered. His figure flew up, and the wishful staff in his hand smashed towards Yin Meng. Ha ha ha, little thing is really a little thing. You actually used a magic weapon in front of this senior. The ignorant are really fearless. Yin Meng did not care. He waved his hand and clenched his fist towards Xiaohua's wishful staff. Yin Meng's fist was also a few feet in size. Against Xiaohua's wishful staff, cough cough, it was really a bit of an unfair victory. However, with a loud bang, Yin Meng screamed. Xiao Hua's wishful staff suddenly hit Yin Meng's fist, causing black qi to splatter everywhere. Yin Meng's huge arm involuntarily shrank back, and even his entire arm was gushing with blood. You are not a magic weapon? Yin Meng sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some surprise. What this junior uses is none of your business. Just give me your life. Xiao Hua's figure was like a shadow, and the wishful staff was raised towards Yin Meng's head. However, he was really shorter than Yin Meng. The wishful staff was no different from a matchstick to Yin Meng. But just now, he had suffered a loss from the matchstick. How could Yin Meng dare to be careless? His other uninjured arm patted his hand and took out a huge mace from his storage bag. Good boy. This magic weapon. I am afraid it is 2 feet long. Xiao Hua watched as the huge mace was wrapped in a faint black aura as it streaked through the air. The sharp teeth on the mace let out a sharp screech. The sound of the wind and the pressure from the mace were produced at the same time. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be speechless. Fight. Xiao Hua was not afraid of this kind of fight. Although his wishful staff was really short, the courage in his heart was higher than the sky. When he heard his roar, the wishful staff turned around to meet the mace. Boom! Another loud noise, and the air was once again set off in mid-air, and the snowflakes that had been floating in the air were swept away. Xiao Hua's body flew back more than 100 feet, and Yin Meng's figure also staggered and retreated. Kill! Xiao Hua's figure retreated, but his killing move did not stop. He secretly urged the Zhu Meng behind him to split the mountain, and like a meteor chasing the moon, it stabbed Yin Meng. Humph! Yin Meng naturally saw the 2 flying swords. Seeing the flying swords stabbing at him, he stretched out his hand, and the black qi on the arm that was previously smashed by Xiao Hua slowly retracted, and an intact fist appeared again. The large hand opened, and a shadow covered the area. It was as if there was a sealing force that sealed the space around the flying sword. The dream executioner and mountain splitter immediately felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Kill! Xiao Hua coldly snorted again, and his figure just stabilized. Following Xiao Hua's urging, the 2 flying swords suddenly emitted a green and red brilliance. As soon as this brilliance was born, it immediately began to blend, and a fist-sized heart shape was born on the 2 flying swords. Oh! Sword intent? You actually know the sword technique? Yin Meng was a little surprised, but the imprisoning force in his hand did not decrease. Thin black silk even grew from his fingers and hung down, quickly wrapping the whole heart shape. You're courting death. Xiao Hua sneered. The heart shape in the black qi rapidly expanded, and the black qi had no choice but to expand as well. When the heart shape was a few feet in size, it suddenly emitted a "ga" sound, and a completely green and red sword light burst out from the black qi. A few feet long flying sword stood out from the black qi. Illusory sword? Yin Meng obviously also understood sword cultivation very well, and could not help but be stunned. How can you be an illusory sword cultivator? Wang, as soon as the heart sword was born, it immediately emitted an endless sword intent. The sword qi also penetrated from the sword light, directly piercing towards Yin Meng's big hand. Yin Meng did not dare to be careless. His hand slightly rotated, and a cluster of black qi was born from the palm of his hand, wrapping around the heart sword. Go to hell! Xiao Hua roared, and his figure flew up again. The wishful steel staff crossed in mid-air, and the thunder under his feet moved. He borrowed the power of the staff, and the sound of thunder from the staff, and smashed towards the giant Yin Meng without arrogance. The wishful steel staff still had the sound of the wind, but under the roar of thunder, the sound of the wind could not be heard. The suffocating force above the staff stirred up the black gas on the Yin Meng demon armor from afar. A strange flow of black gas and blood appeared on the Yin Meng demon armor out of thin air. Chapter 2731. Yin Meng was originally attracted by the heart sword, but now he was disturbed by the wishful steel staff. He was furious. Roar! He simply retracted his hand and allowed the heart sword to grow bigger and bigger in the black gas. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood-red light, which enveloped the area of 10 feet around the heart sword. He held the mace with both hands and attacked Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Fortunately, Yin Meng made a decision. Xiao Hua's attack seemed slow, but in fact, it was really fast. It was absolutely different from the first attack just now. In the blink of an eye, it fell on Yin Meng's left shoulder. It was where the black gas came from. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if the entire Tianzhu peak was blown up by a huge wave. The craggy rocks on the peak were torn apart by the force of the collision between the two. Rumble, the rocks tumbled down from the foothills on all sides. Kung! Just as Xiao Hua's seemingly thin and weak body was sent flying like a piece of duckweed, the black gas behind Yin Meng rapidly spun under the bloody light. It was as if countless sentient tentacles had blocked the heart sword. Threads of bloody light seeped into the black gas in an attempt to corrupt the flying sword. With a long cry from the heart sword, the piercing sword light penetrated the black gas and pierced through the blood light. The sword light was like a rainbow, stabbing straight at Yin Meng's back. Yin Meng sent Xiao Hua flying, but he himself was also not in a good state. His huge body suddenly flew backwards, and this flying sword just happened to stab diagonally into the magic armor on his back. Buzz! The green and red sword light flashed, and the black gas on the magic armor was defeated. Although the black gas combined with the blood light quickly transformed into patterns, and there was an indescribable fluctuation, the sword light still went in. Roar! Yin Meng let out a sad cry, and his whole body shook rapidly. His whole head and feet turned strangely, and his front heart turned into his back. Unexpectedly, his back was facing Xiao Hua. Woo! Where the flying sword pierced, there was no blood light. Instead, the black gas surged rapidly, and countless black gas covered the flying sword, as if to swallow the flying sword into the body. Not good. Feeling the surge of the devil chi, his connection with the flying sword weakened. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. The moment his body floated, he hurriedly used the ethereal steps and the wind escape technique. Like a ghost in the air, he instantly appeared behind Yin Meng. Woo! The wishful steel staff struck again. Oh, not good. Although Yin Meng paid attention to Xiao Hua, he did not expect Xiao Hua's actions to be so fast. How could he dare to deal with the flying sword with all his strength? He hurriedly waved the wishful staff again. Taking advantage of Yin Meng's distraction, the sword light of the heart sword suddenly expanded and slashed a hole several feet in front of Yin Meng's heart before rushing out. Woo! Although there was no trace of blood, Yin Meng still couldn't help but cry out in pain. Little thing! I devil demon devil! Yin Meng sent Xiao Hua flying away with his mace, then said viciously, Di Luo, that bastard, didn't he give you too many things? Di Luo? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He did not understand what Yin Meng was talking about, but he did not pay attention to it. The soul of Zhu Dream urged the entire heart of sword to fly into the air. The flashing green and red sword light flashed slightly, and two heart-shaped sword intents appeared at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, piercing towards Yin Meng. At the same time, Xiao Hua threw out a fire talisman, which fell at Yin Meng's feet. Rumble. The fire talisman exploded, and waves of fire soared into the sky. The huge impact and flames instantly blew apart the lower half of Yin Meng's body. Streams of demonic energy rolled in the flames, and Yin Meng's exasperated curses and roars were drowned out by the waves of fire. Ha ha ha! What devil cultivator? What deity? Nothing more than this. Xiao Hua sneered and looked at Zhang Qingshao. The Buddha's Saraira was the nemesis of the devil cultivator, but Xiao Hua was afraid that Zhang Qingshao would be in danger. He did not dare to use the Buddha's Saraira against the enemy. He could only rely on the Buddhist mantra to maintain Zhang Qingxiao's current situation. At this time, it was still the same as before. Although the Buddha's light and the mantra's golden light fell, the black silk wrapped around Zhang Qingxiao did not show any signs of collapse. Army. Do. Xiao Hua was a bit anxious. He did not care whether the mantra would harm Zhang Qingxiao or not, and spat out the two mantras in succession. The army mantra was still okay. It was no different from the confrontation mantra. When it fell on it, it only dispersed the black qi on the surface, and the black qi recovered in a moment. However, the Do mantra was a bit strange. It actually turned into strands of golden silk, and fell into the black qi. Zhang Qingxiao's body wriggled even more violently in the black qi, and all kinds of devil thorns crazily rushed out from various parts of her body. Damn it, is this right or wrong? Xiao Hua was a bit helpless. But at this time, without waiting for him to do anything, a cold voice came from behind him. No matter what deity fought in the so-called Imperial Demon Valley. Don't tell me you want to rely on this bullshit spirit talisman to kill deity? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. When he turned his head, he was a bit dumbfounded. But he saw that Yin Meng was different from before. Her legs that were destroyed by the fire talisman had recovered, and her originally bare legs were now covered with black qi. And this black qi? No, it should be said that all the black qi around Yin Meng's body had changed, and turned into dancing flames. It's just that these flames are not the usual green-red color of Dawn Rain Continent, nor are they purple. Instead, they are those pitch-black colored flames. Xiao Hua was almost moaning in a low voice. He already understood that this Yin Meng was cultivating the devil flame of the devil realm's cultivation method. She used devil qi to cultivate the devil flame, and according to the level of the devil flame, the devil cultivator's level of cultivation was determined. His fire talisman was admittedly very powerful, but it was still of the fire attribute. When it came to Yin Meng, he was afraid that it would not cause much damage. Innate true water. Xiao Hua instantly thought of his other killing move. However, when he thought of Zhang Qingxiao's situation, he immediately killed this idea. What should I do? Xiao Hua didn't have many encounters with devil cultivators, and this was the first time dealing with this kind of devil cultivator. He really couldn't figure out Yin Meng's background. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxiao had previously let Xiao Hua see the devil slip and blood drop paradise's cultivation method, so he had some understanding of the devil realm's cultivation method. I'm afraid that second martial brother is right. That spirit-punishing vital light should be able to kill this guy. Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, I still haven't mastered the spirit-punishing vital light. If I act rashly and let him prepare, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to succeed. Thinking of Xiao Hua, she coldly said, Yin Meng, you're a cultivator of the Blue Li sect. How did you participate in the Battle of the Imperial Devil Valley? Don't you find it tiring to keep calling me your highness? My Dawn Rain Continent has a saying, a real man doesn't change his name. Do you dare to leave your name? Ha ha ha, Yin Meng laughed. The pitch-black devil flame around his body moved as if it was breathing, and an indescribable heat enveloped an area of nearly 100 feet. This sovereign is Lord Ji Peng's subordinate, Deputy General Qing Xian. I'm also a famous general of the northern Jian Devil region. What's the harm in telling you my name? It's just to satisfy your curiosity. Qing Xian said arrogantly. You're a devil person. How did you sneak into my Dawn Rain Continent? Moreover, you can cultivate devil techniques? Xiao Hua was extremely puzzled. He had also seen the blood drop paradise before, but he couldn't make sense of it at all. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Holding this Qing Xian, his body looked huge, but he wasn't stupid. He coldly looked at Xiao Hua and pointed with his hand. If this kind of evil creature can sneak into the Dawn Rain Continent, why can't this sovereign? As for how to cultivate devil techniques. Ha ha ha, seeing that you've even cultivated the Huan country's flying sword to the illusory sword, could it be? You still want to cultivate devil techniques? Since you have such lofty aspirations, why shouldn't this sovereign fulfill your wish? Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and curiously asked, then what's the reason? It's very simple. Qing Xian stretched out a finger that was comparable to a wishful staff and faintly smiled. You only need to be possessed by this sovereign, then you can naturally cultivate. Xiaohua's expression turned ugly, while Qing Xian laughed heartily. A pitch-black brilliance flashed around his body, and within a radius of 100 zhang that was enveloped by the heat, strands of black flames suddenly flashed. These black flames not only burned the air to the point of distorting, but also surged towards Xiaohua like a surging wave. Moreover, this space was sealed, completely wrapping Xiaohua within. Sure enough, it's devil flames that overflow the heavens. Xiaohua sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fierce flame. He was about to use the divine flame art, but at this moment, behind Qing Xian, a burst of sword cries rang out. An indescribable, bone-piercing pain entered Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his sword art to retrieve his flying swords. Don't you think it's too late to retrieve them now? Qing Xian sneered. He clenched his hand, and a black flame like a waterfall rushed towards the two flying swords that were already besieged by the devil flame. Looking at the dream executor and mountain splitter, the green-red sword radiance rapidly swallowed and spat out, and also slowly contracted. The strands of devil flame had already seeped into the sword intent of the heart sword along with the sword radiance. It was precisely the two flying swords that were burning. Xiaohua now also cared about the fierce flame. The sword essence around his body surged, and bursts of sword radiance were released from his body. A huge sword of 2 zhang in size appeared where Xiaohua was. It was actually very similar to a sword cultivator's sword transformation. However, at the core of this huge sword, Xiaohua's figure still existed. He did not merge with the sword radiance. Under the lingering sword radiance, Xiaohua's face was slightly embarrassed. Break! Xiaohua snorted coldly. The huge sword streaked across the sky and directly slashed towards Qing Xian. Wherever the sword radiance passed, it actually split apart the monstrous devil flame. Hiss! Qing Xian was originally shocked when he saw Xiaohua transform into a sword, but when he saw that Xiaohua himself could not transform into a sword, he did not feel it was funny. However, when the sword radiance fell, he was stunned. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The flying swords that Xiaohua transformed into were neither fish nor fowl, but the fierceness of the sword qi could not be faked. Moreover, before the huge sword fell, the imprisonment comparable to a sword transformation had already appeared around Qing Xian and surged towards Qing Xian, as if it wanted to squeeze Qing Xian. Chapter 2732. This little thing is really an illusory sword cultivator? Qing Xian was not surprised. He shook his shoulder, and demonic flames surged out from his body. He tried his best to burn away the shackles, and at the same time, he raised his mace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another huge sound rang out. This time, it was even more intense than the previous ones. Qing Xian's 12 zhang tall devil body was struck down by Xiaohua's huge sword. A huge hole appeared in the space surrounded by the black flames. Return! Xiaohua opened his mouth. Zhu Meng and Hua Shan took the opportunity to fly across the sky, and landed in front of Xiaohua with the black flames. Humph! Xiaohua's eyes turned. He slapped his hand, and the yin-yang sword gourd flew out, stopping right next to the two flying swords. Extinguish! Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, and the yin-yang sleeve came out. In an instant, the black flames on the flying swords were extinguished. Then, he pointed with his hand, and the two flying swords fell into the yin-yang sword gourd. Xiaohua held the sword gourd in his hand, and the sword light around his body flashed. He coldly looked at the flustered Qing Xian who was flying up from the black flames. Without waiting for him to stabilize himself in the air, he chanted a mantra. The two red and green flying swords, which were actually stored in the space, flew into the air with the sword gourd, and directly pierced towards Qing Xian's head. "You're courting death." Qing Xian opened his mouth, and a mouthful of bloody light blocked the flying swords. No matter how the flying swords looked for a flaw, they could not pierce through. Xiao Hua was helpless. He pointed at the yin-yang sword gourd, and the two flying swords returned. "Damn it. Little thing, this sovereign saw that your body was not bad. This sovereign wanted to use you as a meat cauldron, but you actually don't know what's good for you." Qing Xian angrily shouted. "Hand over your life." As he spoke, he opened his mouth again, and several mouthfuls of bloody light fell into the black flames. The black flames set off waves of fire, and they rushed towards Xiao Hua. "It's just demonic flames, what's so great about them?" Xiao Hua sneered. The icicle flame from before became even more vigorous. It flashed red around Xiao Hua's body, and he fearlessly flew towards the black flames. Boom! Xiao Hua usually used the frigid death flame to refine equipment, but he had never used it against an enemy. However, the frigid death flame, which was like a crimson dragon, was not inferior to the Yi-Yang fan from before. It directly threw itself into the black flames. "Kiki. How can such ordinary flames be a match for my sex black flames?" Qing Xian let out an arrogant laugh. He brandished the mace in his hand and chopped towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua knew that although the wishful steel staff was heavy, it was really too small. He would not be able to take advantage of this guy. He simply did not use the wishful steel staff and still turned it into a sword and slashed towards Qing Xian. Boom! Another huge sound rang out. The sword light around Xiao Hua's body flickered rapidly, and Qing Xian was sent flying again. It was another tie. However, the same couldn't be said for Ling Yin Zhuhua. Just as Qing Xian had said, when the crimson dragons rushed into the black flames, perhaps they couldn't compare to the black flames, or perhaps there were too few of them. They were completely annihilated by the black flames and disappeared. Looking at the black flames that pounced towards him once again, Xiao Hua frowned. With a wave of his hands, two purple flames appeared in his hands. The pure as crystal Samadhi true fire immediately forced the black flames in front of him to retreat. "Oh. Samadhi true fire?" Qing Xian was not surprised that Xiao Hua had Samadhi true fire. However, seeing this unusually pure Samadhi true fire, he was somewhat moved. This was definitely the first time he had seen something like this in his life. Immediately, the previously extinguished thought of taking over his body was born again. This little thing's physical body is much stronger than this Yin Meng. Not only is it of the fire attribute, but it has also practiced flying swords. That physical body is absolutely strong. If this sovereign takes over his body, advancing to Devil General, is not a problem. Go. How could Xiao Hua know what Qing Xian was thinking? Both of his hands waved the fire-controlling art. Dozens of Samadhi true fire danced in the air like needles, rushing towards the top of his head, as if wanting to break through the black flames. It's just Samadhi true fire. How can it break through the sex black flames? Qing Xian laughed. "Little thing, you should obediently surrender. This sovereign will tell you the secret of devil cultivators." Go. Xiao Hua did not say anything and pointed his finger at the sword gourd. The execution dream and mountain splitter flew out again, stabbing towards Qing Xian. Qing Xian waved his hand and the black flames flashed with a bloody light, blocking the two flying swords. When Xiao Hua withdrew the flying swords again, the mace in Qing Xian's hand involuntarily moved, as if waiting for Xiao Hua's sword attack. Sure enough, Xiao Hua urged the sword light around his body, and with a woo sound, it chopped over. Rumble, the devil flames around Qing Xian rushed out crazily. The wishful staff in his hand barely blocked the giant sword. Qing Xian himself fell several feet and sent Xiao Hua flying. But how could Xiao Hua be sent flying? The sword light around his body suddenly became resplendent, and the sword chi above his head pounced towards the Samadhi true fire that was already tearing apart the black flames. The Samadhi true fire was much stronger than the Lingyi Zhu fire. Although the quantity was very small, it was already able to resist the black flames and tear a small hole in the black flames. Now that Xiaohua had turned into a sword and stabbed into the small hole, the black flames were immediately split open and forced to retreat. A ray of light shot in from outside the black flames. Want to leave? No way. Xiaohua was just about to rush out when he heard Qing Xian's mockery. He saw that in the black flames that were forced to roll, countless blood threads rushed out and quickly condensed into a blood net above the giant sword. The sword light and sword chi fell into the blood threads and were immediately corroded. Seeing the sword light of the giant sword disappear very quickly, the blood threads under Qing Xian's urging endlessly poured out. Xiaohua had no choice but to retreat. Because of several sword transformations, the sword chi in Xiaohua's body could no longer support him. His thin and tall figure gradually appeared again. It's really only the third grade of the illusory sword realm. Qing Xian smiled with satisfaction. To be able to retreat from this sovereign's blood pool, you can be proud. It's better for you to be proud of yourself. Xiaohua waved his hands as if to use the thunder summoning technique, but to his surprise, there was no reaction at all. It seemed to be completely blocked by the black flames. Not good. Xiaohua's heart tightened and unconsciously pointed his finger at the sword gourd. Whoosh whoosh. The two flying swords rushed out again and still stabbed towards Qing Xian's head. This time, Qing Xian was impatient. He waved his hand as if swatting a fly. The black flames rushed over and blocked the flying swords, and his attention was once again focused on Xiaohua's following attack. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let him down. With a shake of his hand, he took out the wishful staff and threw it in front of him again with a bang. After Qing Xian easily sent Xiaohua flying, the Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter flew back into the sword gourd. However, at this time, Xiaohua waved his hand and a talisman flew out. This talisman was shabby. Xiaohua had obtained it in the Imperial Thunder Sect's Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, but he hadn't used it much. At this time, as Xiaohua urged his spiritual power, an incomplete big hand appeared from the talisman. Following Xiaohua's figure, it grabbed towards the black flames. The hand of a nascent soul? Qing Xian was slightly surprised, but after sweeping it with his devil sense, he smiled again. What kind of talisman is this? It looks like the hand of a nascent soul, but it doesn't have the power of a nascent soul. To deal with a little devil like you, is there a need to use the hand of a nascent soul? Xiaohua urged his golden core. The spiritual power of the golden core rushed out from the two yin and yang meridians. Those incomplete meridians were faintly uncomfortable. Buzz, when the large hand grabbed the black flame, it was as if it was tearing apart a piece of cloth. A 10-feet-long tear appeared. However, the spiritual talisman was immediately contaminated by the black flame. It emitted black smoke and burned at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiaohua waved his hands and used the lightning drawing technique. Dark clouds rolled over Tianzhu Peak, and countless lightning flashed in the dark clouds. Imperial Thunder Technique? Qing Xian was shocked. He looked at the horizon in disbelief, then lowered his head to look at Xiaohua, who was waving his hands. You are a golden core cultivator. How is it possible, Kachacha? The sound of thunder like a drum pulled Qing Xian back from his shock. He couldn't see any understanding in his eyes. Instead, he shouted in a sharp voice, Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Immortal. Who is he to you? Thunder Immortal? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he immediately understood. He pulled his hands downwards, and with a kacha sound, dozens of heavenly lightning bolts descended following his hand gesture, striking the black flames. Under the light of the lightning, the black flames emitted a sizzling sound, and rapidly retreated. Under the black flames, scarlet blood traces could be seen. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer his question, Qing Xian was furious. Black gas continuously surged out from his body. When the black gas came into contact with the devil flames, it immediately turned into black flames and continuously rushed into the sky, filling up the gaps caused by the lightning strikes. This sovereign wants to see. Even a nascent soul cultivator as strong as the Thunder Immortal couldn't continuously control lightning. You, a little golden core cultivator. But at this point, Qing Xian suddenly stopped and shouted with a strange tone, "This sovereign understands. You are definitely the disciple of the Thunder Immortal." That old ghost couldn't resist the backlash of the Imperial Thunder technique. When his body was on the verge of collapse, he found a way to save himself. Your sword cultivation technique was taught by him. Hee. Devil brat, you're really smart. Xiaohua already understood from Qing Xian's words that Qing Xian, who participated in the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley, must have fought with the so-called Thunder Immortal. He must have suffered a great loss from the lightning strikes. And his opponent, the Thunder Immortal, can also control lightning like him. Of course, in the Imperial Thunder sect, there are many cultivators who can control lightning. Especially those above nascent soul. Xiaohua doesn't know of them. This Thunder Immortal is either a nascent soul cultivator or a spirit-severing cultivator. Both of them are from the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since you know that this young master is the Thunder Immortal's disciple, why don't you quickly surrender? Obediently let this young master kill you?" Ha ha ha. This sovereign suffered a great loss at the hands of the Thunder Immortal. These thousands of years, I've always been thinking about how to avoid the lightning strikes and how to kill him. Now that I can't see the Thunder Immortal, killing his disciple is also a happy thing. Qing Xian laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and another ball of bloody light flew out. You think this sovereign can't block the lightning strikes? Chapter 2733. Damn it, I've been tricked. Hearing Qing Xian's words, Xiaohua's heart sank. He felt that he had overreached himself. The blood light that Qing Xian spat out was different from before. Once it landed in the air, it immediately turned into blood shadows and rushed into the black flames that were scattered by the lightning. The black flames immediately stopped flowing and turned into all kinds of strange shapes. They looked like demonic beasts and demons. They covered the black flames. Kill. Xiaohua was curious. He waved his hands and dozens of lightning bolts fell and hit the black flames. The protrusions on the black flames were the first to hit the lightning bolts. Under the lightning, the protrusions were immediately flattened. Countless golden lightning bolts covered the protrusions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at the same time that the lightning bolts fell on the black flames, blood threads similar to the lightning bolts were released from the collapsed areas. Sizzle. Sizzle. Countless sizzling sounds rang out from all around the black flames. The power of the heavenly lightning was actually corroded by the blood threads, and it melted away in an instant. Hiss! Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the strange blood threads, he was stunned. He understood that if it was before the lightning tribulation, it would be reasonable for Qing Xian to break his lightning bolts. He didn't feel surprised. However, after going through the lightning tribulation, his gold core contained the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts. His lightning controlling technique had a qualitative leap. At this time, the lightning bolts were several times stronger than before. Even Xiaohua's body felt a little numb. This was the backlash of the lightning bolts that Qing Xian said. Even such a powerful method couldn't destroy the blood threads. No wonder Qing Xian, who couldn't gain the upper hand after several exchanges, wasn't nervous at all. He was still fighting with him methodically. This guy isn't afraid, but this young master is? Xiaohua looked at the Buddha's light that blocked the black flames a few feet away. No matter if it was the black flames or the blood threads, once they touched the Buddha's light, they were like snowflakes meeting fire. They instantly melted. Xiaohua sneered again. At worst, this young master will use the Buddhist sect's techniques to face the enemy. I'll use the innate true water to kill this guy. Humph. Furthermore, in the end, I had to sacrifice my cultivation base to kill you with my spiritual flame. Thinking to this point, Xiaohua's courage was boosted. He pulled with both hands, and another 100 bolts of heavenly lightning fell. Seeing Xiaohua easily draw the heavenly lightning to extinguish his black flames, Qing Xian's heart was in turmoil. He really didn't expect Xiaohua to have such a trick up his sleeve. Don't hesitate anymore. Qing Xian steeled his heart and began to recite the cryptic syllables. As he recited the syllables, Qing Xian's lower body gradually became blurry. Damn it, who said that the people of the demon realm only know how to use demonic tools? When Xiaohua heard this inexplicable syllable, he suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. He cursed in his heart and continuously used the lightning controlling technique. Heavenly lightning fell down, wanting to destroy the space surrounded by the black flames. Roar! From below Qing Xian's body, countless black flames mixed with blood-red light surged out and let out a strange roar. The black flames then formed all kinds of shapes, and the strange roar came from these shapes. These black flames spread towards Xiaohua like a tide, as if countless ants were rushing towards a lonely piece of bone. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the area, and he immediately understood that these numerous shapes all contained different types of demonic beast souls. These demonic beast souls formed something like a demonic array to attack him. If these black flames and demonic beast souls pounced on him, he would become a delicacy in the mouths of these demonic beast souls. It's time. Xiaohua calculated for a moment and waved his hand. After a thick bolt of heavenly lightning fell, the wishful staff appeared in his hand again. Quick! Xiaohua pointed his finger at the yin-yang sword gourd. 2 green and red sword lights flew out from the sword gourd and drew 2 arcs in the air, flying towards Qing Xian's head. Humph, boring. Qing Xian waved his hand very naturally, and another blood-red light emerged from the black flames, blocking in front of the green and red sword lights. He also held the wolf-tooth mace in his hand, and his devil sense fell on Xiaohua's wishful staff. The green and red sword lights were the same as before. When they flew to the top of Qing Xian's head, they were blocked by the blood-red light, and then they also retreated, but after retreating a few inches, they suddenly accelerated, and from the sides of the blood-red light, they fell straight on Qing Xian's neck. The green and red sword lights were so fast and so flexible, it was simply beyond Qing Xian's expectations. When Qing Xian realized it, the sword lights had already surrounded his huge neck and slashed. No, these are not the 2 flying swords just now. By the time Qing Xian could tell that one of the 2 sword lights was scarlet red and the other was azure, and not a mix of azure and red, he was scared out of his wits. He even cried out, this seems to be Spirit Slayer. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to say the 2 words, primordial light, before the green and red sword lights twisted around his neck, and a bloody mark appeared on his neck. With a loud pang, the huge head soared from his neck, and from where the head was cut off, black gas and blood-red light rushed out. Woo! Like the whistling of the wind, all the black flames, black gas, and blood-red light lost control, and like 10,000 streams returning to the origin, they poured into the soaring black gas and blood-red light. Qing Xian's giant body began to collapse, and streams of black gas rolled out from his body. Hoo! The deterrence that had been suppressing Xiaohua also receded like a tide, and Xiaohua couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He knew in his heart that under his calculations, this Qing Xian was finally killed. What a scary but not dangerous experience. Thinking about the somewhat difficult fight just now, Xiaohua was extremely emotional. He pointed his finger at the sword gourd, and the spirit execution primordial light fell into the sword gourd again. He glanced at Zhang Qingxiao, who had stopped to rest. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao's body was still surrounded by black gas, and the blood-red light didn't disappear because of Qing Xian's extermination. This is a bit troublesome, Xiaohua thought, and his figure was about to fly over. However, at this moment, an extremely cold and unfamiliar voice came from the collapsing black gas of Qing Xian. Eh? You little bug, you actually have the spirit execution primordial light. Moreover, you actually know how to control this ancient killing aura. Looking at the method, it must be that bastard Di Luo who told you, right? Who? Xiao Hua was shocked, and hurriedly stabilized his body. However, the black flames that had originally retreated suddenly changed color, and all of them turned scarlet, and once again surrounded the surroundings. D. Blood drop paradise? Looking at the space that looked like a huge drop of blood, and the scarlet walls, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, and with a look of disbelief, he looked at the black gas that was still rolling in the center of the space, and said, "You actually still have blood refinement after cultivating the devil flame? Little bug. You know the cultivation methods of the devil realm very well." The voice was very unfamiliar, and Xiaohua felt that it definitely wasn't Qing Xian, and definitely not Yin Meng. Since you can understand the sword cultivation methods, and also the Buddhist techniques, and even control the spirit execution primordial light, then, why can't I understand the devil flame and the blood drop paradise? You're not Yin Meng, and you're not Qing Xian, who are you? Xiaohua held the yin-yang sword gourd tightly in his hand, and only then did he feel a trace of safety in his heart, and couldn't help but ask. Didn't you already hear of my name before? Don't you also know about the blood drop paradise? The voice was neither fast nor slow, and said indifferently. Ji Peng? You're really Ji Peng? Xiaohua looked at the rolling black gas, but didn't see any demons appear, and couldn't help but be surprised. Weren't you at Million Meng Mountains? When did you come to the Dawn Rain continent? However, Ji Peng didn't answer him, and countless, woo-woo, sounds came from the black gas. The rhythm was very strange, and hearing it gave Xiaohua goosebumps all over his body. Xiaohua's mind raced. Although the voice didn't admit that it was the devil general Ji Peng, but other than Ji Peng, Xiaohua couldn't think of any other devil general. Moreover, Zhang Qingxiao had said clearly that she was most afraid of this Ji Peng, and even the method that Qing Xian used to deal with Zhang Qingxiao was taught by Ji Peng. Of course, Xiaohua now understood that Qing Xian wasn't the only one in Yin Meng's body. There was also Ji Peng. The one who had restrained Zhang Qingxiao might not have been Qing Xian. It was most likely Ji Peng. Moreover, what made Xiaohua most nervous was that when Zhang Qingxiao ordered Xiaohua to use the spirit-slaying origin light to kill Ji Peng, it was based on the assumption that Ji Peng possessed the body of a cultivator from the Dawn Rain continent. For example, although Qing Xian was a devil general of the devil realm, and just cutting off his head wouldn't necessarily kill Qing Xian, he was currently possessing Yin Meng. Although Qing Xian had already revealed his devil body, cutting off his head could still kill Yin Meng, and similarly, Qing Xian. But now? Xiaohua's spirit-slaying origin light had already succeeded and killed Yin Meng and Qing Xian, but Ji Peng, who Zhang Qingxiao was most afraid of, had appeared again. What method could Xiaohua use to deal with Ji Peng? Was it still the spirit-slaying origin light that Zhang Qingxiao was most confident in? Furthermore, based on the current situation, it was needless to say that Ji Peng's spirit clone, like Qing Xian, had always been with Yin Meng in the heavenly demonic sect. He must have seen everything that Zhang Qingxiao had done. Qing Xian's anger towards Zhang Qingxiao was also because of Ji Peng. Qing Xian wanted to replace Zhang Qingxiao, so he might not necessarily want Zhang Qingxiao's life. However, Ji Peng would definitely want Zhang Qingxiao's life for betraying him. In that case, Xiaohua had to fight Ji Peng to the death. Swift. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua didn't dare hesitate any longer. He pointed with his finger, and then two green and red sword lights appeared within the yin-yang sword gourd, and they drew two arcs in midair before falling into the black qi once more. Chapter 2734. With a clear swoosh, a ball of blood suddenly sprayed out from where the sword light landed. This blood light was the size of a basin, and it just happened to block the sword light. The green and red sword light slightly paused in midair, and then separated, falling towards the edge of the blood light. However, the blood light was as intelligent as the sword light. At the same time, it also split into two, and once again blocked the sword light from falling. Now, after several attempts, the spirit execution vital light was unable to pierce through the black gas. Kill. Xiao Hua's face was stunned, and he urged the vital light again. With a swoosh, the brilliance of the two sword lights increased, and they directly pierced into the blood light. Hiss, 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 like cold water falling into a pot of oil, the entire blood light exploded. However, just as the sword light broke through the blood light and landed again, two balls of blood spurted out from the black gas. The sword light landed squarely on the balls of blood. With a clang sound, the sword light immediately became much dimmer. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed, and he hurriedly urged the yin-yang sword gourd. Unexpectedly, the blood seemed to have an extremely strong suction force, and the two flying swords were actually unable to break free. Damn it! Xiao Hua's gold core surged, and his magic power rushed out. The yin-yang sword gourd flashed with golden light, and with a swoosh, the mouth of the sword gourd also suddenly released a huge force. With two swoosh sounds, the green and red sword light finally broke free from the blood and flew back. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and it was precisely the flying sword that fell into the sword gourd. The originally sparkling and translucent flying sword now had some specks of blood on it, and it was obviously stained by the blood. He couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache, and he knew that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the blood. Little bug, you really have a lot of tricks. That cold voice once again came out from the rolling black gas. However, just relying on this incomplete spirit execution vital light, you still aren't this lord's opponent. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. He slapped his hand and took out the ocean overturning seal. Under the urging of his magic power, the coiling dragon held the seal in its mouth and smashed it towards the black gas. Its might was clearly several times stronger than before it condensed its core. Ha 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 ha, how can these worthless transcendent treasures hurt me? Ji Peng laughed loudly. This time, there was no need for any blood-red light. A ball of black flames flew out, and like a blooming lotus, it stopped the ocean-overturning seal. The ocean-overturning seal tumbled a few times, but it was unable to land. Little bug, your magic weapon is getting worse. Ji Peng chuckled. The black gas vibrated violently and shrank rapidly. Countless blood vessels surged out of the black gas and wrapped around it. A demon body that was close to 15 meters in size appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, flashing with a blood-red brilliance. Hiss. It's really you. Looking at the demon body that was 3 meters taller than Qing Xian, then looking at the extremely ugly face of the demon body, Xiao Hua's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression as he spoke coldly. That's right, the current Ji Peng was the one that Xiao Hua had seen in the demon's den on Thousand Zhang Peak when he was still a rogue cultivator several decades ago. It was that huge statue, that tall, blood-red, and ugly demon. Even Ji Peng's tall and protruding forehead, as well as his upturned nose and fangs in his mouth. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that there was actually a thin membrane between the man's two arms that was connected to his back. It's really you? You have actually seen this lord before? Ji Peng was different from Qing Xian. His eyes flashed with blood-red light, and a kind of astonishment could be discerned from within. There's a statue of you under Shi's Thousand Zhang Peak. Xiao Hua mocked. Do you need this young master to bring you to see it? Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Ji Peng threw his head back and laughed loudly. His voice reverberated throughout the entire space, and the entire blood-red space shook with his laughter. Xiao Hua sized up Ji Peng's entire body. It was completely blood-red, and there was no demon armor to be seen. Furthermore, Qing Xian's originally bulging muscles were now completely replaced by strange patterns. These patterns that seemed to belong to the demon world did not reveal any brilliance, and were extremely rough. As Ji Peng's forelimbs swayed, the patterns trembled slightly, as if they were emitting some kind of fluctuation. Ji Peng laughed loudly and stretched out his hand. As if reaching out to pluck the moon, the seal of tumbling sea that Xiao Hua did not have time to withdraw in time was thrown into his hand. What kind of technique is this? Xiao Hua was stunned. He sensed that his connection with the seal of tumbling sea had disappeared as soon as Ji Peng raised his hand. How can someone from the demon world know magic? Xiao Hua hurriedly urged the magic, wanting to contact the seal of tumbling sea. Unfortunately, all his probing was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no news at all. Ha ha ha. Little worm. Although this sovereign does not have the strength to reach its peak, in this sovereign's blood drop paradise, you can only be this sovereign's food. You still want to put up a meaningless struggle? Ji Peng laughed loudly, and the entire blood drop paradise shook with his laughter. It was as if the entire space was laughing. Seeing that the seal of tumbling sea had fallen into Ji Peng's hands, Xiao Hua could do nothing but panic. He had already released his divine consciousness, wanting to find a crack in this paradise. Ji Peng seemed to be able to sense Xiao Hua's divine consciousness. He laughed and said, "You can't even break through Qing Xian's black flames. What kind of talisman are you relying on? You can forget about this sovereign's paradise. Looking at your physical body, you can actually control lightning. You must be extremely powerful. Compared to this Yin Meng or Du Peng, you must be stronger. Wait until this sovereign enjoys your physical body, then I'll go look for lightning. Hee, who knows, this sovereign's lightning cultivation might even surpass that guy's." Possession. Xiao Hua understood. Yin Meng's corporeal body had already been killed by him, and Qing Xian had probably died along with Yin Meng. As for this Ji Peng, he had used some kind of mystical ability from the demon realm to survive. What he needed to do now was to find a suitable corporeal body to possess and survive. And Xiao Hua was his best target. Thinking about possession, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He naturally thought of his sealed Naiwan palace and the little white dragon in his soul. Although the little white dragon had gone through a lightning tribulation and was now weak, it could not be disturbed. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, it had no choice but to put in some effort. Others might be afraid of this demon general's possession, but did Xiao Hua need to be afraid? Of course, Xiao Hua's face still showed fear. He was clearly very afraid. Ji Peng waved his hand, and the blood-red hand grabbed the seal of tumbling sea. This magic treasure that even third-grade illusory sword cultivators feared was now in Ji Peng's hands, like a child's toy. The quality of this magic treasure is really not bad. If it is cultivated properly, it can really step into the ranks of spiritual weapons. Previously, this sovereign really made a mistake. Ji Peng said, indeed, 3 times in one breath. It was obvious that he admired the seal of tumbling sea. Then, Ji Peng glanced at Xiao Hua, and the smile on his ugly face became even wider. He said, "What other good things do you have? Why don't you let this sovereign take a look? Perhaps this sovereign will be happy and leave you a remnant soul. I'll let you enter the cycle of reincarnation." Humph, Xiao Hua sneered, and the fear on his face lessened. He waved his hand and tried the lightning controlling technique. As expected, this blood drop paradise was even more sealed than Qing Xian's black flames. None of the lightning flashed. Don't be delusional. The fluctuation of the spell immediately attracted Ji Peng's attention. He sneered and said, although Lei Ting's lightning controlling technique is powerful, he was still injured by this sovereign in this sovereign's blood drop paradise. If even he can't do it, how can you, a disciple, succeed? As he spoke, Ji Peng looked at the other side of the blood drop paradise. The Buddha's Saraira was also dimming in the blood drop paradise. However, the Buddhist mantras were still coming out of the Buddha's mouth and landing on the black gas. Xiao Hua was afraid that if the mantras were to stop, something would happen to Zhang Qingxiao. Evil creature. Ji Peng looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a cold gaze. He scolded and grabbed with his hand. Several rays of blood-red light landed on Zhang Qingxiao's body. In an instant, he caught the black gas and brought it in front of him. As for Xiao Hua's Buddha's Saraira, Ji Peng didn't even care about it. It was as if it was harmless to him. Xiao Hua was helpless. He urged the Saraira to return to the top of his head and put away the Buddha's seal. He opened his compassionate eyes and looked at Ji Peng. Although Buddhism is the nemesis of demonic cultivators, it seems to be effective against the demonic cultivators of the demonic world as well. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. In his eyes, I'm just a side dish. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Now, I'm afraid I have to lure Ji Peng into my Naiwan palace and think of another way. Xiao Hua knew that he was a golden core cultivator. His soul had already solidified. Ji Peng definitely wouldn't dare to rush into his soul to possess him. He was confident that he would first occupy Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and gradually nibble away at it. Only then would he have a chance to succeed. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, Ji Peng grabbed with his hand again. The black gas and wisps of blood wrapped around Zhang Qingxiao fell into his blood-red hand. Zhang Qingxiao's figure appeared in midair. At that moment, Zhang Qingxiao looked very lonely. Her previous arrogant aura was long gone. Her hands drooped slightly, and her face was extremely pale. As for her eyes, they were looking at the blood below her. She didn't dare to look at Ji Peng at all. Evil creature. Ji Peng didn't let Zhang Qingxiao off. He scolded, I thought that you were developing well in the cultivation 3 kingdoms. That's why I sent a wisp of my spirit to follow Qing Xian to see you. I wanted to give you some benefits. However, I didn't expect that you would actually forget everything this sovereign told you and even want to kill this sovereign. You're really bold. Zhang Qingxiao lowered her head and didn't answer. Don't think that I'll forgive you just because I'm satisfied with what you've done. Ji Peng continued to berate her. Since I can turn you from a demonic beast into a human, I can naturally turn you from a human into a demonic beast. Even a secular animal. As he spoke, Ji Peng grabbed with his hand. Streaks of blood flashed from his hand and shot towards Zhang Qingxiao's body. Roar. A strange roar came from Zhang Qingxiao's mouth. She raised her head. Her fearful eyes flashed with shock and anger. Then, she looked at Xiao Hua. Her eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 2735. Second Senior Brother. Xiao Hua saw something in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes and hurriedly called out. You want to die? Do you think you can die? Ji Peng sneered. He flicked his middle finger, and a streak of blood fell on Zhang Qingxiao's face. Zhang Qingxiao's body was slightly sluggish, and he could no longer move. Then, Ji Peng stretched out his hand, and his originally long arm reached between Zhang Qingxiao's eyebrows. Go, Xiao Hua could no longer allow Ji Peng to wreak havoc. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, a ray of blue light flashed and shot towards Ji Peng. Crack. With a crisp sound, the blue light quickly hit Ji Peng's arm. That blood-red arm suddenly congealed, and cracks quickly appeared on it. Oh. This is the Kunlun mirror? Isn't it? Ji Peng exclaimed. He did not dare to be careless, and the blood on his arm quickly surged, wanting to protect the congealed part. But just as he moved, a crack sounded. That blood-red arm actually broke, and the congealed part in the middle fell into the air. Hiss. It really is the Kunlun mirror. Ji Peng sucked in a breath of cold air, but there was no fear in his tone. Instead, it was a kind of surprise. Xiao Hua's divine telekinesis swept over, and the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. The congealed blood fell into the blood drop cave and quickly melted, becoming one with the cave. Looking at Ji Peng's broken arm, with the surging blood, it quickly reconnected, and a whole arm touched between Zhang Qingxiao's eyebrows. Roar. Zhang Qingxiao's originally immobile body suddenly moved again. He raised his head and roared, lying on the ground. The black gas and blood light around his body continued to surge, and the human figure continued to expand. Many protrusions had already pierced through his clothes. Soon, a body that looked like a cow and a horse appeared in midair. This body was huge, probably more than 10 feet long. Hiss. This is the statue of that magical beast at the bottom of the 1,000 Zhang Peak. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. The one who possessed Zhang Qingxiao's body was not a devil, but a magical beast. Although Zhang Qingxiao had devoured the primordial spirit of the magical beast, he still had the memories of the magical beast. Furthermore, the primordial spirit of the magical beast was extremely powerful. Although Zhang Qingxiao had devoured the magical beast had already imperceptibly influenced Zhang Qingxiao over the years. Under these circumstances, it was no wonder that Zhang Qingxiao was extremely fearful of Ji Peng, afraid to see him. He didn't even dare to mention Ji Peng. This was because Qing Fengmin was Ji Peng's mount. Oh. No wonder. Just when Xiao Hua realized what had happened, Ji Peng's face also showed a look of understanding. He laughed and said, "So you actually devoured Di Luo's primordial spirit. It wasn't Di Luo who possessed you. You even used a secret technique to erase the devil's soul imprint. If that's the case, I can understand what happened to Di Luo." While speaking, Ji Peng pointed his finger at Di Luo's head, which was still blurry. As if a curtain had been lifted, Zhang Qingxiao's face was revealed on Di Luo's head. Although Zhang Qingxiao's face was full of fear, his eyes were filled with shame. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingxiao, oh Zhang Qingxiao, being this sovereign's mount is a great opportunity for you. Do you think a little human cultivator like you can enter this sovereign's eyes? If you didn't have Di Luo's primordial spirit, I would have treated you as an ant and wouldn't even look at you," Ji Peng said with a smile. However, in the eyes of the helpless Xiao Hua, who was holding the Kunlun mirror in his hand, he didn't know whether to attack or not. His smile was very strange. "Even in the devil world, there are many mounts for me to choose from. Di Luo is the only one, because I chose you. It's fate that Di Luo chose you." When Ji Peng talked about Di Luo's background, he was a little vague, as if he didn't want Zhang Qingxiao to know. "Well, since even the devil's soul imprint has been erased, you can't go back to the devil realm. I can only think of a way for you here in the Xiaoyu continent." Ji Peng seemed to be very concerned about Di Luo. He pointed his finger at Di Luo and scolded, Di Luo, what are you waiting for?" Immediately, Di Luo's body started to shake violently. The blood-red light rushed from his feet to his head. Roar. Zhang Qingxiao's head roared, as if it was resisting the flood of Di Luo's memories. However, looking at Ji Peng's smiling eyes, Xiao Hua knew that Zhang Qingxiao definitely couldn't resist this devil general's methods. When the blood-red light filled Di Luo's body, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes became dull. That would be the moment when Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit disappeared. Go to hell. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Even if he wanted to lure Ji Peng into his trap, he couldn't do it now. He couldn't wait for Zhang Qingxiao to disappear from the world and then drag out an ignoble existence. Xiao Hua knew that the Kunlun mirror couldn't work, and the flying swords and other things in his space wouldn't be effective either. So, he simply put away his magic weapons and sword gourd, and flew towards Ji Peng with the wishful staff in his hand. Ji Peng laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Hua flying towards him. He raised his hand and the blood-red light rushed towards Xiao Hua and said, Di Luo gave me the Heavenly Devil sect, are you going to give me the Thunder-controlling sect as well? With me possessing your body, it would be easy for you to become the head of the Thunder-controlling sect. Your staff isn't a devil weapon? Ji Peng's blood-red light was like a blood spirit bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rushing towards Xiao Hua without fear. However, the blood-red light was destroyed by Xiao Hua's wishful staff in an instant. It didn't show any power at all. Once again, Ji Peng had not expected this. Oh, this thing seems to be like the soul-slaying primordial light. It's the embryonic form of an ancient monster. Ji Peng suddenly woke up and couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. You really are giving me a body to possess. I didn't expect you to have so many good things. This old man can't wait to see how many secrets you have. However, when Ji Peng spoke to this point, he looked at the Buddha relic above Xiaohua's head. Extreme disgust appeared in his blood-red eyes as he said indifferently, however, this venerated one really hates the Buddhist sex relics. Before I possess him, it is best that I destroy this thing. As he spoke, Ji Peng opened his mouth and spat out a mass of blood-red light. The blood-red light was like a spell. It suddenly expanded in mid-air, like a layer of red gauze, and immediately covered the Buddha Sarira. The dim Buddha light couldn't penetrate the blood-red light. Inside the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua's primordial spirit felt a sense of suffocation. Goo goo. Ji Peng's mouth suddenly chanted an inexplicable rhythm, like a curse. The blood-red light covering the Buddha Sarira flourished, and many drops of blood rushed out from the nearby blood-dripping grotto heaven and landed on the blood-red light. The entire blood-red light was like a blood stain, rapidly corroding the Buddha light. It looked like it was going to swallow the Buddha Sarira into the blood stain. Xiaohua panicked. Facing this strange Ji Peng from the devil realm, his strength comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator was simply unable to be used. All of his methods were simply ineffective. It really felt like, when it's time to use it, it's time to regret not having enough knowledge. Fight. Xiaohua could only wave the wishful staff and do his best to get close to Ji Peng. Tsk tisk. Ji Peng opened his mouth as if he had seen a delicious meal. He praised, the Buddha Sarira has been cultivated by you to this extent. In this Lord's eyes, it's like a fat sheep. Seeing that you're so attentive, this Lord won't completely swallow your primordial spirit. As he spoke, Ji Peng let out 2 startled cries. Then he said, your Buddha Sarira. How did you cultivate it? Why does it resemble a Buddha? If it were to be swallowed out of thin air, would it really be a waste? Later on, if I could attain the position of Buddha, wouldn't this Lord be half a step into the Devil Commander, or even the Devil Lord? As for the second shock, Ji Peng did not cry out. Instead, he looked at his arm. Because Xiaohua had flown over, the previous blood-red light had been shattered by Xiaohua. Ji Peng stretched out his arm and blocked the wishful staff with his fist. Xiaohua's wishful staff was amazing. Seeing that Ji Peng's fist was instantly shattered by the wishful staff, the blood-red light on Ji Peng's arm immediately poured in and formed a perfect fist again. However, this fist simply existed for a moment under the wishful staff before it was destroyed again. Of course, the arm connected to the fist surged again and the blood-red light formed a fist again. This fist was naturally shattered under Xiaohua's wishful staff. However, in a few moments, it had repeated several times. Ji Peng could not help but be shocked. His gaze fell from the Buddha Sarira and stared at the wishful staff for a long time. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in front of his eyes. He said with joy, This is the wishful staff of the 5 elements? Yes, this is it. This is not in the 5 elements. However, just as Ji Peng's joy was born, and before he could reach out his blood-red hand to take the wishful staff, he heard a sorrowful cry from Di Luo's body. It was the voice of Zhang Qingxiao. Roar. My will is against heaven, I do not want to leave the human world. My will is to return to heaven, I do not want to leave my heart. My will is to enter the devil, blood stains the sky. As Zhang Qingxiao's voice came out, Di Luo's huge body flashed rapidly and suddenly shrank as if he was about to turn back into a human form. The blood-red light outside his body was also forced back a few feet. Huh! Ji Peng's attention was once again attracted by Zhang Qingxiao. He really did not expect that Di Luo, who had always been under his crotch, would suddenly change today. Although your will is against heaven, you do not have the power to go against heaven. You are still a little beast under my feet. Ji Peng laughed sinisterly. He opened his mouth again and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly moved. As fast as lightning and as light as the wind, he instantly appeared under Ji Peng's abdomen. Ha ha ha, a familiar voice came from Ji Peng's abdomen. Suddenly, a gap opened up in the blood-red abdomen. Qing Xian's head and arm poked out from the gap, holding the mace in his hand. Chapter 2736. Wu. The mace smashed towards Xiaohua as he shouted, "This sovereign knew you were the most cunning. I've been waiting here for a long time." Seeing that the mace was about to trap him, although Xiaohua was shocked, he did not seem to be in a hurry. He extended his wishful staff and cleverly placed it on top of the mace. His entire body once again flew towards Ji Peng's chest. Oh? Qing Xian had clearly never seen such a marvelous staff technique and was unconsciously stunned. Now's the time. Seeing that Ji Peng was close, Xiaohua gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and spat out the spiritual fire that he had been brewing. As the spiritual fire rushed into the air, Xiaohua waved his hand and simultaneously used the divine fire art. The scarlet spiritual fire was instantly scattered by Xiaohua into a net. There was simply no time for Ji Peng or Qing Xian to react. The nearly 5 zhang tall demonic body was completely wrapped up. Xiaohua used up 50% of his magic power to use the spiritual fire to trap Ji Peng's enormous demonic body. Scarlet. True fire. Ji Peng's ugly face revealed extreme shock. Qing Xian, who was on his stomach, was also stunned. However, Xiaohua simply did not answer them. He accurately used the divine fire art one after another, causing the fire net to rapidly shrink. Squeak squeak. Countless soft sounds came from within the fire net. Regardless of whether it was the black flames or the blood-red light, once they touched the scarlet spiritual fire, they all dissipated into thin air. At this time, Ji Peng did not dare to speak anymore. He hastily shrank his demonic body. However, he could only shrink to about 3 zhang before he could no longer shrink any further. At this time, the 3 zhang tall black gas mixed with the blood-red light was completely covered by the fire net. Squeak squeak. Countless light black smoke rose from where the fire, black gas, and blood-red light came in contact with each other. Ji Peng also let out a rare blood-curdling scream. Whoa! Like a hurricane, the black gas suddenly swelled and a ball of black flames rushed out from the black gas, instantly pushing the fire net several feet high. At the same time, dark brown blood spurted out from the black flames and landed on the fire net. The fire net of the spiritual fire immediately became much dimmer. Ha ha ha. Following a wild laugh, a blood-red shadow rushed out from the black flames and instantly rushed through the fire net. Although the blood-red shadow's blood-red light was suddenly ignited by the fire net, the blood-red shadow immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and extinguished the fire. However, the blood-red shadow was already extremely thin. Xiaohua immediately understood Ji Peng's plan when he saw the blood shadow rushing towards Zhang Qingxiao, who was gradually taking on a human form. Go! The primordial spirit within the Buddha's Sarira waved his hand, and the clear water bottle appeared in his hand. Pour, following the Buddha's mudra, the innate primordial water rushed towards the bloodstains surrounding the Buddha's Sarira like a heavenly river. In an instant, a crack appeared in the bloodstains, and the innate primordial water rushed towards Zhang Qingxiao's surroundings, completely surrounding him. Xian. Xianming primordial water? The blood-red shadow was stunned in midair. It was Qing Xian's incredulous voice. How could such a treasure be in your hands? Oh no, this is not good. When Xiaohua heard Qing Xian's voice, he immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. He hurriedly looked towards the fire net. However, at this moment, his vision turned black and an arrogant voice sounded in his mind. Huh, little bug, how can you be my opponent? Oh no, why is your Naiwan palace sealed? Okay, how could Xiaohua answer him? Without waiting for Ji Peng to do anything else, the primordial spirit in Xiao Hua's soul immediately activated its soul strands. Thousands of soul strands suddenly rushed out of the Dharma Eye's soul mark and completely enveloped Ji Peng's blood-red shadow like tentacles. Damn it. You, what the hell are you? You, are you still a cultivator? You, how do you know soul spells? Ji Peng was flustered and exasperated. It was only now that he realized that after scheming for so long, he had fallen into Xiao Hua's trap. He might as well have used his methods to kill Xiao Hua from the start. Humph, you want to use this half-baked soul spell to keep me here? Ji Peng's blood-red shadow was still struggling with all its might. Xiao Hua's soul strands were no match for this blood-red shadow. Similarly, Qing Xian's blood-red shadow also came to help like a stream of light. Goldie, Xiao Hua sneered. His consciousness entered the space and shouted, "There's a delicious meal outside." Woo! As soon as Goldie's figure came out of the space, a kind of fear that came from the bottom of its heart emerged from Ji Peng's mouth. Demon god above, which demon god did I provoke? This seems to be Di Ting, right? When Goldie saw the two blood-red shadows, its eyes brightened. It swung its large tail and charged over. Wang, Ji Peng and Qing Xian's blood-red shadows rapidly emitted blood-red light. The entire blood-drop grotto heaven began to tremble violently. Countless huge blood-red palms emerged from the grotto heaven and grabbed at Goldie. Woo! Goldie wailed, as if it was afraid. At this point, you still want to fight like a cornered beast? Watch how I destroy you. Xiao Hua sneered. The Buddha's Sarira activated the innate primordial water and quickly formed a huge space around him, enveloping everything inside. You have the blood drop grotto heaven, but I have the primordial water space. Xiao Hua sneered and said to Goldie, "Go, eat them." Goldie once again swung its tail and flew towards the blood-red shadows. With a humph sound, a silver-white brilliance was already coming out of its nostrils. This time, Ji Peng and Qing Xian were really scared out of their wits. Although the blood-red light outside the primordial water rushed in without regard for their lives, and some places had already been infiltrated by blood threads, Goldie's brilliance had already enveloped the two blood-red shadows. A kind of innate fear and an irresistible force had already sealed all the divine abilities of the two demon generals. Wait a moment. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the side. Xiao Hua raised his head. It was Zhang Qingxiao, whose entire body was flashing with blood-red light. Although Zhang Qingxiao had not completely transformed into a human, her entire upper body had already been restored. Xiao Hua frowned. He still couldn't figure out whether this was Zhang Qingxiao or Di Luo. He coldly asked, "What do you want?" "Nothing else. I want to devour this Ji Peng." Zhang Qingxiao also said coldly, "This is only one of Ji Peng's avatars. It only has 30% of Ji Peng's power. If you kill him today, Ji Peng will definitely know, and he will definitely rush to the three kingdoms of cultivation. At that time, you will definitely not be his opponent. If I devour this avatars, not only will I be able to get rid of Ji Peng's imprisonment, but I will also be able to evolve and become a true demon." Elector Ji Peng chose Di Luo as his mount because he liked Di Luo's ability to evolve infinitely. Xiao Hua looked at Zhang Qingxiao, wondering if he should believe her. However, the blood-red threads outside the primordial water were already baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He really didn't have the time nor the means to judge. "Goldie, wait a moment," Xiao Hua ordered. When Goldie stopped, Xiao Hua coldly said, "If you are Zhang Qingxiao, I will naturally let you devour me. But if you are Di Luo, how can I let you have your way? Believe it or not, it's up to you," Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully as usual. "Go." Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. Zhang Qingxiao's forelegs moved slightly and landed beside Goldie. She also looked at Goldie with some fear. She opened her mouth and a blood-red light fell on Ji Peng's blood shadow. "Ha ha ha, Di Luo." Ji Peng suddenly laughed out loud. Unfortunately, before his laughter could be heard, Xiaohua sneered, "If it was before, I wouldn't have trusted my second senior brother. But now, with your sowing dissension, I can trust him. A demon is a demon." Ah. Ji Peng didn't expect that he would be so clever and make a fool of himself. He was extremely frightened and shouted, "Di Luo, how dare you devour me? When I come back, I will definitely..." Before Ji Peng could finish his threat, the blood-red light covered him. With a roar, Zhang Qingxiao swallowed him into her mouth. Then, the blood-red light around Zhang Qingxiao's body became brighter and brighter, completely covering Ji Peng. The blood-red threads that were forcibly seeping into the primordial water also stopped abruptly. "You can taste it now," Xiaohua indifferently ordered Goldie. Roar. Goldie was overjoyed. It sniffed and swallowed Qing Xian into its stomach. "Che." Goldie burped and stretched. "Thank you, Mother." "Goldie, you still need to cultivate more." Thinking of Goldie's fear just now, Xiaohua frowned and said, "In the future, Mother's enemies will become more and more powerful. Only by cultivating can you protect Mother." Goldie's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "protect Mother." He hurriedly said, "Boy understands. Boy will go back and cultivate properly." That's Mother's good child." Xiaohua actually didn't know how Goldie cultivated, so she just praised it and sent it back to the space. After sending Goldie back, Xiaohua looked around. The primordial water formed countless whirlpools that blocked the surroundings, so she didn't know what was going on outside. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua activated the Buddha Sarira and opened a small gap in the primordial water. Her divine sense carefully passed through, and she saw that outside the primordial water was the original blood drop paradise. At this moment, the four walls of the blood-dripping paradise had already calmed down. The blood stains that had stretched out like ferocious ghosts were frozen in midair. Although they were no longer wreaking havoc, they did not shrink back either. There were so many blood stains that they filled the entire space. It was a very strange sight. The blood drop paradise was still sealed, and there was no sunlight or snow falling. Only that kind of blood-red brilliance illuminated the space. "It's finally over." Xiaohua looked at the quiet space and couldn't help but sigh in relief. She activated the Buddha Sarira and stored the primordial water. Then, Xiaohua waited for a while and stored the Buddha Sarira whose Buddha light had already dimmed into her body. Looking at the entire space again, the only thing that was still moving was the blood cocoon around Zhang Qingxiao's body. This blood cocoon was moving up and down rapidly as if it was breathing. The blood-red brilliance swayed from time to time, like a flickering candle. The brilliance lingered around and merged with the blood light on the walls. Chapter 2737. The black gas and black flames trapped by Xiaohua's spirit light had already been burned to a size of 1 zhang. However, the spirit light was still as inconspicuous as before. It didn't seem to have any heat and didn't seem to exist at all. Xiaohua's finger moved slightly. He wanted to activate the divine flame art once more to extinguish the last of the black qi and black flames. However, his eyebrows twitched. He looked at the blood cocoon that was still surging, and seemed to have thought of something. He pointed with his finger, and the spiritual fire stopped. It only tightly trapped the black qi and black flames, and no longer burned them. After checking again, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a pensive expression. He frowned and sat cross-legged in a corner of the blood-drop grotto heaven, waiting for Zhang Qingxiao to come out of the cocoon. This wait lasted for more than 3 days. Seeing that the blood cocoon around Zhang Qingxiao's body was indeed shrinking, Xiaohua knew that it should be going smoothly. Sure enough, in the end, a naked human figure appeared from the blood cocoon. The human figure was covered in a blood-red color and there were some faint strange patterns flashing within the blood-red color. However, these patterns were like a flash in the pan as they floated out from the blood-red color. There was a burst of cryptic fluctuations and then it disappeared. Even Xiaohua's Buddhist sense couldn't see it clearly. Roar! The blood-red human figure slowly stood up in the air. The face, which was also blood-red, was even more strange. It was flat and there were no protrusions or facial features. Xiao Hua's face was calm. His body floated up as the human figure stood up. He put his hands behind his back and looked indifferently. In what seemed like an instant, the human figure's flat face suddenly exploded and Zhang Qingxiao's boundlessly handsome face suddenly appeared. Immediately, the blood-red color on the human figure's body disappeared like a receding tide. The person waved his hand and a gorgeous set of clothes appeared in his hand. He slowly put it on in front of Xiao Hua. After putting on the clothes, the person slowly turned around. His face was still Zhang Qingxiao's face from 3 days ago. His gaze was still calm and there was occasionally a flash of red light in his eyes. However, facing Xiao Hua's gaze, there was a kind of gaze that Xiao Hua had never seen in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes before: shame. A Zhang Qingxiao with shame. Was she still Zhang Qingxiao? Although this shame only lasted for a moment, Xiao Hua could see that after the shame, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were calm. No matter how Xiao Hua looked at it, it wasn't calm. You are Zhang Qingxiao? Xiao Hua looked at her for a moment and asked in a deep voice. I'm not. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly. Xiao Hua's heart sank. I'm just a lowly magical beast in the devil realm. A body possessed by a magical beast. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. In an instant, Xiao Hua understood. The always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao, the always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao, the always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao, the always arrogant Zhang Qingxiao. The shame in her eyes just now was not because she was naked in front of him, but because she revealed the details of a magical beast's possession in front of him. In fact, it was also the shame of Zhang Qingxiao revealing her true form as a magical beast in front of him. With the arrogance of a person, who else could it be but Zhang Qingxiao? At least it wasn't that Di Luo. Xiao Hua smiled, bowed and said, Congratulations, second senior brother. Zhang Qingxiao stared blankly and said indifferently, I'm just a lowly magical beast in the devil realm. There are billions of magical beasts like this. In this life, I'm afraid I can't escape this identity. You, a gold core cultivator. No longer need to call me brother. Congratulations second senior brother for your great improvement in cultivation. Xiao Hua was still smiling. Also congratulations second senior brother for revealing your naked body in front of Zhang Yutong and revealing it in front of this little brother. Your grandmother. Zhang Qingxiao's snow-white face flushed red. She angrily scolded, You took advantage of me and now you're still pretending to be obedient. When you're naked, send me a message talisman and I'll call my heavenly demon sex female disciples to come and watch. I'm afraid second senior brother won't be able to wait for this opportunity. Xiao Hua looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His figure slowly flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao was a bit hesitant and even more puzzled. Xiao Hua flew in front of Zhang Qingxiao and stretched out his hand. Second senior brother, I remember when I first arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge, I was often confused. At that time, I didn't have cultivation. It seems that there was one time when I fell into the cold pond. It was second senior brother who happened to pass by the cold pond and saved me. That day, I was clamped under your arm. Now, it's been dozens of years and you and I still haven't hugged. Come, give me a hug. Let me feel the warmth of that day again. Why don't I remember such a thing? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua's arms and was slightly surprised. Then, she became alert again. Yes, between cultivators, except for husband and wife, even the intimate contact between martial brothers was very rare. No matter if they were familiar or unfamiliar, cultivators would try their best to maintain a certain safe distance between each other. They would never let others get close. Especially now, when Zhang Qingxiao's identity was uncertain, who would stretch out their arms to hug Xiao Hua like this? However, looking at Xiao Hua's eyes, Zhang Qingxiao's heart was slightly warm. The corner of her mouth hung a smile. She opened her arms and hugged Xiaohua without fear. Although, it was just a simple hug, just a simple crossing of arms, just a few light pats from Xiaohua on Zhang Qingxiao's back, just a few moments, the familial affection in this hug was more mellow and solid than any friendship between cultivators, any sworn brothers, any sworn brothers, any sworn brothers. All of this was more mellow and solid. Zhang Qingxiao gently smiled, pushed Xiaohua away, and said, "Your grandmother, don't tell me that after seeing my naked body, you want to repay me with your body? I already have Zhang Yutong in my heart, I won't be interested in a man like you. I advise you. You better give up early. Ha ha ha, you only have one Zhang Yutong. This young master has Fairy Hongxia and Xue Xue, 2 people, so I won't give my heart to you. Don't think too much." Xiaohua also pulled away and said with a smile, "Sigh, little junior brother." Hearing Xiaohua's laughter, Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, "Don't blame me for my coldness just now. I really don't want people to know that I am the lowest demon beast in the demon realm. Hee, heroes don't ask where they come from, miracles are done by people." Xiaohua said with a smile, "No matter if it is a demon beast, a demon, or even a cultivator, or a demon beast, they all have the right to cultivate. Since the heavens let you take this step. Naturally there is a reason for the heavens, why do you have to blame the heavens and accuse others? Although it is so, a beast is a beast, a human is a human. I still don't want people to know." Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently. "And, don't worry. Second senior brother. Little brother can make a heart oath." Xiaohua said with a smile. "No need." Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly raised her hand, "If you. I still can't believe it, then there is no one in this world that I can trust. I, Xiaohua. If I reveal second senior brother's secret, under the heavens, I will no longer be able to reach the Tao." Xiaohua didn't stop because of Zhang Qingxiao's dissuasion, and still made a hard oath. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with gratitude, but her mouth was still unforgiving. "Damn it, this Xiaohua is the name that master gave you, who knows what your original name is? This hard oath is a bit neither fish nor fowl. Second senior brother, then what do you think should be done?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. "Just be the first vice sect leader of my heavenly demon sect." Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "I can only be at ease if you are always by my side. Don't. You'd better find someone else." Xiaohua waved his hand, then rolled his eyes and said, "Oh right, actually this Di Luo doesn't seem to be simple. Didn't second senior brother say it just now? The reason why Ji Peng chose Di Luo is because he took a fancy to some characteristic of unlimited evolution?" "Yes, it is indeed so." Zhang Qingxiao explained without hiding anything from Xiaohua. Di Luo is the lowest demon beast in the demon world, Di Luo are everywhere, compared to ordinary animals like pigs and cows in the mortal world. Di Luo doesn't have any attack power, they can only be food for other demon beasts. No demon cultivator or demon general has ever used a Di Luo as a mount. However, according to the secret of the demon world, Di Luo has a rare special ability, that is, it can devour other demons. It has the ability to devour demons. How? How can this be? Xiaohua was dumbfounded, just by eating. Can it be so powerful? How can it be so simple? Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "This is just to say that Di Luo has this ability, just like how the disciples of a cultivation family may have the bloodline of the real world, how many people can awaken it? And Di Luo is even rarer, I'm afraid that 1 in a billion or 10 billion people have this ability, that's already not bad." Then Xiaohua wanted to ask, but stopped after saying one word. Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare to ask Xiaohua. She continued, "Also, although Di Luo can devour demons, it can only do so under its own power. If an ordinary Di Luo devours a demon cultivator at once, then it will definitely explode and die. There won't be a second result. Therefore, even if there is such a Di Luo, whether it can have the opportunity to devour the most suitable demons, and whether there will be suitable demons to devour along the way is absolutely an extremely difficult problem. Also, Di Luo can't just simply devour demons, it also needs to cultivate, it also needs to practice martial arts. Then Zhang Qingxiao was about to tell more secrets of Di Luo, but Xiao Hua waved his hand, smiled and said, "Second brother, you don't need to tell me so many details, I'm just a little curious." Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua with deep meaning, stopped explaining, and finally said, "From Ji Peng's memory, I already know that one of the demon lords in the demon world is Di Luo." Demon lord? What's his cultivation level? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and asked. Chapter 2738. Remember, the demon realm's classification is different from the Dawn Rain continents. Generally speaking, it's demons, demon soldiers, demon generals, demon marshals, demon kings, demon monarchs, demon emperors, and demon venerables. Zhang Qingxiao smiled. Of course, this is only the general classification. There are still some details, and each demon realm has its own differences. Demon realm? Xiao Hua asked again. Zhang Qingxiao frowned. She knew that if she said too much, it would affect Xiao Hua's cultivation. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "You shouldn't know this with your current cultivation. Don't ask too much. You only need to remember that Ji Peng is only a demon general. You are already no match for him, let alone a demon venerables." Actually, hearing this, Xiao Hua explained that Ji Peng is only a demon general. From what I see, his cultivation is close to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. He might not even be as powerful as a nascent soul realm cultivator. But I don't seem to be able to use my full strength. Moreover, in this blood drop paradise, I'm no match for him. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly. Looking at everything around her, she smiled and said, "It's not like you don't have the cultivation method of this blood drop paradise. I'm sure you know that in this blood drop paradise, all magic will be suppressed by the demonic blood. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will also be blocked. Fortunately, you're a golden core cultivator and have a golden core supporting your magic power. If you were a foundation establishment cultivator, I'm afraid you'd be killed by Ji Peng as soon as you started." But Xiao Hua sat cross-legged for 3 days. He wasn't just waiting for Zhang Qingxiao, but also reflecting on his own battle. He clearly had the cultivation level and strength, but he was unable to gain the upper hand in front of Ji Peng. Ji Peng had forced him to use the last of his spiritual fire, and he had barely managed to win by relying on Goldie and the soul thread. If Xiao Hua's Naiwan Palace had not been sealed, the outcome would have been unknown. He really didn't understand. Zhang Qingxiao comforted him. Besides, this is your first time facing such a fierce person from the demon realm like Ji Peng. This guy is a demon general who experienced the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley. Your battle experience can't compare to his. In the future, when you fight more, you'll naturally be able to handle him. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't tremble when she talked about Ji Peng, Xiao Hua was happy. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I've been reflecting on it for a long time." "Oh? Tell me about it." Zhang Qingxiao raised her eyebrows and asked meaningfully. That's right, this was the first time the two of them had such an in-depth discussion. Their bottom lines were gradually being revealed. First of all, little brother's magical equipment is not good enough. Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and said, "Although little brother has some magic treasures, I am unable to display their full power. I don't know if the quality of the magic treasures is not good enough or if little brother's technique is not good enough. Of course, I also have some ferocious items that are similar to the spirit-slaying vital light. But they are all useless. They are far from being refined successfully. The spirit-punishing vital light could not even reach Ji Peng. As for the 5 elements wishful heaven staff, it can only be used as a weapon. It is far from being able to unleash the full potential of the staff technique. Pfft. Zhang Qingxiao laughed and pointed with her finger. If your wishful staff or spirit-slaying primary light can be completed within 1,000 years, you can laugh. Such a ferocious ancient object, could it be that it had gone through countless tempering before it could become a weapon? Then, the day it became a weapon must have caused a celestial phenomenon. Your cultivation is not high enough, so this ferocious item cannot appear in the world. But little brother always feels that I do not have a suitable magic treasure. Xiaohua sighed. Then, he stretched out his hand and said, the second thing is the technique. Second senior brother, don't you feel that? Little brother still does not have a technique? This. How would I know? Zhang Qingxiao scratched his head. Even if there aren't millions of Dharma spells on this Dawn Rain continent, there are at least several hundreds of thousands. Although it's impossible for you to see all of them, and it's also impossible for you to cultivate all of them, but you can always find a suitable Dharma spell for yourself, right? Perhaps. Xiaohua nodded. Actually, second senior brother has already given little brother many jade slips. Little brother has also read them all. Ah? You have read them all? Zhang Qingxiao stared blankly. So many jade slips, you can read them all? However, Xiaohua did not answer Zhang Qingxiao's question. Instead, he said in distress, those techniques either require a high realm or are weak. Little brother does not feel good when using them. Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips and seemed to have thought of something. She asked, that's right, the dry separation pill that you wanted last time, you took it yourself, right? How many did you get? Xiaohua looked at Zhang Qingxiao curiously. He knew that she did not know how many medicinal pills Bai Fengliang gave him. However, thinking about it, Zhang Qingxiao could be considered to be very busy every day. Knowing about this kind of medicinal pill was enough. Who would really report how many pills they had? I took it myself. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. About 100 pills. Damn it, no wonder. Zhang Qingxiao said while gnashing her teeth. Others condense 1 or 2 pills is enough. You need 100 dry separation pills to condense your own pill. How much true essence do you have? How can those techniques used by ordinary people satisfy you? It's not a problem of true essence. Xiaohua shook his head. Actually, most of it is because of little brother's physique. Of course, Xiaohua did not say what was special about his physique. Zhang Qingxiao also did not ask. In short, your magic power far exceeds those of the same realm. And your realm is far from being comparable to your magic power. All these common techniques are not suitable for you. Zhang Qingxiao concluded. Then, he was a little puzzled. Actually, your situation seems to be similar to the legendary demon. Demon. Their realms are generally not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Advancing is also extremely difficult. But their magic power is several times or even dozens of times that of cultivators of the same realm. However, most of them are born with magical powers and do not need any techniques or techniques. Che, you are. Xiaohua heard this and rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingxiao. Just as he was about to refute, he felt that he might hurt Zhang Qingxiao and immediately shut his mouth. Humph, remember. It's a demon, not a demon beast. Although Xiaohua did not say it, Zhang Qingxiao also felt it. She said coldly, in ancient times, demons were the kings that ruled the continent. But later on, demons declined and humans rose, calling them demon beasts. And demon beasts are not comparable to magical beasts. Demon beasts are a race, and there are different demon beasts within. There is no difference between humans and beasts. Even if you want to be a demon beast, they don't want you. Oh, in ancient times? Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly waved her hand and said, this is also Ji Peng's fragmented memories. I am not very clear. Don't ask too much. Then, What should I do about this situation? Xiaohua said with a bitter face. Naturally it would be best if we can find the demon race's techniques. Zhang Qingxiao said as if she did not say anything. But Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, I have an idea. I don't know if it will work or not. Say it, I will help you. Zhang Qingxiao answered without hesitation. If I create my own technique, what do you think? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she was so shocked that she almost fell from the sky. You created your own incantation? You haven't been possessed by Ji Peng, right? Can't I? Xiaohua asked calmly. If you can cultivate to the nascent soul stage or enter the spirit-severing stage, naturally you can. Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly. Only when you have a nascent soul will you be able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and perceive a trace of the heavenly Tao. Or, with enough experience, you will be able to find the most suitable techniques for yourself from the existing techniques. Only then will you be able to find your own shortcomings and create new ones. As for now, although you have the strength of the nascent soul stage, your realm and comprehension are far from enough. You can't create your own technique. It's better to give up on this idea. Xiaohua did not deny it. He looked at the nearby grotto heavens and said, Third, I feel that even though I have the wishful staff and can fight with Ji Peng in close combat and have sufficient spiritual power, there is still a gap between me and Ji Peng. This gap lies within the blood drop grotto heaven. Yes, continue. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and encouraged him. This blood drop grotto heaven is like a world of its own. Ji Peng has the ability to control the world in this world. No matter what I do, I am under his control. Therefore, no matter what my cultivation is, I will be at a disadvantage first. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. She clapped her hands and said, Junior brother, I have to say, you are really a genius. This kind of rule, if I didn't have the inheritance. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingxiao showed a trace of embarrassment. Obviously, this inheritance was a secret of Di Luo and Zhang Qingxiao did not mention it before. However, Xiaohua acted as if he did not hear it and asked curiously, what is the rule? Alas. Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, Actually, it is too early for you to know about the rule. It's better that you don't know. Strange. If you can know, why can't I know? Xiaohua smiled. You think I want to know? Zhang Qingxiao pointed at her own head and said, None of the things in here belong to me. They were forced to me by Di Luo and that Ji Peng. Alas, forget it. Zhang Qingxiao sighed and said, Speaking of the rule, it is a bit troublesome. How do I even begin? In short, the rule is similar to the confinement spell. You also know that once the confinement spell is cast, the enemy will be confined. Within the range of the confinement spell, there is a so-called rule. This rule is made by using magic and yellow talismans. It is the simplest rule. But in this blood-dripping grotto heaven, there is the rule revealed by Ji Peng's devil art. The flashing waves and the blood-red light are all a kind of rule. You can understand it this way. If you say more, I won't say more. Damn it, Ji Peng is just a devil general. How can he know the rule? Xiaohua felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Chapter 2739. Zhang Qingxiao bitterly smiled and shook her head, he doesn't know either. If it's like what you said. It should be because of the blood drop grotto heaven technique. This blood drop grotto heaven is so powerful. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Nonsense, this is Scarlet Maple Devil Lord's technique, how can it be bad? Zhang Qingxiao sneered, Ji Peng only cultivated a little bit. If he had a little bit of success, you and I would definitely die today. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Qingxiao without saying anything. Zhang Qingxiao was scared by his stare and said coldly, Why are you looking at me? Could it be, you want the cultivation method of this blood drop grotto heaven? That's right. Previously, you gave me the cultivation technique. But I can't cultivate it. Xiaohua nodded and said, and that Ji Peng is also in the Dawn Rain continent, how can he cultivate it? Now that you've swallowed a part of Ji Peng's body, you must know this secret. You can't tell me? Zhang Qingxiao didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at the black flame and black gas imprisoned by the spirit fire, thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, this secret technique, it's not that I can't tell you. Because you can cultivate my Devil Realm's concealment technique, it's very likely that you can cultivate this blood drop grotto heaven. But, as long as you cultivate this devil technique, the consequences. I don't know. It's really possible that you'll become a devil like me. You're not even willing to be the vice sect master of Heavenly Devil Sect. Are you willing to become a devil? Xiaohua hesitated, muttered for a moment, and said, let me see the secret technique first. Wait for me to think clearly, then I'll decide whether to cultivate it or not. You have to think clearly. Although my life is important and you have to face Ji Peng together with me, there are thousands of paths. You don't have to cultivate this blood drop grotto heaven to kill Ji Peng. Zhang Qingxiao naturally knew what Xiaohua was thinking and said sincerely. I know what's important. Give me the secret technique. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said. AI, okay. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a few demonic slips from her storage pouch. She handed them to Xiaohua and said, these contain all of Ji Peng's demonic arts and memories. I knew you would want them when I fused with them earlier. Hee, many thanks second senior brother. Xiaohua unceremoniously reached out and took it. He didn't even look at it before putting it into his space. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, the corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth slightly revealed a smile. She hesitated slightly before asking, you, that Vajra Dharma body? Or the Phoenix Dharma body? Why didn't you use it? Which of these Dharmakayas is most effective against the devil body of the devil world? Phoenix Dharma body? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, second senior brother, you know a lot. More than you think. Zhang Qingxiao sneered, if you temper your Vajra celestial body more, you may not be at a disadvantage even in this blood drop paradise. Sigh, it's a long story. Xiaohua sighed, I lost that avatar. Lost it? Zhang Qingxiao was extremely shocked. Even with her experience, she had never heard of such an unimaginable thing. But after listening to Xiaohua's general explanation, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted. She repeatedly said, this is too much of a coincidence. I can't help it. Xiaohua shrugged, at that time, the situation was extremely urgent. If that crack had continued for half a moment, you wouldn't have been able to see me again. Actually, I don't understand. Zhang Qingxiao blinked her eyes and said, how did your Vajra celestial body turn into the Phoenix Dharma body? Oh, of course, if you don't want to say, I also don't want to know. However, if it's really related to the bloodline of the true bloodline, this avatar shouldn't be lost. Really? Xiaohua knew that he wasn't as knowledgeable as Zhang Qingxiao, so he couldn't help but be happy. Then where should I go to look for it? Naturally, you have to look for it wherever you lost it. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. The void? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the spatial crack between the sword mound and Mingxi, and said anxiously, I don't remember the location of the Gale snowfield very clearly. What if I enter the void from another place? You really don't know anything. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, although the void is outside the Dawn Rain continent, but there's no direction in the void. Even if you left a divine sense mark on the Gale snowfield, it would be like carving a boat to find a sword. It's absolutely impossible to find your avatar there. Actually, to put it more clearly, the void is a Kuai-He Sea, and my Dawn Rain continent is a small island on the Kuai-He Sea. Your avatar is a grain of sand thrown into the sea. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, if you want to find your avatar, it's tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Didn't you say you want to look for it in the void? Xiao Hua was unhappy. Yes, you can only look for it there, but I didn't say anything wrong. As for whether you can find it or not, that's another matter. Zhang Qingxiao argued. That's equivalent to not saying anything. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in Xiao Hua's heart was immediately extinguished. It depends on your divine sense and your fate. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, when you can reach the dividing spirit stage, maybe you can set foot in the void? Maybe you can meet your avatar there? Moreover, your avatar was born from your bloodline, so it should be able to sense you. Maybe it can take the initiative to find you. Oh, right, you. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingxiao suddenly thought of something and said with narrowed eyes, you can use the dividing spirit stage to control several magic treasures and Buddha's relics. Do you have a demonic sense splitting technique similar to the demonic sense splitting technique in the devil realm? Did you send a wisp of your primordial spirit into that Phoenix avatar? When Yin Meng saw that he had the primordial spirit splitting technique, Zhang Qingxiao had been trapped by Ji Peng's magic bamboo slip and didn't know the situation outside. However, he had absorbed Ji Peng's memory, so he naturally knew what Yin Meng knew. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hide it and answered honestly. You have some luck. Zhang Qingxiao sneered, if the Phoenix avatar is in your body, it will always be your avatar. Now that the Phoenix avatar is alone in the void, if you have the opportunity, with your primordial spirit as the master, this avatar may really become your external avatar. External avatar? What is that? Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard the name and asked hurriedly. What else can it be? It's another Xiao Hua. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, but her eyes were obviously envious. Second senior brother, can you tell me the details? Xiao Hua grinned. I won't tell you. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand, when you find it, you will know. Damn it, why don't I have such good luck? TSK, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and said shyly, I'm sorry, little brother's luck is just a little bit better. Xiao Hua even stretched out his little finger and used the nail of his thumb to make a gesture. Looking at Xiao Hua's appearance, Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was completely unguarded against this mysterious little junior brother now. He only wanted to maintain the few relatives he had on the Dawn Rain continent. Don't be so complacent. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, you don't have the Phoenix avatar, against the demon general's demon avatar, you are already at a disadvantage. Xiao Hua shrugged and said helplessly, then I can't do anything. Do you remember that heavenly law embodiment technique? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and asked. I remember, Xiao Hua nodded, that technique? And that technique is actually the cultivation technique of the demon avatar. Zhang Qingxiao said hesitantly, however, it is not complete, and if there is a technique like blood drop paradise, it should be enough. Xiao Hua nodded. It should be. Zhang Qingxiao declined to comment, if heavenly law embodiment technique is cultivated alone, it will naturally be effective. After all, this technique has already been improved, it's just that you already have the Phoenix avatar. No matter what. I'm afraid you can't cultivate another avatar, right? Everything is possible. Xiao Hua was well aware of the origin of his great strength Vajra avatar. It had nothing to do with bloodline at all. If he cultivated heavenly law embodiment technique, there might really be some surprises. Sigh, do as you wish. Zhang Qingxiao said somewhat helplessly. She was already somewhat tired of Xiao Hua giving her surprises again and again. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out many jade slips and handed them to Xiao Hua, saying, these are all the techniques that I can find. You do as you see fit. Remember, I am not supporting you to create some technique. I have so many jade slips that I have no place to put them. I will leave one for you. Little brother, thanks. Xiao Hua beamed with joy and reached out to receive them, sending them all into the space. Give me the universal shifting medallion. Zhang Qingxiao stretched out her hand. Xiaohua asked curiously, what are you doing? Destroying it. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, this universe-shifting token contains the jade slips and materials to set up the teleportation array. However, because it was damaged during the teleportation, that bastard Yin Meng couldn't take it out. That's why the Changbai sect had to repair it. This item is the root of a disaster. It must be destroyed. You have a way? Xiaohua was stunned. I tried just now. Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiaohua was unwilling and said coldly, don't be a miser. You picked up sesame seeds and threw away the watermelon. Without this item, the chances of Ji Peng coming here will be much smaller. With this item, that bastard can't come. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, don't worry about this item with me. Others definitely can't take it away. Of course, unless you have the confidence to destroy it. Unfortunately, Zhang Qingxiao closed her eyes for a long time, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. She shook her head and said, forget it, you take it first. Since I can't destroy it, it's safer to leave it with you. Then, Zhang Qingxiao looked around and pointed at the black gas in the spiritual fire, saying, this black flame and other things. I think you left it for me. Chapter 2740. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. This item must be beneficial to you. I didn't completely destroy it. I'll give it to you. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a ring the size of a fist. Blood light flashed around her body and the ring emitted a strange fluctuation. The black flame within the spiritual fire started to tremble rapidly. Release the black flame. Zhang Qingxiao said. Xiaohua obeyed and kept the spiritual fire. The black gas and black flame were sucked into the ring. As the black flame disappeared, the mace was revealed and fell into Zhang Qingxiao's hands. Then, Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth again, and a ray of blood light landed on the blood walls around her. The entire blood walls began to squirm, and then they were absorbed by the ring. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars and the entire Tianzhu Peak was covered in snow. It was a beautiful white land. The magic bamboo slip has the usage of the blood ring. Zhang Qingxiao handed the ring to Xiaohua and extended her hand to pass the mace to Xiaohua. Xiaohua kept them all in his spatial ring. Remember. Don't cultivate rashly. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's indifferent expression and couldn't help but remind him again. I understand, second senior brother. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the clear sky and said, I've already seen your heavenly demon sex message talisman. Then, the person I'm looking for has already gone to Sky Patrol City. We don't have to go to Meng Kingdom now. We can just go to Sky Patrol City directly. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. She looked at Xiaohua's arms and asked worriedly, Lu is fine in your spiritual storage bag. You put him with that spiritual beast. Will he be fine? No harm. Xiaohua smiled. That spiritual beast is very obedient. Nothing will happen to him. Also, I've already seen that there are no changes to Lu. All right. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed disappointment and said, half of what happened to Lu is my fault. I originally said that I would help you find a way to save Lu. But now that the Heavenly Demon Sect's first deputy sect leader, Yin Meng, is dead, he still has many direct disciples. Who knows, Ji Peng might have set them up. I have no choice but to go back and purge them. Furthermore, Laozi had already devoured Ji Peng's doppelganger. He still needed to properly digest it and completely refine it. He could not allow it to turn around and control Laozi. Therefore, I'm afraid I can't go to Sky Patrol City with you. I know. Xiaohua nodded. Even if you go, it's useless. I might as well go myself. Alright, I'll leave Luer's matter to you. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a token. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, this is my heavenly demon sect's first vice sect master's keepsake. I'll give it to you. From today onwards, my heavenly demon sect no longer has a first vice sect leader. Whatever you want to do, you can use this token to do whatever you want. It's the authority of the first vice sect master. Hee, all right. Xiao Hua, who had tasted the sweetness, took the token with a smile and said, if I don't take it, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease. Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao shrugged. Anyway, you've already accepted it. There's no point in talking about this anymore. We've boarded a pirate ship. Xiao Hua sighed. It can't be considered boarding a ship. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head. You're still you. Heavenly Demon Sect is still Heavenly Demon Sect. Only when you need Heavenly Demon Sect will this keepsake be useful. Otherwise, this keepsake will always be useless. You are not my Heavenly Demon Sect's first vice sect master. N. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and didn't say much. Then, he looked to the north and said, the north of Huan country is now occupied by sword cultivators. I want to take a look before going to Sky Patrol City. Second senior brother, you and I will take our leave now. Are you going to Huan country's Heavenly Demon Sect? N, of course I'm going. Zhang Qingxiao cupped her hands and said, let's part here. All right. Xiao Hua said and flew away. You're really leaving? Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a strange expression. She pointed at Tianzhu Peak and said, that child has already climbed so high in this world of ice and snow. He really doesn't care about his life. It seems like there's something going on. Aren't you going to care? This young man is too shrewd. Xiao Hua said calmly, when I saved the first child, I already asked him. It was this young man's idea to come to Tianzhu Peak. He has a blood feud and wanted to attract the attention of others. So, he brought these children to Tianzhu Peak. The bet and so on were all planned by him. Naturally, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to use the children's lives to attract the pity of us cultivators so that he could have a chance to encounter an opportunity for cultivation. I don't like such a scheming person. How can I reach out and care about his matters? Ha ha ha, so you're not a good person. Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly. Her face was full of interest. Looking at the foot of the mountain, she said, this child has such a scheme, such shrewdness, and even such perseverance. He's a good talent that my Heavenly Demon Sect needs. I can't do without taking him into the sect. Whether you take him in or not is your business. Just don't use my name. Xiao Hua said coldly. When you need my Heavenly Demon Sect to broadcast good seeds to you, you don't say that I'm using your name? Zhang Qingxiao laughed. It seemed that she really had the intention to use Daoist Master Zhao's name. Do as you wish. Thinking of Zhong Haoran's plan, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Waving his hand, he said, I'm leaving. After I finish Lu Er's matter, I'll bring him to see you. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, but his brows furrowed. With a flash, he flew down Tianzhu Peak. It seemed that the young man was in danger. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. He flew into the sky and headed north of Huan country. The north of Huan country was naturally extremely cold, very similar to the north of Shi country. In addition, the rich land of fish and rice near Tianzhu Peak was also nowhere to be seen. All that was seen and heard was bitter cold. Along the way, Xiao Hua naturally scattered spirit seeds on the ground. As for who could pick them up, or whether these good seeds could sprout, Xiao Hua didn't care. After all, spirit seeds were the same as a human's cultivation. They all needed luck. Some spirit seeds fell into the mud and immediately decayed. Some spirit seeds fell into rocks and immediately dried up. Some spirit seeds fell into trees and immediately became bird food. Only those seeds that fell into fertile fields could germinate into rice. Alas, although I have some vague directions. But if I start, it's extremely difficult. Xiao Hua flew in the air while his thoughts ran wild. He roughly looked through the jade slips given by Zhang Qingshao, and even those magic slips. There were all kinds of strange cultivation methods in them. Xiao Hua could easily learn some of them, but he couldn't understand some of them even after looking at them for half a day. If he were to absorb the essence of these cultivation methods, comprehend the experience, and create his own cultivation method, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or two. Thinking back to the day when I created my own foundation establishment cultivation method, it was so easy. Why is it so difficult to face these? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Actually, he knew in his heart that it was a matter of life and death that day. The choice of life or death forced him to create his own cultivation method. If it was now, it would be really difficult for him to create another cultivation method. That theory of rules is really fresh. Xiao Hua thought again. But thinking about it, isn't there the fluctuation of rules in space? It's normal to pay attention to this in terms of cultivation methods. I'm thinking of creating my own cultivation method now, but I'm still looking for something far away. That sword plays the world, and that heaven-shocking stick. Don't they all contain a kind of rule? Maybe, if I first understand these two secret techniques, I'll be able to protect myself against an opponent as strong as Ji Peng. Xiao Hua had a plan in his heart. He clapped his hands, took out another jade slip, and sighed. Damn it, the Heavenly Demons sect is really powerful. They even got the list of nascent soul and gold core cultivators from the 3 countries who went to the Sky Patrol City. I don't know when my Fortune Gate will be able to do that. Jing Ran went to the Sky Patrol City, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain went to the Sky Patrol City, and even Zhu Qinghe and Qian Diheng went to the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, the Sky Patrol City is very lively now. Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and laughed. I won't go to such a lively place. Whether the old devils of the snow region know the truth or not, I won't take the risk. That's right, Qian Diheng went to the Sky Patrol City. Is he going to ask me for a rejuvenation pill? Xiao Hua suddenly remembered. I haven't refined it in the past few years. Just as Xiao Hua's imagination was running wild, a powerful bird cry suddenly came from above Xiao Hua's head. That sound was like the cry of a bird, but also like thunder. It rushed into Xiao Hua's ears and shook his thoughts into chaos. Even his entire body rapidly fell several meters. Who is it? Xiao Hua activated the secret technique of God guidance and swept his divine sense over this extreme discomfort. He was stunned. He saw that in the sky, there was a giant peng bird that was several hundred feet in size. It spread its wings and covered the sky nearby. On the back of the giant peng bird stood a giant and a dwarf. These 2 people were quite strange. Xiao Hua couldn't help but look at them a few more times. He saw that the giant was taller than the ones Xiao Hua had seen before. It was about 3 zhang tall. Its arms were thick and large, and its body was well built. What was even more special was that it had a big red nose on its forehead. It was very eye-catching. As for the dwarf, it was the first time Xiao Hua saw it. It was shorter than an ordinary person by more than half, barely reaching the giant's knee. Although the dwarf was very small, it seemed that the dwarf was much more shrewd than the giant. Because the dwarf's 2 small eyes flashed with an extremely cunning light. Looking at the giant peng bird that was bigger than his phoenix celestial body, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. When the giant peng bird's eyes swept over him like sword light, Xiao Hua almost felt that his whole body was about to be pierced by this gaze. This giant peng bird. Is it a demonic beast? Is it the spirit beast of this giant or dwarf? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. His body slowly descended. Chapter 2741. It was as if the rock only wanted Xiao Hua to land and did not force him. Instead, it flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind to blow as it followed Xiao Hua down from the sky. Xiao Hua found an ice mountain and landed on top of it. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the rock that was slowly descending from 100 zhang away. The rock was indeed huge. When it was still 100 zhang away from the ice mountain, the snow and ice on top of the mountain was blown away by the gust of wind from its wings. When the rock landed on top of the mountain, cracking sounds could be heard as many cracks appeared on the ice. With a peng sound, the giant jumped down from the rock's back, creating a deep hole in the snow under his feet. The giant even jumped a few more steps and rushed to Xiaohua's side. With a flip of his hand, he actually pulled out a huge mace from his back. Looking at the dwarf, his figure was very vigorous as he somersaulted in the air and landed on top of the snow. Then, he jogged a few times and clapped his hands. From his storage bag, he took out 2 small yellow sticks. The front of the sticks was slightly bulging, as if they were used to grind medicine. The great rock let out a long cry, the sound reverberating in all directions. The ice that had already cracked earlier cracked even more. As the great rock let out a long cry, its wings, which were hundreds of feet long, shrank rapidly. Its entire body shrank as well, and even its head gradually transformed. A human face with long and narrow cheeks, thin and long eyes, and a slightly protruding mouth appeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge rock's body and wings disappeared. A slightly tall old man with a pale golden face appeared in front of Xiaohua. Bird cultivator? Xiaohua suddenly realized. The moment the old man's figure appeared, an aura that was like a sharp sword came out of his body. Of course, this aura was just a flash, but Xiaohua still saw it clearly. Peak of the 3rd grade illusory sword. Just half a step away from the sword transformation realm. I am Kun Mogu Chi Peng. The old man revealed his figure and stood there like a mountain. His sharp eyes swept over Xiaohua several times as he coldly said, "You. Which Dao sect's disciple are you from? You actually dare to openly peep at my sword domain's territory? I am Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua." Xiaohua wasn't cowardly at all. He replied indifferently, "This is my Lian Kingdom's territory. When did it become your sword cultivator's territory?" "Hee, kid. This place has long since been conquered by the warriors of my sword region. It's already the location of my sword region," the dwarf said with a sinister smile. "Aren't you a disciple of the Dao sect participating in the battle? Who are you?" Xiaohua looked at the dwarf and said, "This Xiao doesn't talk to nameless people." "You." The dwarf was slightly angry, but when he looked at Xiaohua, he was actually somewhat afraid and didn't dare to step forward. Instead, he clenched his teeth and said, "I am Gao Dezhuang, the cave master of Cloud Mist Cave. He is one of the most famous people in this war. Haven't you heard of him?" Gao Dezhuang? Xiaohua almost wanted to grin, but he forcefully held back his laughter. He blinked his eyes and said, This Xiao has only heard of the names of Qin Jian, Lu Ruochang, and the others. I have never heard of Gao Dezhuang. I've never even heard of Qi Peng's name. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name." Qi Peng wasn't angry at all. He wasn't like Gao Dezhuang, who was about to stomp his feet. He said coldly, "You only need to have heard of Ling Yunwu, Yuan Qing, Yu Ming, and Qin Jian." Oh. Hearing these names, Xiaohua understood in his heart. Although he didn't know the names of Yuan Qing, Yuan, Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, and Qin Jian were all his former opponents. How could he not know that Qi Peng had already seen through him? "I am Lian Xiaochao of the Mountain Crossing Ridge. Xiaohua, you have consecutively defeated my Mountain Crossing Ridge's warriors. Today, I must fight you." The giant couldn't compare to the shrewdness of the dwarf and couldn't help but shout. Lian Xiaochao. Hearing the giant's name, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. This name was too interesting. Compared to these two names, his own name, Xiaohua, was really insignificant. Terrifying Phoenix. Do you want me to personally call you that? Qi Peng looked at Xiaohua, who was about to laugh, and coldly called out. He patted his hand and took out a sword scroll. He looked at it with his divine sense and then looked at Xiaohua's face. He coldly snorted, although I have never seen you before, your reputation is really resounding in my sword domain. This sword domain's #1 bounty. It's been a bounty for a long time. Oh. There's actually a bounty for me? And it's #1? Xiaohua was startled. He really didn't think that there would be a bounty for him, and it was actually #1. Humph, you naturally won't be #1. However, with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, you guys are naturally #1. Gao Dezhuang also coldly snorted and said. Can you let me see this bounty? Xiaohua was very curious and reached out his hand. TSK as expected of the terrifying phoenix. Qi Peng laughed, truly a skilled and bold person. Facing the three of us, you're actually so calm. I really have no choice but to admit defeat. As he spoke, Qi Peng waved his hand and the sword scroll flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the sword scroll and knew that there were no hidden cards inside. He then took it and looked inside with his divine sense for a while. He touched his nose with his hand and laughed, hee, inside this. The three of us don't seem to be very similar. At least, I'm not really handsome. Haha Xiaohua, you're really interesting. Qi Peng clapped his hands, I really can't think of anything. You're just a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. What kind of hidden cards can you have? Even if you can suppress your cultivation, you're at most at the early stage of golden core, right? You're actually not afraid at all? I'm speaking the truth. The images in this bounty really don't look like me, Li Zongbao and the others. Xiaohua's face was filled with helplessness. Moreover, this bounty. Isn't it too little? It's a far cry from my Dao sect's #1 bounty. It's not generous enough, not generous enough. Nonsense, those who saw you were all disciples who were pregnant and drew their swords. They couldn't explain it clearly, so the images they drew were all different. As for the illusory swordsmen who saw you, none of them are alive, so how can there be a real image? Lian Xiaochao coldly snorted, however, from today onwards, at least one of the images in this bounty can be real. You're wrong. From today onwards, this bounty will still be blurry. Gao Dezhuang continued. Why? Lian Xiaochao was somewhat puzzled. We can naturally correct Xiaohua's image. Gao Dezhuang sneered, Xiaohua is dead, so naturally there's no need to correct it. But Xiaohua isn't dead. Lian Xiaochao was even more puzzled. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to kill him. Humph, the three of us working together, can't we kill him? Gao Dezhuang really wanted to pinch Lian Xiaocao's ear and tell him. What? The three of us working together? Lian Xiaochao couldn't accept it as soon as he heard it. He poked the mace in his hand into the ice under his feet. With a dong sound, he stood there straight. He waved his hand and said, he's just a foundation establishment disciple. I know he's strong and has forced back a few of my subordinates. That's why I want to fight with him. If the three of you work together, I definitely won't do it. You. Gao Dezhuang was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect the giant to be so straightforward, and he also didn't expect Lian Xiaochao to say such words in front of him. He somewhat resentfully glared at Lian Xiaochao, and then looked at Qi Peng. Not to mention Gao Dezhuang, even Xiaohua himself was stunned. He looked up and down at Lian Xiaochao, who didn't seem to be pretending. Then, he folded his arms, clamped the wishful steel mace in his armpit, and looked at Qi Peng with a smile, as if he was waiting for Qi Peng's answer. That's right. Qi Peng also coldly said, although the terrifying phoenix has killed many warriors of our sword region, he is still a foundation establishment disciple. Even when he fought with our sword region's illusory swordsman, he was alone. I have never heard of him joining forces with that Dao sect disciple. According to the rules of our illusory sword domain, we can't work together to kill him. Even you and I are third-grade illusory swordsmen. We can't fight with a Foundation establishment disciple. But Gao Dazhuang's face was anxious. He's a terrifying phoenix. He's not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Yes, it's because he's not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. He might even be a golden core cultivator. Moreover, he has killed many warriors of our illusory sword domain, so we have to fight with him. Qi Peng's face was cold as he lightly said. That's right, this is a time of war. What one-on-one fight? What alliance? It doesn't matter. Gao Dazhuang anxiously said, if we kill this terrifying phoenix, we'll take credit in front of the swordsmen. We'll really raise the morale of our swordsmen. We want to fight with him. But only one of the three of us can fight with him. Not, the three of us can fight together. Qi Peng said word by word, although this is a time of war. But the nascent soul cultivators have just gathered in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. The swordsmen of Ripple Country have not arrived yet. This Dao sword battle is resting. We are not fighting on the battlefield. I'm not so thick-skinned to the point of tearing apart the bottom line of illusory sword domain. But this bastard managed to kill Qin Jian. None of us have the confidence to kill him. Gao Dezhuang was a little anxious and stammered, only if the three of us work together can we have full confidence. That's right. If the three of us work together, we have confidence. Qi Peng lightly said, I also want to kill the terrifying phoenix. However, although I'm a beast cultivator, I'm also a member of the illusory sword domain. I'm also the Valley Master of the Valley of Macaws. I can't abandon the principles of being a swordsman because of my selfishness. This principle is the foundation of our illusory sword domain. Without this principle, I won't be able to convince everyone in the Valley of Macaws. Our illusory sword domain won't be able to establish itself in the Dawn Rain continent. Chapter 2742. Good, Xiao Hua almost wanted to clap his hands. This Daoist war had been going on for close to 10 years. He had seen swordsmen who were both real and fake. Some were as cunning as Qin Jian and Guan Peng, some were as resourceful as LV Ruochang and Ling Yunwu, some were as reasonable as Gu Yu, and some were as honest as Ji Yi. However, the only one who truly adhered to his principles was this Qi Peng in front of him. And Lien Xiao Chao. With such people in this world, with such virtuous opponents, Xiao Hua did not feel lonely at all. You all must be crazy. Gao Dezhuang was in disbelief. He really could not understand what the two were thinking. He jumped up and said, you all have to look carefully. This is a great enemy of our sword region. It is this Foundation establishment disciple who killed Ling Yunwu and more than 10 people from the Lingfeng sword sect at Mount Quanjin. It is this person who drove Yu Ming crazy. It is this person who killed Qin Jian. It is this person who killed so many swordsmen of our sword region. You all are going to let him go just like this? Who said we are going to let him go? Lien Xiaochao roared and picked up his mace. He shouted, I am going to kill him with my mace. That's right. Today, even if I die, I will make him stay here. Qi Peng's face flashed with a yellow light. A strange fluctuation appeared around him as he said coldly. But, you all, do not have any confidence. Gao Dezhuang was about to cry. He can even kill Qin Jian, who is a third-grade illusory sword expert. You all, if you fight him alone, won't you all die? A warrior can be killed, but his will cannot be humiliated. Qi Peng said faintly. If I don't even have this awareness, how can I step into the sword transformation realm? Crazy, crazy. You all are crazier than Yu Ming. Gao Dezhuang stamped his feet. Brother Qi, are you going to do it or should I? Lien Xiaochao drew a big circle with his mace and said loudly, this terror phoenix has left a huge name in our mountain crossing ridge. All the boy who heard the name of the terror phoenix would be afraid. I cannot not fight with him. let me do it. Qi Peng laughed. Your cultivation level is slightly lower than mine. Against this cruel and terrifying phoenix, you have less confidence than me. Okay. Lien Xiaoqiao propped her mace on the ground and said, Old brother Qi, go. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. He pointed at Qi Peng and said, Old man Qi, you keep talking about principles, but didn't you think about it? This Xiao is just a foundation establishment cultivator. You, a third-grade illusory swordsman, don't you feel that you are lowering your status by fighting against this Xiao? Don't you feel embarrassed? Hee, of course I have my principles. Qi Peng sneered. But I'm not pedantic. I've already said that even though you seem to be at foundation establishment, you definitely possess the strength of a Jindan cultivator. Otherwise, Qin Jian wouldn't have fallen. Moreover, this is a time of war, and I'm not transforming into a sword. Even if I attack an aura refining disciple, it's absolutely not against the rules. Alright, if that's the case. It seems that this Xiao has no choice but to fight. Xiaohua said coldly as he twirled the staff in his hand. That's right. Unless this old man dies. Don't even think about leaving this place. Qi Peng spread out his hands, and 2 yellow lights flashed. 2 rows of orange-yellow feathers rushed out from his arms like flying swords. Wait. Xiaohua hurriedly said. What else do you have to say? Qi Peng slightly stagnated. The orange sword light condensed and didn't shoot out. Can this Xiao choose his own opponent? Xiaohua said in a low voice. Choose. Qi Peng was stunned, and Gao Dazhuang's expression changed. He tightened his grip on his mace, as if he understood that Xiaohua was looking for him. I, a foundation establishment cultivator, can't choose my opponent when facing 3 illusory swordsmen? Xiaohua said very innocently. His gaze went past Qi Peng and fell on Gao Dazhuang. No. Of course not. Gao Dazhuang jumped up and said, This is a battlefield, not a competition. The purpose of us besieging you is to kill you. That's right. Qi Peng sneered. In front of the 3 of us, you're just a fish on the chopping block. What qualifications do you have to be on the chopping block? Hand over your life. As Qi Peng's voice fell, the orange-yellow brilliance on the wings left his body and turned into specks of small swords, rushing towards Xiaohua like a flash flood. Woo, woo, countless strange sounds rang out as the light feathers shot out. Similarly, a hurricane was stirred up nearby. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet converged towards this location. The light feathers transformed from small swords into flying swords. Ha ha ha, who said this young master is a fish on the chopping block? Even if this young master is a small fish, you guys are still 3 inches long shrimps. Xiaohua laughed loudly. He clapped his hands, and the Kunlun mirror flew up into the sky. Xiaohua pointed his hand, and a green light flashed on the mirror, and a green light rushed out. After the green light appeared, every strand of light began to expand. The heaven and earth spirit qi that was absorbed by the light feather rapidly converged towards these strands of light. Strands of green wood that were thinner than a strand of hair began to transform from these strands of light. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the green wood absorbed a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy and turned into hundreds and thousands of small green wood. They also rushed toward Qi Peng's flying swords like a flood. Qi Peng didn't underestimate Xiaohua. At this time, his heart tightened, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Unlike Gao Dezhuang and Lien Xiaoqiao, Qi Peng was currently facing the torrent of green wood. Although the thousands of green wood were attacking his sword light in a disorderly manner, Qi Peng was keenly aware that these green wood were not without order. There was even a kind of magic formation faintly revealed within these green wood. All the green wood faintly overflowed with intertwining magic power fluctuations, and these fluctuations occasionally flashed with a kind of indescribable confinement power. This power not only enveloped his sword light, it also enveloped the space of around 100 feet around him. The strangeness of this magic treasure was far from what Qi Peng had seen the Dao sect cultivators use before. Although the power of this Kunlun mirror might not be able to threaten Qi Peng, but it was enough to make him look at Xiao Hua in a new light. Isn't this the power of sword transformation? Qi Peng was shocked. Although he hadn't stepped into sword transformation, he could already see a trace of the mysteries of sword transformation. Naturally, he could see the difference. Then, Qi Peng understood. The Dao sect spells are indeed endless. Although this Xiao Hua's cultivation is only at the golden core stage, he can actually comprehend this. No wonder Qin Jian fell in his hands. I'm afraid my feather arrow technique won't be able to block it. Just as Qi Peng understood, the two torrents collided. Rumble, loud noises rang out unceasingly. The light sword pierced into the green wood, and pieces of the green wood's brilliance were annihilated. At the same time, the green wood crushed the light sword under the wooden wheel. Boundless brilliance soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The green brilliance intertwined with the orange brilliance, flickering intensely. Similarly intense fluctuations and surging hurricanes were also born from the foot of the mountain. Even someone as strong as Qi Peng didn't expect that the attack just now would be so powerful. His arms trembled slightly, while protecting his body, he slowly retreated more than 10 feet. However, just as Qi Peng was about to activate the feather arrow technique again, Xiao Hua's action stunned him again. Attack! Xiao Hua's figure flew into the air with the force of this attack. He patted his hand and actually took out a mace that was twice as big as the one in front of Lian Xiaochao. He abandoned Qi Peng and unexpectedly swung it towards Lian Xiaocao's head. "Io, you're courting death." Lian Xiaochao was obviously caught unprepared. When he saw that the wind from Xiao Hua's mace had already rushed to his forehead, he finally came to his senses. He roared angrily and dragged the mace into the air in an extremely embarrassing manner. However, this mace was not only a little crooked, but also a lot of mud splashed onto his face. Bang! A sound that wasn't any weaker than the sound of the Kunlun mirror colliding with the arrow rang out. The two huge spiked maces collided with each other. Even Xiao Cao's arm swayed a bit. Even the solid ice under his huge body had long shattered. What surprised Qi Peng the most was that Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror that blocked his feather arrow technique actually didn't put it into the storage bag. Instead, it quietly floated above Xiao Hua's head. Although the mirror flashed a faint tricolored brilliance from time to time, there was no fluctuation of magic power. It was obviously condensed and not released, and was extremely vigilant against him. This Xiao Hua, what is he doing? Qi Peng was somewhat confused. Could it be that he wants to fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3? Even if he's in the late stage of Jindan, he can't be so arrogant. However, Qi Peng didn't dare to be careless. The orange brilliance around his body flashed again. The wings that had already spread out several feet slowly expanded. Although he didn't go forward to attack Xiao Hua with Lian Xiaochao, and just as he said before, only one of them was facing Xiao Hua, he still revealed himself, and was always on guard against Xiao Hua's counterattack. Valley Master Qi. When Gao Dezhuang saw Xiao Hua first attack Qi Peng, then provoke Lian Xiaochao, his heart finally relaxed. The fear that suddenly appeared in his heart slowly disappeared. At this time, when he saw Qi Peng on guard, he hurriedly shouted, "This Xiao Hua is bluffing. Don't look at how arrogant he is. He's just looking for the weakest among us 3 to force us to make the first move. This guy will definitely escape after fighting with Lian Xiaochao for a while. Valley Master Qi, please be prepared." At this time, Qi Peng's figure was already 50% illusory. His upper body was still in human form. When he heard Gao Dazhuang's words, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes, but then his eyes flashed with displeasure. When Gao Dezhuang saw this, although Qi Peng didn't say anything, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew that his words had exposed some of Qi Peng's plans. It had the meaning of trying to be clever and making a fool of himself. Chapter 2743. Then Gao Dezhuang stole a glance at Xiao Hua, only to find that Xiao Hua was not paying attention to them at all. At this moment, Xiao Hua's movements were vigorous. His figure was like a gentle breeze, but the spiked club in his hand was like a thunderbolt. The rumbling sounds were like that of a real thunder god. With a wave of his arm, it was born. Lian Xiaoqiao was the cave master of Uni Cave and the leader of the giant tribe. His skills were naturally not comparable to ordinary giants. Not only did his arms have infinite strength, but he also had the secret staff technique of Uni Cave. This staff technique was unparalleled in the Huan country. Even against an illusory swordsman, Lian Xiaoqiao would not be at a disadvantage. However, in this short period of time, Lian Xiaoqiao had already clashed with Xiao Hua more than 10 times. Lian Xiaoqiao felt that Xiao Hua was almost like a hard stone wall. Every time the maces collided with each other, it would make his arms feel numb and he couldn't use his strength in an instant. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He knew in his heart that Xiao Hua's strength was definitely not inferior to his. In fact, Xiao Hua was even a little stronger than him. If he let Xiao Hua go crazy like this, he would only be at a disadvantage. The strength of his arms would become more and more slack. In the end, he would not be able to lift the mace. Roar! Lian Xiaoqiao roared. Under the fight with Xiao Hua, his body staggered a few steps. He took a deep breath and his whole body was suffused with a bronze luster. When Xiao Hua saw this, he sensed a kind of obscure fluctuation coming from Lian Xiaocao's body. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He had always thought that the giants relied on their physical strength and innate physical bodies to fight, but he didn't expect that they also practiced martial arts. Sure enough, as the luster flashed around Lian Xiaocao's body, not only did the strength of Lian Xiaocao's arms gradually increase, but the mace technique also changed. Good, good, good. Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched and he was overjoyed. After shouting 3 times, he clapped his hands and the mace in his hand returned to the space. The wishful staff appeared. Woo! The wind whistled, like an ear-piercing scream, and greeted the mace. For a time, the entire nameless foothills were filled with the shadows of the staff. One of them was like a wave, while the other was like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. At first, the sounds of weapons clashing sounded like beans being fried in a hot pan. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly, but after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sounds of weapons clashing lessened, and could only be heard occasionally. However, this sound was extremely powerful. Although the sound did not disappear, Gao Dezhuang, who was watching from the side, trembled every time he heard the sound. His eyes flashed with hope. It seemed like it was because Xiao Hua had chosen Lian Xiaoqiao instead of him, Gao Dezhuang. Even Qi Peng, whose entire body had transformed into a giant rock that was hundreds of feet in size, was somewhat perplexed by the situation with his eyes that were as sharp as swords. Because in his opinion, although Lian Xiaocao's mace did not lose to Xiao Hua's wishful staff in terms of momentum, and even took the upper hand after Lian Xiaoqiao activated her secret technique, forcing Xiao Hua to fly around in the air to dodge. But now, Xiao Hua was still flying in the air like the wind, and Lian Xiaoqiao was like a reef standing in the tide. She could only try her best to wave her mace and stand there, not daring to move at will. This time, Xiao Hua was attacking her differently. Could it be Lian Xiaocao's plan to lure the enemy? Qi Peng secretly guessed, how can this Xiao Hua have such divine power? According to the defeated giant, Xiao Hua should not be Lian Xiaocao's opponent. Could it be that Xiao Hua's strength has improved again during this time? This is not possible. Strength is not magical power. Not good. Just when Qi Peng was pondering, he saw Xiao Hua's figure flashing strangely with the wishful staff. It was like an afterimage, but also like a clone. Lian Xiaoqiao was so scared that she turned her body sideways. The mace flashed slightly, and the huge wolf teeth flashed a cold light and hit Xiao Hua's side. However, after the sound of the mace's wind, it hit nothing. Xiao Hua's wishful staff strangely came out from Lian Xiaocao's side and suddenly hit Lian Xiaocao's back. Roar! When Lian Xiaocao realized that the wishful staff was already close to her body, there was no way to avoid it. She could only roar and meet the wishful staff with her body. With a muffled sound, Lian Xiaocao's figure staggered, and the bronze luster on her back shone brightly. Huh! With Lian Xiaocao's failure, Xiao Hua's figure also appeared in the air. At this time, Xiao Hua's forehead was sweating, and his face was full of a fierce battle. He looked at Lian Xiaocao's back with amazement. At the place where the wishful staff hit, a fist-sized bulge quickly protruded. However, under the bronze luster, it slowly fell. Although it was not as fast as the bulge, it was still visible to the naked eye. Xiao Hua's staff, he knew in his heart that although he did not use his full strength and hurriedly attacked from the flaw of Lian Xiaocao's mace, the power inside was also very strong. Even if it was the sword light of the illusory sword, he was confident that he could defeat it. Well, even Xiao Hua himself was not confident that he would not be injured after being hit. But he did not expect that Lian Xiaocao would be able to take it head-on without being injured. Damn it, this giant clan is really powerful. Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. Although the giant clan does not know how to fly, their strength is very strong. Her strength was truly formidable, and even Xiao Cao's staff technique was a bit strange. It seems that after every strike, there is a surplus of power. This surplus power is actually similar to my heavenly staff technique. It can be borrowed and used in the second strike. Even the surplus power of the second strike can be used again in the third strike. In this way, it is really a bit of a cycle. Although this young master's staff can borrow power, it can only be used in between a few moves. It is far from Lian Xiaocao's trickle-like flow of water. This must be a secret technique of the giant clan. Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to fight with Lian Xiaocao. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and thought, should I get this secret technique? Unfortunately, at this time, high in the sky north of the foothills, buzz buzz. Several rays of biting cold sword energy shot into the sky. Not only did the floating clouds in the sky shatter into pieces, but even the pale white sunlight changed color because of it. When Qi Peng spread his wings, the orange sword light suddenly surged, causing Qi Peng to involuntarily turn his head to look. When he looked at Xiao Hua again, the originally hidden sword energy in his body involuntarily became majestic. A kind of unconcealable sword energy was born in Xiao Hua's body. Damn it. Old Ghost Huashan is here. There are actually several of them. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and hurriedly activated the Changbai sect's secret technique to conceal the sword energy. His whole body rushed into the air as he thought to himself, this young master was previously impatient because of that dog fart Ji Peng and almost lost his confidence. Now that I met Lian Xiaocao, the fight was extremely carefree. This young master is already satisfied and won't play with you guys anymore. This young master is leaving. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua did not say anything else. His body turned into the wind and floated towards the south. My eyes, did I see wrongly? Lian Xiaocao was somewhat stunned. Even when Xiao Hua flew over his head, he was still at a loss. Because Lian Xiaocao was facing the north, he had seen the sword intent that had transformed into a sword that soared into the sky. As for the brief moment that had appeared in Xiao Hua's body, the sword intent that had almost transformed into a sword had also been inadvertently seen by him. Even though he did not cultivate the flying sword, he had an extremely strong perception towards the sword intent that transformed into a sword in the sword domain. How could Lian Xiaocao not be shocked when he saw the sword intent that transformed into a sword from a Dao sect cultivator? He was really shocked to the point of losing his soul. Where do you think you're going? When Qi Peng's gaze came into contact with the sword energy in the distance, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly scanned back with his divine sense. Sure enough, Xiao Hua was fleeing like a stray dog. How could he let this great enemy of the sword domain escape? With a furious roar, he spread his wings and a huge gust of wind surged from his wings. His entire body was faster than lightning as he chased after Xiaohua's back. His claws, which were sharper than flying swords, flashed with sword light as they clawed at Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua did not want to expose his identity as nameless and did not dare to control the heavenly lightning and attract the sword energy to chase after him. He only used the wind escape technique to escape. He had only flown a few hundred feet when he suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill on his back. This great Peng is indeed powerful. This young master was wrong. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately knew that Qi Peng was chasing after him. Moreover, Qi Peng's flying speed was far faster than his wind escape technique. No wonder this guy is so confident. He is fighting with this young master alone. With this flying technique that far surpasses others. Even the golden core of the Sky Patrol City's conference hall would not be able to escape from his hands. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. His figure was like a loach as he dodged the moment Qi Peng's claws were about to reach him. Then, as if he was unwilling to admit defeat, Xiaohua blindly activated the wind escape technique, escaping and dodging at the same time. However, the great Peng was indeed incomparably powerful. With just a flap of its wings, it could easily cover a distance of more than 10 li. Moreover, the arrows on its wings and its sharp claws that were comparable to flying swords could easily attack Xiaohua. For a short period of time, Xiaohua was surrounded by danger several times and was almost hit by the sharp claws. Damn it, this young master forgot that this wind escape technique is Feng Buping's talent. That guy is just a bird, similar to this great Peng. This young master's wind escape technique is somewhat comparable to your Feng Buping's. How can I fight against this valley master of the swarm of owls valley? Xiaohua tried his best to avoid Qi Peng's claws as he thought in exasperation. Immediately, Xiaohua clapped his hand and the yin-yang sword gourd appeared in his hand. He pointed his finger and said, "Quick!" Following the incantation, 2 rays of spirit-slaying yuan light rushed out from the mouth of the gourd and turned into a green and red brilliance that pounced on Qi Peng's left wing. Seeing Xiaohua take out the sword gourd, the seemingly familiar yet strange sword light spurted out from the mouth of the gourd. The incomparable killing intent immediately covered Qi Peng. Before Qi Peng could cry out in horror, the 2 sword lights had already flown between Qi Peng's left wing. Chapter 2744. Qi Peng was scared out of his wits and hastily tried to retract his wings. However, how could he retract his wings that were dozens of meters long so easily? Qi Peng had only retracted his wings by a few feet when the green-red sword light wrapped around his left wing. With a swoosh sound, the green-red sword light circled around Qi Peng's left wing. 80% of his left wing was cut off by the execution spirit vital light. As the light flickered, it was suddenly annihilated. Blood sprayed out and orange feathers scattered all over the sky. Qi Peng cried out in pain. His entire body tilted and fell down. His other wing flapped with all its might as if it was trying to maintain its balance. He really didn't expect Xiaohua's 2 sword lights to be so sharp that he couldn't resist at all. In a hurry, a dazzling light shot out from Qi Peng's right arm. It turned into an arrow and flew into the sky, as if it was sending out a distress signal. Humph, Xiaohua's cold sweat sounded in the air. You don't need to worry. I won't take your life. Why? Qi Peng looked at Xiaohua's figure that stopped in the air and asked in disbelief. You, and Lian Xiaoqiao are the only worthy opponents I have met on the battlefield. Xiaohua said indifferently, just now, you all didn't just swarm me because I was alone and didn't bully me with numbers. Moreover, you also did the same in the battle just now. Although you boast that your Huan country's sword cultivators have such a bottom line, how can my cultivation 3 countries not have a bottom line comparable to yours? Based on your previous open and above-board behavior, I won't take your lives today. However, you're right. Right now, we're in the middle of a battle and now we're resting. If you and I meet again that day, don't blame me for being ruthless and taking your life." As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell down. Like a meteorite, he fell into the mountain peak 100 meters below and mysteriously disappeared. His terrifying phoenix. It really is a terrifying phoenix. Qi Peng was shocked and couldn't help but feel a strong lingering fear in his heart. He was very glad that when facing Xiaohua's advantage, he didn't lose his principles and didn't choose to be utilitarian like Gao Dazhuang. It was this kind of perseverance that saved his life at this moment. In other words, it saved the lives of the 3 people. To have such a worthy opponent. Isn't it my pleasure? Even if I die at the hands of such an opponent, I have no regrets. Qi Peng's heart, like Ji Ye's heart, a hero's hero. Following which, Qi Peng's figure slowly recovered. The severed arm that had fallen in mid-air also flew to his side. Qi Peng opened his mouth and spat out an orange-yellow brilliance, which covered the severed arm. As the orange-yellow brilliance retracted, the severed arm also fell into Qi Peng's mouth. The brilliance around Qi Peng's body grew brighter and a strange, rock-like Dharma idol appeared on Qi Peng's back. With a long cry, the Dharma idol disappeared again. However, with just this cry, Qi Peng's originally yellow face instantly turned deathly pale, as if he had used up a lot of his heart's blood. When the long cry disappeared, an orange-yellow brilliance shot out from Qi Peng's severed arm. A feather-like object flashed out from the brilliance. Then, the brilliance retracted and the feather gradually trembled. Countless strands of blood appeared from the brilliance and quickly wrapped around the feather. After half a cup of tea's time, another orange-yellow arm grew out from Qi Peng's left shoulder. Hee, terrifying phoenix. Even if you pay attention, to kill this Qi, you still don't have the strength to do so. Qi Peng faintly chuckled. With a pat of his hand, he took out several medicinal pills from his storage bag and threw them into his mouth without even looking. Once the medicinal effects had spread, he once again slowly flew up. Without activating his wings, he flew towards the foot of the mountain where he had previously fought with Xiaohua. At this time, only Lien Xiaochao stood there in a daze. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. "Swordsman Lien." Qi Peng looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Swordsman Gao?" "He went to chase after Xiaohua." Lien Xiaochao said casually, as if he wasn't too interested in Gao Dazhuang's whereabouts. "Swordsman Lien." Qi Peng understood Lien Xiaocao's thoughts. He flew to his side and said, "That terrifying phoenix is really powerful. You don't mind it. Losing to him is nothing. You always come out unscathed. And just now, this Qi was injured by Xiaohua's strange magic weapon. Moreover, I almost lost my life. He is actually so powerful?" Lien Xiaocao's face turned pale. He didn't quite believe Qi Peng's words. Qi Peng naturally wouldn't tell him the details of how his wings were cut off by Xiaohua. He only smiled and said, "Of course. Why would this old man lie to you? This guy can even kill Qin Jian, who is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. What's more, we are not real swordsmen of the sword region. Xiaohua is indeed powerful. His arms have the strength of 10,000 caddies." Lien Xiaochao hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Even his staff technique is unique. It's not much worse than my ancestral staff technique. He can defeat this Qi Peng and even kill this Qi Peng." This Qi Peng is convinced, but, just now, when Senior Huajian's sword intent appeared, his body also had Huajian's sword intent. That might be slightly weaker than Senior Huajian's sword intent, but it's still Huajian. "What? Huajian's sword intent? Are you sure?" Qi Peng was naturally shocked and asked Lien Xiaochao in an incredulous tone. Alas, this Qi Peng has been thinking about the Huajian's sword intent. "The more I think about it, the more scared I am. Valley Master Qi should know that although my Huajian doesn't cultivate flying swords, I'm not unfamiliar with flying swords. I'm even very sensitive to them. My Huajian lineage hid in Huajian because we couldn't cultivate flying swords. How could I be wrong about the Huajian's sword intent? Since Lien Xiaochao said so, he revealed everything. Since Xiaohua has Huajian's cultivation, could he be someone from the sword region? Shu, hearing this, Qi Peng also understood Lien Xiaocao's fear. That's right, everyone in the sword region knew that when LV Ruochang entered the sword tomb, he was lured into the 10 directions annihilation formation by a Huajian's sword intent. Moreover, that sword intent also contained the sword energy of the Huajian sword sect. If this Xiaohua really had Huajian's sword intent, then the matter of luring sword cultivators into the formation must have been done by him. How could a cultivator like Xiaohua be able to cultivate Huajian in the 3 kingdoms? He must have cultivated in the sword region, but since he cultivated in the sword region, then he must be one of the sword region's Huajian. Qi Peng even wanted to slap his head and say the name of a certain Huajian senior. However, did Qi Peng dare? The reason why Lien Xiaocao's face was pale seemed to be because of this. To be able to sneak into the sword region and cultivate Huajian, this Dao sect could not be said to be small. Although any Huajian couldn't destroy the Huajian Valley or Huajian Mountain Ridge, if they deliberately went against these 2 sects, even the many Huajian swords who came to the Lien Kingdom to participate in the war would have to think twice. The more he thought, the paler Qi Peng's face became. He didn't dare to imagine, if he reported this matter to the Huajian swords, what kind of situation would that be? Suspicion and jealousy would immediately become the mainstream among the Huajian swords. There was no need to fight this battle of swords anymore. The sword region had already lost. Be careful with your words, Qi Peng glanced at Lien Xiaochao, and there was an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. For a moment, the wind whistled in the foothills. The 2 of them didn't dare to say another word, as if they said half a word more, the whole battle situation would be reversed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, an anxious voice sounded, "Valley Master Qi, Valley Master Qi." From the distant mountain rocks, a tall and strong figure suddenly appeared. His face was also pale, and even had the same fear. As soon as he saw Qi Peng, he shouted loudly. Qi Peng frowned slightly and asked, "Fellow swordsman Gao, did you catch up to Xiaohua?" Although Gao Dezhuang was panicking, when he saw Qi Peng's frown, he immediately understood what Qi Peng was thinking. He hurriedly smiled and said, "When I saw Valley Master Qi chasing after Xiaohua, I immediately used the earth escape technique to go in front of Xiaohua to block him. Who would have thought that before I could escape from the earth, I saw Xiaohua also escape into the mountain rocks? I won't hide it from Valley Master Qi, this fiend really scared me. I thought that he discovered my whereabouts, so I hid in the mountain rocks and didn't dare to move. Fortunately, that fiend didn't discover my whereabouts, but used the 5 elements escape technique." When Gao Dezhuang said this, the smile on his face didn't deepen. Instead, it slowly disappeared, and the heavy fear appeared in his eyes again. "Guess, what did I see?" "What did you see?" Qi Peng was shocked. He raised his eyes to look at Lien Xiaochao. The 2 of them almost thought that Gao Dezhuang also saw the Huajian swordsmanship on Xiaohua's body. Who would have thought that Gao Dezhuang's words would make them even more shocked? Gao Mao hid for a while and saw that the fiend didn't notice Gao Mao. Instead, he swaggered and used the 5 elements escape technique. Therefore, Gao Mao boldly followed behind him, wanting to see if there was a chance to kill him in the rocks. Gao Dezhuang continued, "However, although that fiend's 5 elements escape technique isn't as wonderful as my cloud caves, it also has its own wonders. Although I could catch up, I couldn't get close. After he escaped for dozens of miles, he actually escaped from the mountain rocks again." At this point, Gao Dezhuang hesitated again. He paused for a moment and continued, "When I saw that fiend come out of the earth, I knew that I had already lost the chance to kill him. I originally wanted to return to this place. But, this Gao was truly unwilling to accept this, so I quietly left the soil. However, just as this Gao came out of the soil, I heard a burst of thunder coming from above this Gao's head, that Xiaohua actually actually rode on the thunder and rushed towards the south at a speed that this Gao couldn't see clearly. Chapter 2745. That Xiao Hua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Being able to control lightning is nothing. Knowing that Gao Dezhuang didn't see Xiao Hua's sword intent, Lien Xiaoqiao was relieved and said. However, Qi Ping suddenly realized and said anxiously, You said that Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique was so fast that even you couldn't see it clearly? Yes. If it was a simple lightning escape technique, would I still be so scared? Gao Dezhuang's eyes flashed with pride. I can guarantee Valley Master Qi that this terrifying phoenix Xiao Hua is that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect. How is that possible? Lien Xiaoqiao was the first to jump up. Nameless is a nascent soul cultivator. He has already returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. At this point, Lien Xiaoqiao seemed to have thought of something and his face changed again. He looked at Qi Peng with a terrifying gaze. At this time, Qi Peng, who received Gao Dezhuang's news, was dumbstruck. He had the same thought as Lien Xiaoqiao. Yes, if Xiao Hua was nameless, then these two cultivators with completely different faces and images were actually the same person. Then, Xiao Hua, who possessed the sword transformation technique, could he transform into any sword transformation swordsman? Although the sword transformation technique might not be transformed, but, since Xiao Hua could transform into a face, how could he not transform into a sword transformation technique? This was too inconceivable and too terrifying, wasn't it? Facing such an opponent who had countless incarnations and whose strength was close to nascent soul and sword transformation realm, perhaps the entire sword catacomb was really destroyed by him. Even if there were tens of thousands of swordsmen in the sword domain, who could be his opponent? Think about it. This is a nascent soul cultivator. Gao Dezhuang was extremely lucky. Just now, he didn't kill us in one fell swoop. We are really lucky. How is that possible? Qi Ping said coldly, Don't you think that if that Xiao Hua was nameless, how could he let us go? Besides, sword friend Lien fought with Xiao Hua before. Why did he think that Xiao Hua couldn't be a nascent soul cultivator? That's right. Lien Xiaoqiao, who had always been slow to react, immediately came to her senses and hurriedly said, If he is a nascent soul cultivator, how can he compete with me in terms of battle strength? You'll be able to kill us with just one spell, right? How can you be so sure that Xiao Hua is John Doe just by hearing about his lightning evasion? But, Gao Dezhuang was a little anxious. Whenever he heard the sound of thunder, he would think of the famous Wu Ming. But now that Xiaoqiao had mentioned it, he was a little uncertain. Sigh, fellow swordsman Gao, what you say makes sense, but it's too far-fetched. If we report this to the swordsmanship master without any basis, I'm afraid that the swordsmanship master will think that we're making this report out of fear or defeat. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qi Ping thought for a moment and sighed. Why don't we discuss it first and find a reliable swordsman who can definitely handle the situation? Why don't we explain it in front of all the teachers first? That's right, that's how it should be. Gao Dezhuang didn't have any ideas and hurriedly clapped his hands and cheered. At this time, in the north, dozens of swordsmen were flying over on their swords. There were 3rd-grade illusory swords and 6th-grade bright swords. They were all attracted by Qi Peng's previous distress signal. Let's go, Qi Peng sighed for no reason. He was just passing by with Gao Dezhuang and Lien Xiaoqiao. To think that they would encounter such a plot by the Daoist sect. He definitely had to report this matter. However, how to report it and who to report it to was another problem. Xiao Hua, who was flying on lightning, was in an extremely good mood. Although the battle with Lien Xiaoqiao had consumed his strength, it had also lessened the gloominess in his heart. The power of the spirit-slaying vital light once again proved that he still had the strength to kill 3rd-grade illusory swords, and was not as powerless as he was in the blood-drop paradise. Perhaps only by fighting can I really increase my strength. At this time, Xiaohua also somewhat believed the purpose of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's participation in the battle. Xiaohua was refreshed, but he didn't expect that he would so easily reveal his flaws in front of Qi Peng, Lian Xiaoqiao, and Gao Dezhuang, giving the mysterious John Doe a weakness that could be used against him. Although this weakness was still a little fake, a weakness was still a weakness. As long as some people saw it, it would eventually become the truth. However, this was not the most serious thing. After all, these were the suspicions of the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom. Even if they knew that Xiaohua was John Doe, it would only increase the horror and add a thick stroke to the already famous name of the terrifying Phoenix. Compared to these, what happened in Sky Patrol City at this time was enough to knock Xiaohua down to the mortal world and kill him by a Yuanying stage cultivator. In Sky Patrol City, in the City Lord's mansion, Immortal Shuaiyu's face had a trace of coldness. He was sitting on a futon, and Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng were still standing respectfully in front of him. As usual, the two Golden Elixir disciples kept their mouths shut and their eyes were fixed on the ground. They didn't dare to raise their heads at all. This was because they knew that although Immortal Shuaiyu looked calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. If they said something wrong, they were afraid that they would immediately bring about an unexpected disaster. Humph. After an unknown period of time, Immortal Shuaiyu snorted coldly, scaring Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai. The two looked at each other and knew that they couldn't ignore it. They hurriedly bowed and asked, "City Lord, why are you doing this? Didn't you hold a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to invite the Yuanying stage masters from various sects?" During the banquet, the masters spoke highly of Sky Patrol City. Why is the City Lord so angry after returning to the mansion? A group of ignorant people, you've gone too far in bullying Sky Patrol City. As Daoist Shuaiyu let out an angry roar, he slammed his palm into the air. There was a whistling sound as if there was a hurricane. Then there was a loud bang and the air suddenly exploded. Countless airwaves spread out in all directions. Golden Core disciples like Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai couldn't stand still in the airwaves. They had to take a few steps back before they were able to stand still with great difficulty. However, at this time, the two of them were relieved. After all, Immortal Shuaiyu was angry and pointed out the source of his anger. They should be fine. Sure enough, they heard Immortal Shuaiyu say angrily, "I held a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to entertain them. They really think that they are the masters of Sky Patrol City. Lengbai, tell me. How much did Sky Patrol City invest in this battle? How many disciples did we lose?" In the face of Immortal Shuaiyu's sudden question, Fang Lengbai was stunned. However, he immediately replied, reporting to the City Lord, Sky Patrol City's direct and indirect losses were huge. Not to mention the spiritual stones, a few spiritual stone veins were taken away by sword cultivators. Even if they were taken back, the spiritual stones inside were long gone and have been abandoned. The spiritual stones should be in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. What I can say is the loss of disciples in Sky Patrol City. Fang Lengbi said bitterly, "In the past 10 years, our Sky Patrol City has lost 138,096 disciples. Among them, the Golden Elixir disciples." Before Fang Lengbai could finish, Immortal Shuaiyu was furious again when he heard the shocking number. How many disciples does Sky Patrol City have in total? So many died in a battle of Dao cultivators. And what does this mean in the eyes of those ignorant people? Sky Patrol City stands in the north of the country of Shi and is the vanguard of Shi Dao sect. Sky Patrol City's actions are the example of Dao sect. We should learn from the three kingdoms of cultivation. This old man feels that your words are truly laughable. Is my Sky Patrol City worthy of such praise? Immortal Shuaiyu said angrily. In addition to this sentence, all the nascent soul cultivators at the banquet were praising one another. One said that this battle was outstanding, and one said that another sect's disciple was brave. What do they take Sky Patrol City for? Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng lowered their heads. The corners of their eyes twitched slightly. They could hear that it was Sun Yunzi of Shanghua sect who said that Sky Patrol City was only a chess piece of Shanghua sect, a fortress. The condescending praise made them unhappy. Look at Imperial Thunder sect. Isn't that Golden Core disciple called Xian Mo self-destructing? They actually said that he was extremely loyal and brave. His schemes are unparalleled in the world. At the mention of the Imperial Thunder sect, Shuiyu became even angrier. The Imperial Thunder sect set up such a great formation in the sword domain. It's the 10-direction annihilation formation, but they didn't even greet me. This. Who are they guarding against? They are guarding against me. They are guarding against my Sky Patrol City. My Sky Patrol City's GMO also fell in the sword catacomb battle. Did anyone mention it? Furthermore, what does that bullshit Xian Mo know? No one paid attention to him in the conference hall. He only made jokes that would make people laugh. What does he know about formations? Wasn't the formation of the sword catacomb thought of by Tu Hong of my Sky Patrol City? Poof! There was another explosion in the void, scaring Jin Kang and Fong Lang into shrinking their necks again. Needless to say, Shuiyu's Taoist master mentioned Tu Hong and Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect assassinated my Jin Dan stage disciple for his own selfish reasons and even usurped my Sky Patrol City's merit points. Imperial Thunder sect, they are really shameless. No wonder Qian Lei Zi didn't dare to come to Sky Patrol City. No wonder Dui Jia didn't dare to enter my Sky Patrol City. They are all up to something. When he heard up to here, Fong Lengbai forcefully restrained his panic and said in a low voice, "City Governor, actually, during the banquet earlier, you should have directly exposed the thunder-controlling sect's hypocritical ghost face and asked Xiao Hua to come out and confront him." "Humph, what do you know?" Immortal Shuiyu snorted. "Imperial Thunder sect must be targeting my Sky Patrol City. They must want to expand their power in the northern part of the country of Xi. How can they leave any loopholes? Even if I say it in front of them, Qian Lei Zi is not here. Will Immortal Miyu admit it? Didn't you see that crazy genius? Damn it, he just stepped into the nascent soul realm, but his nose is already on the top of his head. Can he answer me? If I say it, it will be enough to make me lose face. Actually, City Lord, you don't have to do this. You just need to use the name of rewarding merits to send Xiao Hua to Sky Patrol City." Jin King saw that Fong Lengbai had opened his mouth and he couldn't just stand there, so he quickly added, "Do you think I don't want to say it?" Immortal Shuiyu squinted at the two of them and seemed to vent his anger a little. He said, "When I just opened my mouth, Kuang Tian praised the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples for their bravery. It seemed that except for the Imperial Thunder sect, the disciples of other sects were just a mob. He even asked me about Xiao Hua's whereabouts. It was as if Xiao Hua's delay in coming to Sky Patrol City was the responsibility of Sky Patrol City." "Yes, we also heard it." Jin King hurriedly said. Immortal He Ping of the Utopia faction praised Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua very much. He also said that the three of them would be the rising stars of the three kingdoms of cultivation in the future. In the next sword battle, the three of them would be on duty in the conference hall. Indeed, Fong Lengbai also said, Immortal Yi Xian and Fairy Jia Qiong of the Xuanian school even said that Xiao Mao was 100 times better than Li Zongbao. If it weren't for Immortal He Ping's excellent bearing, He Ping is the head of the Utopia faction. How could he lower himself to their level? Immortal Shuiyu curled his lips and said, Fairy Yingjua of the Xuanian school has always been a female cultivator who is not afraid of trouble. She has always liked to join in the fun. I don't know why she suddenly went into seclusion this time. Is she really going to break through? Chapter 2746. I don't think so. Fong Lengbai said hurriedly, Fairy Yingjua is already a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Her cultivation is even lower than that of Sun Yunzi of the Shanghua sect and Lu Ni Zhenren of the Qiqiao sect. How could she reach the soul formation realm when the two seniors didn't do anything? Could it be that Senior Ingzhua has some scruples like Qian Lazy? Jean King glanced at Master Shui and asked in a low voice. Maybe. Master Shui waved his hand impatiently. Lengbai, those gold core cultivators in the conference hall made such a big move and you didn't know anything about it. With a plop, Fang Lengbai's face turned as white as snow. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, City Lord, this is all my fault. My arrangements were wrong and delayed City Lord's plan. Get up. Master Shui said coldly, you're also a gold core cultivator. There's no reason for you to kneel. This subordinate. Fang Lengbai still didn't dare to get up, and said in a low voice, this subordinate is the City Lord's subordinate, and also stepped into the Golden Core realm under the City Lord's guidance. This subordinate naturally wouldn't kneel to anyone else, but it's only right for this subordinate to kneel to the City Lord. Humph, get up. Master Shui sneered, you didn't make much contribution in this battle, but you made a lot of mistakes. However, you've been working hard for my Sky Patrol City. Even if you don't have any merits, you've still worked hard. Think about how you'll be punished after the battle and report to me. Yes. I know. I'll definitely do my best for the Sky Patrol City. Fang Lengbai didn't dare to kneel anymore. He hurriedly got up, wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in a low voice. Please punish yourself too. Jean Kang, who was next to him, hurriedly said, what this subordinate has done is not as much as others, so there are fewer mistakes, but I have neither merit nor fault, please punish me, City Lord. Humph, you're the same as Lengbai. We'll talk about it after the battle. Master Shui's face turned ugly, but there was no anger in his eyes. Besides, what about Wu Ming from the thunder-controlling sect? However, Sage Shuayu's casual question startled Fang Lengbai. He quickly smiled and said, I only know that Nameless appeared in the Seven Extremes Ridge once and then appeared in the Sword Catacomb. As for who he is, I don't know. This person's cultivation is amazing. He can actually conceive a baby in the Sword Tomb. This really surprises this old man. Shuayu's spiritual master didn't blame Fang Lengbai this time. He said lightly, it would be strange if you found out about such a mysterious person. Then, he laughed at himself and said, it's not just you. Even the current thunder-controlling sect is having a headache because they don't know which Thunder Palace this Wu Ming is from. Facing Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Su's questions, Reverend Miyu doesn't even know how to answer. Actually, Fang Leng hesitated and said in a low voice, in my opinion, the thunder-controlling sect might know who Wu Ming is. Oh? What do you think? Shuayu asked, slightly taken aback. City Lord, think about it. Is it easier to dodge a spear in the open or an arrow in the dark? Fang Lengbai didn't dare to say more. Good, Shuayu's spiritual master immediately understood. He clapped his hands and said, Leng, you're really smart. The thunder-controlling sect only has so many late-stage gold core disciples. How could they not know who Wu Ming is? Their spiritual master Kuangtian has just advanced to the nascent soul realm and has been targeted by the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect. This Wu Ming. I'm afraid he didn't want to attract the attention of the three sects, so he came to my Sky Patrol City to find a chance to conceive a baby. But it just so happened that it caused such a big sensation. It's hard for Wu Ming not to be famous. Not to mention my Sky Patrol City, the Shanghua sect and the other two sects must have sent more people to find Wu Ming. Under such circumstances, would the thunder-controlling sect dare to expose Wu Ming's background? Yes, you're right, City Lord. Fang Lengbai hurriedly smiled. I just thought that Wu Ming wanted to hide his cultivation and didn't want others to know. I didn't think that City Lord had thought so thoroughly and so much. City Lord. Jean King didn't dare to say much so that Fang Lengbai could perform more. But when he heard this, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, I suddenly have an idea. I don't know if I should say it. Say it, Shuiyu spiritual master waved his hand. What can't you say in the city lord's mansion? This subordinate also suddenly had a thought, that Wu Ming. Is he Xiaohua? These words were like a bolt of lightning that flashed across the entire mansion. Shuiyu and Fang Lengbai were both startled, especially Fang Lengbai. He excitedly said, "That's right, Lord City Lord, it really is possible. Only Xiaohua, who is nameless and possesses strength at the peak of the late Jindan stage, is able to assassinate junior brother Tu Hong, kill Qin Jian, and establish such a meritorious service." Shuiyu's spiritual master's eyes flashed with surprise and then disappeared. He looked at the excited Fang Lengbai and shook his head. I'm afraid it's not right. Why? Fang Lengbai didn't understand. It's simple. That Wu Ming is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect of unknown origin to us. Of course, in the Imperial Thunder sect, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Shuiyu's spiritual master said with a smile. And Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect of the Imperial Thunder sect. No matter how high his cultivation is, it's impossible for him to surpass the mid-stage Gold Core realm. Don't forget, Qian Mo of the Heavenly Thunder Palace is only at the mid-stage Gold Core realm. The Imperial Thunder sect can't send another mid-stage Gold Core disciple to hide among them. Also, Xiaohua and that Chui something are fellow disciples. Their master seems to have just reached the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm. How could Xiaohua be pregnant? Of course, you can also say that Xiaohua was only a mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm disciple when he first came to our Sky Patrol city. In these 10 years. In the Mount Quanjin array, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. But, do you think he can be pregnant in such a short time? But, he was able to assassinate Junior Tu and kill Qin Jian. Fang Lengbai said with some dissatisfaction. When he assassinated Tu Hong, he didn't use our Dao sex technique. I don't know how he killed Qin Jian, but I know that from the mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm to the Core Formation realm, 10 years, is possible. But from the mid-stage Gold Core realm to the Core Formation realm, 10 years, is absolutely impossible. Not to mention from the mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm to the Core Formation realm, that's hundreds of years of hard work. When it came to the Core Formation realm, Fang Lengbai naturally couldn't debate with Shuiyu's spiritual master. Moreover, the reason they regarded Xiaohua as nameless was because of Shuiyu's assertion that it was Xiaohua who killed Tu Hong. As for this matter, it seemed like it was only a guess and was far from being true. Since it was like this, Fang Lengbi could only resentfully say, "Sir City Lord is right." But what if Wu Ming isn't pregnant, but Core Formation realm? Then that's even more nonsense. Shuiyu's spiritual master laughed and said, "Do you think Lu Ruochang and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen went to the sword catacomb to play? They set up the four-square sword formation to kill the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. At the final critical moment, if they weren't suppressed by Wu Ming's nascent soul realm aura, would they let go so easily? Didn't you see Lu Ruochang forcing Wu Ming to let go in order to kill Heng Ming and the others? If it weren't for the timely battle report from the Lian Kingdom, Wu Ming would have killed Lu Ruochang and the others on the spot. You're definitely not a nascent soul realm cultivator. How could others do such a thing?" "Yes, that's true. I've made a mistake." Fang Lengbai nodded. Shuiyu's spiritual master's words were indeed reasonable. "Actually, for my Sky Patrol city, the most important thing now is not to find Wu Ming, nor to kill Xiaohua," Shuiyu's spiritual master said thoughtfully, "but to find the reason why the sword catacomb disappeared." Speaking of the disappearance of the sword catacomb, Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng were even more puzzled. Yes, this was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. Although it was ranked at the bottom, it was still extremely dangerous. No nascent soul realm cultivator or sword transformation cultivator dared to enter it easily. However, such a dangerous place had actually disappeared completely in the Battle of the Tao of the Sword. Other than some space cracks left behind, all the remaining arrays, sword formations, and sorrowful sword intent and sharp sword light had disappeared. This was something that they had never even dreamt of. Without the sword catacomb, the sword cultivators of the Huan country can easily enter the country of Shi. My Sky Patrol city will bear the brunt. Shuiyu's spiritual master frowned and said, facing the sword cultivators' attack head-on, my Sky Patrol city will not be able to handle it. Yes, my Sky Patrol city has suffered too much damage in this battle. I don't know if my Sky Patrol city will be able to recover in another battle in 100 years or hundreds of years. Jin King also sighed. Fang Lengbai was still frowning and said in confusion, the sword transformation sword intent in the sword catacomb, the dragon's roar before the sword catacomb disappeared, and the celestial phenomenon when Wu Ming was pregnant was different from that of ordinary cultivators. What's the connection? Although Wu Ming himself said that the disappearance of the sword catacomb had nothing to do with him, it doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with him. I was the one who said that the disappearance of the sword catacomb had nothing to do with me. Shuiyu's spiritual master sneered, but if I said that, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the world? Yes, I also think that even if Wu Ming is a nascent soul realm cultivator, it has nothing to do with the disappearance of the sword catacomb. Jin King nodded, and it has nothing to do with the sword transformation sword intent. It should have something to do with the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar. Where did it come from? Shuiyu's spiritual master was really puzzled. My Dawn Rain continent has never had such a high-level demonic beast. Lengbai. How's your investigation? Fang Lengbai's forehead was covered in sweat again, and he hurriedly said, I've sent many disciples to the sword catacomb, but they didn't find anything special. The fierce wind when the sword catacomb disappeared destroyed all the traces, leaving nothing behind. Yes, and 20 years ago, someone reported that many cultivators went missing in the sword catacomb? Shuiyu's spiritual master asked again. Fang Lengbai was slightly stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. Every year, many cultivators die in the sword catacomb. I've sent people to investigate the matter 20 years ago, but first, those cultivators were mostly rogue cultivators, and second, the cultivators' realms were low, at most in the late stage of foundation establishment. Weren't they seeking death by entering the sword catacomb? This matter has nothing to do with my Sky Patrol city, and I didn't find anything, so I stopped. Shuiyu's spiritual master seemed to ask casually, and then he looked outside the palace door, as if thinking about something. Fang Lengbai let out a long sigh of relief, and looked at Jin King, who was also very cautious, and felt that his back was wet. Actually. After a long time, Shuiyu's spiritual master's faint voice sounded from his mouth, I'm angry today, not because of your mistakes, and not because of the heavy losses of my Sky Patrol city. When Fang Lengbai and Jin King heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at each other in shock. Their eyes were filled with deep vigilance. After the banquet, Sun Yunzi of the Shanghua sect said a few words to me. Shuiyu's spiritual master seemed to be speaking calmly, but his tone was heavy and filled with unwillingness. Fang Lengbai and Jin King knew that this was definitely not the time for them to ask questions, so they closed their mouths and quietly waited for Shuiyu's spiritual master to explain. Now, the great war of Dao and sword has come to an end. The sword cultivators attacked our 3 cultivation countries en masse, and a large area of the Ripple country fell into their hands. Looking at the war over the past 10 years, this sword cultivator Lu Ruochang is truly amazing. His control of all the formations and formations can be described as flawless, unpredictable, and so on. At this point, Master Shuiyu paused for a moment. Chapter 2747. Fang Lengbai and the others nodded as they listened. That was right. The sword cultivator's plan was perfect in this battle. It was simply flawless. Not to mention the golden core cultivators in the conference hall, even if they were to face LV Ruochang, they would not be able to escape the fate of being defeated. Master Shuiyu paused for a moment and said, "In the beginning, when they attacked the territory, we thought that the sword cultivators were training their disciples like before. Then, when they attacked the spirit stone mine, we thought that they wanted to snatch the spirit stones. Finally, when they set up the formation in the sword catacomb, we thought that they wanted to kill our disciples. However, no one expected LV Ruochang to come up with a plan that revealed their ultimate goal. They wanted to occupy the land of the Lian Kingdom. Throughout the 10 Years' War, LV Ruochang led the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall by the nose. Compared to her, the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall were simply a group of Jurassic beasts. I don't know how this little girl planned it. Even I can't figure out what she's thinking." Master Shuiyu sighed. "If. Sigh, there's no if. Tu Hong was assassinated by Xiao Hua, which destroyed the foundation of our sect. It would be strange if we didn't lose the war." Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai were puzzled when they heard that Master Shuiyu was talking about the war and seemed to have nothing to do with Sun Yunzi. They thought about it as they listened, but they did not expect Master Shuiyu to say anything. Now that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have retreated from the Sky Patrol City and went around the sword catacomb to the Lian Kingdom, our Sky Patrol City is no longer a stronghold. If the meeting hall is set up in our Sky Patrol City, it will be disadvantageous for the war. Master Shuiyu finally said, "Sun Yunzi has already discussed with the sect leaders of the other two kingdoms to move the meeting hall to the Lian Kingdom." What? The meeting hall is being moved from our Sky Patrol City? Fang Lengbai and Jin Keng were shocked. This was something they had never thought of. It seemed that the meeting hall had been set up in the Sky Patrol City since the beginning of the Taoist Sword War. Although the meeting hall was the core of the sect's war command, the Sky Patrol City had already treated the meeting hall as part of its territory. They had never heard of the meeting hall being moved from the Sky Patrol City. How can this be? Jin Keng was at a loss for words. How can the meeting hall be removed from my Sky Patrol City? When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Fang Lengbai sneered. Although the great battle has yet to end, the nascent soul cultivators of the various sects have all gathered. Even if Huashan's sword has the power to reach the heavens, I'm afraid that he will not be able to reverse the outcome of the great battle of Dao and sword. In any case, they had collected enough energy stones and trained their own disciples. With 1 million energy stones, these iron-blooded disciples would be able to fight against soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. The wishes of those who transformed into swords had been fulfilled. What else was there to say? As long as the confrontation lasted for a year and a half, Hua Jian would gain face and everything would be over. The sword cultivators would then return to Han country. These nascent soul cultivators had also contributed greatly. But, what about the contributions of my Sky Patrol City? I'm afraid that with the departure of the meeting hall, the lives of the 180,000 disciples of Sky Patrol City will be lost. Damn it. Despicable. How hateful. Jin King came to his senses and said hatefully, "The various sects of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. What do they take my Sky Patrol City for? What? Nothing at all." Fang Lengbai sneered, "What 9 great cities? What 10 great cities? They're just pawns in their eyes. They're just a bunch of wild foxes." Speaking of this, Fang Lengbai's face showed a hint of interest. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Immortal Shuiyu respectfully and said, "Didn't the city lord ask me to pay attention to the news of the Heavenly Demon sect? It turns out that the Heavenly Demon sect is so mysterious that it's really difficult for me to find their whereabouts. Now, the Heavenly Demon sect has established a sect in Shi country, Meng country, and Lian country at the same time. This is really a slap in the face for those self-proclaimed orthodox cultivators." "Oh. Is that so? When did this happen?" Immortal Shuiyu was also stunned. He waved his hand and the jade slip flew into his hand. He then checked it with his divine sense. "I just received the news. Fang Lengbai said in a low voice, according to the disciple who sent the message, it happened in the past 10 days or so. My Sky Patrol city is still not as good as those cultivators. A strange look flashed across Immortal Shuayu's eyes. Sun Yunzi and the others are probably worried that the Heavenly Demon sect will cause trouble behind their backs. That's why they moved the command center to Lian country. That must be it. They probably just received the news and changed their plans. They haven't even decided where to put the meeting hall. Qing Fengmin? Is that the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect? How come I've never heard of him? Immortal Shuayu said with a smile, if I knew what kind of immortal this Qing Fengmin is, would really want to befriend him and drink with him. This kind of real demon is much more adorable than the sanctimonious cultivators of the Dao sect. Alright, I'll let the city lord know. Fang Lengbai said with a smile, this Qing Fengmin was originally a rogue cultivator organization, one of the founders of the Heavenly Forsaken. This Heavenly Forsaken has a great reputation among the low-level cultivators of the 3 countries of cultivation. It's said that they can provide any cultivation technique below the 7th level of qi refining. Many rogue cultivators joined, and their numbers were quite large. However, it seems that several decades ago, this Heavenly Forsaken suddenly disappeared. This Qing Fengmin, and the founder named Luo Jiesen, were all killed. Furthermore, some sects even sent out information that this Heavenly Forsaken was a tool used by Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiesen to suck the flesh and blood of cultivators. Who knew, this Qing Fengmin didn't die? He even established a sect and became the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect? It's really strange. Without waiting for Fang Lengbai to finish, Immortal Shuayu sneered, what's so strange about it? The truth is definitely different from what the cultivator sect said. I'm almost certain that this Heavenly Forsaken must have touched the interests of some cultivator sections. That's why he was killed by those sections. It's fine if they killed him, but they even labeled him as a demon's flesh and blood food. But now, he had really cultivated the Devil Dao and established his own sect. Those cultivator sects that attacked him are probably sitting on pins and needles now. This Qing Fengmin is really amazing. Jean King said with admiration, he actually took advantage of the time when the nascent soul cultivators from various sects came to our Sky Patrol city and established a sect during the Sword Dao War, so that the other sects were too busy to deal with the Heavenly Demon sect. Not only that. Fang Lengbai said again, this Heavenly Demon sect destroyed several aristocratic families in the state of Shi, the state of Lian, and the state of Meng, and even 2 cultivator sections. At the same time, they established sects in the 3 countries. Even the disciples of our Sky Patrol city couldn't find these 3 places. Which one is the real Heavenly Demon sect? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Qing Fengmin is really smart. Jean King nodded. Immortal Shuayu sneered, you're all wrong. From what I see, these 3 places are the real Heavenly Demon sect. Or maybe these 3 places aren't the real Heavenly Demon sect. If these 3 places are fake, I can understand. But if these 3 places were all real, then, how powerful will this Heavenly Demon sect be? Jean Kang and Fang Lengbai looked at each other in shock. Lengbai, didn't you just say it? This Qing Fengmin is the founder of Heaven Forsaken, and Heaven Forsaken is mainly made up of rogue cultivators and low-level cultivators. How many low-level cultivators are there on the Dawn Rain continent? Think about it, this Heavenly Demon sect must be based on Heaven Forsaken, so how many disciples can it have? Immortal Shuayu explained, however, the longevity of a sect doesn't only depend on its disciples, cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and other factors. It also depends on its high-level disciples. If it weren't for me, how could this Sky Patrol city still be called a Sky Patrol city? Even if I'm here, aren't they still bullied by other cultivator sects? If this Heavenly Demon sect doesn't have a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid it won't last long. I'm afraid it's just a flash in the pan. I'm afraid it'll only become the laughingstock of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivators. Immortal Shuayu said, I'm afraid, 3 times in a row, which showed his anticipation for this heavenly demon sect. He was looking forward to this sect, which was mainly made up of devil cultivators, being able to stand firmly in the 3 countries of cultivation. City Lord, let's not talk about this heavenly demon sect, whose background we don't know, first. Fong Lengbai sighed. Now that our Sky Patrol city doesn't have the barrier of the Sword Tomb, we have to face the sword cultivators directly. The meeting hall is moving to the Lian country, so won't our Sky Patrol city be exposed to the sword cultivators' attacks? If the sword cultivator army besieges our Sky Patrol city, it'll be a troublesome matter. Lengbai, you worry too much. Immortal Shuiyu laughed. Our Sky Patrol city has been besieged by the sword cultivator army before, but every time, the sword cultivators returned in defeat. Every time, there were even swordsmen who died in our Sky Patrol city's formation. How would they dare to target our Sky Patrol city? Moreover, the Sky Patrol city is extremely cold, and it's not much different from the Han country. Why would the sword cultivators want to target our Sky Patrol city? Why would they give up the Lian country's good territory and come looking for trouble with our Sky Patrol city? City Lord, you're right. However, we have to be on our guard. Jean King said respectfully, since our Sky Patrol city won't be participating in the upcoming sword battle, we can concentrate on management. At this point, Immortal Shuiyu, who had calmed down, was suddenly startled. Then, he stood up from the futon in surprise and rushed out of the main hall without listening to Jean Kang's words. City Lord, this is... Jean King stopped and looked at Fong Lengbai. I'm afraid something happened in the Sky Patrol city again. Fong Lengbai said in a low voice. It can't be. Jean King shook his head. A group of nascent soul cultivators gathered in the Sky Patrol city. Which blind cultivator or swordsman would dare to cause trouble in the Sky Patrol city? Just as they were talking, they heard a hearty laugh outside the main hall. It was the depressed Immortal Shuiyu. Brother Du Yi, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the middle stage nascent soul realm in just a few decades. You're just one step away from the late stage nascent soul realm. I'm really envious. Chapter 2748. Immortal Du Yi. When Fong Lengbai and Jean King heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew that Immortal Du Yi was a good friend of Immortal Music Sect's Immortal Shuiyu before she was pregnant. Immortal Du Yi was one of the reasons why Immortal Shuiyu could take over Sky Patrol City. In the early years, Fong Lengbai and Jean King had seen how Immortal Shuiyu treated Immortal Du Yi with great hospitality. In the blink of an eye, 70 to 80 years had passed. They never thought that Immortal Du Yi would come to Sky Patrol City during the sword battle. The two of them did not dare to neglect. They hurriedly tidied up their clothes and walked to the door of the hall. They stood respectfully to welcome Immortal Du Yi. Fong Lengbai and Jean King smiled when they saw a tall middle-aged man wearing a bamboo green robe walk into the hall in front of Daoist Master Shuiyu. They bowed and said, "Juniors greet Senior Du Yi." Not only was the middle-aged man tall, but his face and limbs were also bulky. There was even a beard on his slightly tanned face. The beard was so thick that it exposed his flesh and stood upright on his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Even though he was smiling at this moment, it still struck fear into the hearts of those around him. "You can all get up." Immortal Du Yi shouted with a loud voice, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already at the middle stage of Gold Core. It seems that you're pregnant. We don't dare." Jean King and Fong Lengbai knew that Immortal Du Yi was not as fierce as he looked. They smiled and said, "Compared to Senior, our progress is really insignificant." Where did this morning rain continent have a magus? You should go to the ancient times to find a great magus." Immortal Du Yi laughed and walked into the hall. "Brother Du Yi, please take a seat." Immortal Shuiyu respectfully asked Immortal Du Yi to sit on his futon. "Forget it. I'm not destined to sit on that seat," Immortal Du Yi said. He clapped his hands and took out a jade chair. He placed it in the hall and sat down. Huh, Brother Du Yi is still free and easy. I'm really envious. Immortal Shuayu said intimately. His face was full of envy. He waved his hand and said, Lengbai, get me a jade chair and a table. Yes, I understand. Fang Lengbai knew that Taoist Master Shuayu did not have such items in his storage pouch. He quickly walked forward and took out the items from his own storage pouch. Jinkeng, don't be idle. Take a look and see if there are any precious spirit fruits in the residence. Perfected Shuayu sat down with Perfected Du Yi and waved his hand to instruct Jinkeng. Yes, subordinate will go and look for it. Jinkeng did not dare to neglect and hurriedly went. Shuayu sage smiled and said, I've never been good at these things. Although there are many spiritual fruits in Sky Patrol City, I've never paid much attention to them. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you. Ha ha ha, you flatter me, you flatter me. Your heart is as calm as a mirror, and you're not affected by external things. Only then can you make further progress. I envy you too. Immortal Du Yi laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Shuayu perfected being was still polite. I'm not as calm as a mirror. I'm just worried about Sky Patrol City. How could I be in the mood to think about other things? How's the sword Dao battle going? Perfected Du Yi could not help but ask when he heard Perfected Shui mention the Sky Patrol City. Let's not talk about it. Perfected Shuayu waved his hand and said, these are all mundane affairs. If you mention it, you'll disturb the joy of our reunion. Come, this is the winding silk wine of the Utopia faction. It was given to me by Perfected He Ping. Please have a taste. Oh. Perfected He Ping came to Sky Patrol City personally. It seems, the Sword Dao battle is coming to an end. Perfected Du Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Alas, yes, hurry up and end it. If it doesn't end soon, Sky Patrol City can't take it anymore. Perfected Shuayu poured wine for Perfected Du Yi. They both raised their cups and took a sip. Perfected Du Yi sighed and said, it's really the winding silk wine. It's as if hundreds of sorrows have welled up in my heart and I can't fall asleep. As he spoke, he poured himself a cup and downed it in one gulp without Master Shuayu's help. Oh. Why are you doing this? Perfected Shuayu was puzzled. He poured a cup of wine for himself and asked slowly. I'm here today, for something. Perfected Du Yi said with a wry smile. Oh. What do you need me to do? Please give me your orders, I will do my best. Shuayu's lips curled up as he spoke in a very natural manner. If you can do it, why should I be worried? Perfected Du Yi said with a smile. To think that it's something that even Taoist brother is worried about. I'm curious. Perfected Shuayu poured wine for Perfected Du Yi again. He glanced at Fang Lengbai and said with a smile. City Governor, I'll go and urge Senior Brother Jean. Fang Lengbai said immediately. Before Perfected Shuayu could say anything, Perfected Du Yi waved his hand and said, you don't have to leave. Maybe I'll ask you something. Oh. Yes, I know. Fang Lengbai was stunned and stopped in a hurry. Shuayu, tell me about the situation of the Sword Dao battle. Perfected Du Yi took a sip of wine and said, which nascent soul cultivator from each sect came to Sky Patrol City? Yes, Perfected Shuayu didn't know what Perfected Du Yi wanted, but he didn't hide it. He told him about the battle and said, it's a bit strange this year. Other than the sects on duty at the conference hall, many other sect masters didn't come. There were even some early-stage nascent soul cultivators like me. Who are they? Perfected Du Yi asked as if he really didn't know. Perfected Shuayu thought for a moment and said, most of the nascent soul cultivators from the country of Shi came. They are Sun Yunzi from Shanghua sect, Perfected Yi Xian and Fairy Jia Qiong from Xuanyan sect, Perfected Lu Ming from Qiqiao sect, perfected Red Arm and Fairy Yun from Huanhua sect, perfected Mi Yu and perfected Quangtian from Imperial Thunder sect, Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui and Hua Paikong from Ardent Fire Mountain, perfected Zhua Ming and Xian Yunzi from Blue Li sect, perfected Qing Yan and perfected Lao Yun from Mozong Mountain. TSK. Although Yinghua Fairy from Xuanyan sect and Qian Lazy from Imperial Thunder sect didn't come, they sent out 2 nascent soul cultivators at once. That's a total of 15 nascent soul cultivators from the country of Shi. What's more, I've never heard of perfected Quangtian from the Imperial Thunder sect. It seems that the Imperial Thunder sect also sent out all their elites. That's right. Perfected Shuayu smiled and said, compared to the country of Shi, the country of Lien has fewer nascent soul cultivators. Who are they? Perfected He Ping from Utopia sect, perfected Pin Xian from Xian Tian sect, Xian Jing and Sha Kongzi from Kunlun sect, perfected Dao Ming from Nanming sect and Mo Qingzi from Rocky Border sect. Oh, why are there so few? Perfected Du Yi was slightly surprised. Not even half of the country of Shi? Actually, perfected He Ping from Utopia sect didn't seem to want to come. Originally, he sent 2 nascent soul cultivators to come in his place. However, I heard that Sun Yunzi from Shanghua sect personally sent a message saying that Utopia sect had made great contributions this time. If perfected He Ping didn't come, the Utopia sect would be inferior in the war. Perfected He Ping couldn't refuse, so he came. Perfected Shuayu explained. What about Meng Kingdom? Perfected Yu Qing from Taiqing sect, Yunmengzi and perfected Jingru from Changbai sect, Jiangmingzi from Immortal Ascension sect, perfected Blue Feather from your sect, Bai Kongzi from Su Yan sect and perfected Sweeping Dust from Qingyi sect. Perfected Shuayu smiled and said, the 7 cultivators just now also didn't even have half of the country of Shi. I didn't expect Blue Feather to come too. Perfected Du Yi smiled and said, I haven't seen him for many years. Perfected Shuayu's heart skipped a beat and he smiled and said, of course you're free and unfettered. Accompanying your master to cultivate in the unworldly celestial mountain, not to mention I'm envious. Even perfected Blue Feather is eager to see you, right? Not at all, perfected Du Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, but his face was indifferent. He even waved his hand and said, although I can serve my master and receive his guidance from time to time, I don't have to worry about the continent of Shi clan. But after all, we've lost contact with the various sects and clans of the Dawn Rain continent. Even the necessary training has been greatly reduced. Tisk, perfected Shuayu smacked his lips and said enviously, fellow Daoist, you should be content. Guarding a senior at the late stage of the spirit severing stage, who is also your master, this kind of opportunity is not something that anyone can have. Late stage of the spirit severing stage. Perfected Du Yi smiled slightly. Oh. Could it be that Senior Chan has made another breakthrough? Perfected Shuayu was overjoyed again and said hurriedly, could it be that Senior has another enlightenment in the war decades ago? Ha. Perfected Du Yi laughed and didn't explain. He just pointed outside the hall and said, the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley has been over for a long time. All the sects have recovered their vitality. Naturally, the teachers of my Immortal Music sect are no exception. I really have to congratulate Senior Chan. Perfected Shuayu raised his cup and said, as far as I know, this is the first senior who participated in the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley, to have a breakthrough. In just a few decades, my Morning Rain continent has another Void Refinement Realm cultivator. It hasn't reached that point yet. Brother, don't make wild guesses. And don't talk nonsense. Perfected Du Yi said with a smile. I know. Perfected Shuayu said hurriedly, I'm the City Lord of the Sky Patrol City. How can I not know such things? Besides, even if Senior Chan hasn't reached the Void Refinement Realm, since he has a breakthrough, he will have this step sooner or later. Senior Chan is definitely the only one in the Morning Rain continent who can make such progress in just a few decades. Perfected Du Yi smiled and raised his cup to drink with Perfected Shuayu. At this time, Jin King also returned and took out a lot of rare spiritual fruits for perfected Du Yi to taste. After eating for a while, perfected Shuayu smiled and said, I wonder why fellow Taoist gave up your immortal-like life and came to my Sky Patrol city? If you need me, please tell me. Chapter 2749. This was the second time that perfected Shuayu mentioned this matter, so perfected Du Yi had to say it again. He put down his wine cup and smiled bitterly at perfected Shuayu, this time. I'm here on my master's orders to do something. Of course, don't ask me what it is. Actually, even I'm confused about this. Perfected Shuayu was stunned when he heard perfected Du Yi's bitter smile. As a cultivator in the late stage of the spirit-severing stage, what couldn't he do on the Dawn Rain continent? Judging from perfected Du Yi's tone, this matter seemed to be very tricky. What can I do? Perfected Shuayu asked again. However, perfected Du Yi did not answer directly. Instead, he said slowly, Actually, I've been to Sky Patrol City a few years ago. Oh. How come I don't know? Perfected Shuayu was even more stunned, but then he was even more confused about what perfected Du Yi wanted to do. I didn't enter the city. I asked Li Qingxiu to go out and meet me. Perfected Du Yi explained. Perfected Shuayu nodded slightly. Although he did not frown, he was already muttering in his heart. According to perfected Du Yi, this matter must be related to the secret of Xian Le sect. Previously, perfected Du Yi did not come to Sky Patrol City to look for him, but Li Qingxiu had died, so he had to look for him. It seemed that this matter was very tricky. What is it? Perfected Shuayu pondered, why would a senior who is close to the void refinement realm make such an arrangement? Oh, I know. Fang Lengbai understood why perfected Du Yi asked him and Jin King to stay here. He looked at perfected Shuayu and hurriedly said respectfully, during the battle, fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu went out of the city for a few days. He was not on duty in the meeting hall. He must have gone to visit you. Sky Patrol City naturally knew the whereabouts of the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and would naturally record it. These were the secrets of Sky Patrol City. If it was someone else, Fang Lengbai could only shake his head, and perfected Shuayu would not admit it. However, perfected Shuayu was not worried about perfected Du Yi. Yes, that's right. Perfected Du Yi did not avoid it. He said with some thoughts, I summoned Li Qingxiu. There are some things for him to do. But Li Qingxiu has already fallen. He didn't even participate in the final battle. Shuayu Zhenren began to understand. Yeah. Perfected Du Yi nodded. I gave him a communication talisman. He also has the spirit talisman given to him by the sect leader. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have died so early. Therefore, I feel that his death is related to what I asked him to do. Hiss. Shuayu Zhenren was shocked again. He already knew what the conference hall's conclusion was about Li Qingxiu's death. But now that Du Yi said it, he had a feeling that Du Yi was right. How could Li Qingxiu, who was on duty in the conference hall, die so easily outside of a big battle? Since the culprit who killed Li Qingxiu was not afraid of a nascent soul cultivator's talisman, then this person must be at least an early nascent soul cultivator. Shuayu Zhenren thought that there was another mysterious nascent soul cultivator near his Sky Patrol City, but he knew nothing about it. Shuayu Zhenren's scalp went numb. Leng Bi, tell perfected Du Yi everything about Li Qingxiu. Don't leave out anything. Shuayu Zhenren ordered without hesitation. Yes, I understand. Fang Lengbi hurriedly took half a step forward. After thinking for a while, he told Shuayu Zhenren about Li Qingxiu. He even told Shuayu Zhenren about Li Qingxiu in the auction. Spirit beast? Perfected Du Yi frowned and looked at Shuayu Zhenren. Shuayu Zhenren was slightly embarrassed. He smiled and said, I know about this. That spirit beast was on the verge of death and had no value. If someone had a secret technique, they might be able to benefit from it. I didn't know anything about it, so I didn't care about it. Later, I heard that Li Qingxiu made a big fuss about it, which surprised me. The one who fought against him must be another golden core cultivator in the conference hall. This matter involved two sects, so I didn't investigate further. What about the place where Li Qingxiu died? Where is it? Perfected Du Yi thought for a while and asked. Fang Lingbi looked at Shui Yuzhenren and took out two jade slips. After writing something on one of them, he respectfully handed it to Perfected Du Yi and said, "This is fellow cultivator Li's record. Please forgive me for the rest." "No problem." Perfected Du Yi was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the jade slip fell into his hand. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of Shui Yuzhenren and look at the secrets of other sects. When Perfected Du Yi scanned it with his divine sense, the entire hall was silent. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren looked at Perfected Du Yi, who was getting more and more serious. He didn't know what was in his Shui Yuzhenren that was worthy of a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator's covetous eyes. After the spirit beast incident, did Xian Le sect send any foundation establishment cultivators out of the city? Or did Li Qingxiu send any disciples out of the city? Perfected Du Yi asked. This. Fang Lingbi was a little embarrassed. Our Shui Yuzhenren only records the names of cultivators who use the teleportation array. As for those who enter the city through the city gate, it only records the names of the disciples who enter the city, but not those who leave. Only disciples above the Golden Core realm have it. How many disciples from various sects entered the city through the city gate? Not many. Fang Lingbi looked at Jin Keng, who hurriedly answered. See if there are any disciples from Xian Le sect. Perfected Du Yi was a little impatient. Yes, I'll check right away. Jin Keng hurriedly walked out of the hall. Fellow cultivator, there are too many cultivators entering and exiting the Shui Yuzhenren. Some use the teleportation array, some use the city gate. Jin Keng and the others might not remember. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren smiled and raised his wine cup. Come, since our Shui Yuzhenren can help, there must be results. Fellow cultivator, let's drink. Hee, okay, thank you. Perfected Du Yi smiled and raised his cup, but there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. Perfected Du Yi was confused, but Perfected Shui Yuzhenren was even more confused. He really couldn't guess what Perfected Du Yi was looking for. Not long after, Jin Keng returned. He held a storage pouch in one hand and a jade slip in the other. His face was full of joy as he reported, "Good news, Senior. Some time after the auction, there were indeed more than 10 Immortal Music sect disciples who used the transmission array and entered the city through the city gate." Well, let me see. Perfected Du Yi raised his eyebrows and took the jade slip. After looking at it roughly, he raised his head and asked, "These disciples, are they still here?" "This. I'm afraid they won't be here." Jin Keng smiled bitterly. "These are all Foundation establishment disciples. Not to mention that some of them had already evacuated in the middle of the previous war. In the final battle of the Sword Tomb, most of the Foundation establishment disciples of Xian Le sect died, and there were only a few left." Jin Keng. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren was unhappy and frowned. "Quickly go and find those Xian Le sect disciples on this jade slip. Whether they are alive or dead, or returned to Xian Le sect, you must give a clear answer." "Yes, disciple knows." Jin Keng smiled bitterly. In fact, with Perfected Du Yi's identity, as long as he sent a message, Perfected Blue Feather would definitely do this matter well. However, it seemed that Perfected Du Yi had some misgivings and was unwilling to let the Xian Le sect disciples know about this matter. However, if he let the Sentry City do this, it seemed that he had crossed the line. However, Jin Keng did not dare to neglect and still walked quickly. Perfected Du Yi and Perfected Shui Yuzhenren chatted for a while, but Jin Keng did not return. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren knew that there was some trouble inside, and there might not be any good results. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren thought for a moment and whispered, Taoist brother, I don't want to know too much about this matter. However, if you can point me in a direction, such as looking for someone? Or looking for something? Or if it's about something, I'll know which direction to help you from. This. Perfected Du Yi hesitated for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, I'm looking for someone. Is it a cultivator in the war? Perfected Du Yi shook his head slightly. Is it a swordsman? Perfected Shui Yuzhenren was stunned. Alas, I don't know either. Perfected Du Yi sighed. As the saying goes, birds leave their sound and people leave their names. As long as it's a war, there will be traces. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren laughed. It's not necessarily a war. Perfected Du Yi smiled bitterly. Oh. That's troublesome. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren shook his head. However, Perfected Shui Yuzhenren really wanted to help Perfected Du Yi. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and said to Fang Lengbi, make a copy of all the jade slips about the war that my Sentry City has collected in the past 10 years and give them to Perfected Du Yi. Yes, I understand. Fang Lengbi hurriedly turned around. This is not appropriate. Perfected Du Yi hurriedly said, I'm disturbing your Sentry City for no reason. Not at all. These are all war situations, even sword cultivators know about it. It's not a secret. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren laughed, moreover, there are many sword cultivators of Huan country in it, which may be useful to you. Besides, what secrets does my Sky Patrol City have in front of you? Well, thank you very much. Perfected Du Yi knew that it was impossible for him to search in the dark. Since there were some things for reference, why not? You're welcome, I'm very happy to be able to do something for you and Senior Chan. Perfected Shui Yuzhenren hurriedly said humbly. Well, if this is successful, I owe you a favor. If you need anything, especially, if it's about cultivation or breakthrough, you can look for me. If I can't do it, there's still Master. Perfected Du Yi pondered for a while and said in a low voice. Chapter 2750. If that day really comes, even if there is no such favor, I will ask for your help. Shuiyu was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that this favor could even be counted as a late-stage spirit-severing stage senior. How could he not understand what it meant? He hurriedly replied with a smile. Immortal Du Yi smiled slightly and didn't say much. Shuiyu's words were very intimate, and he couldn't refute it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Fang Lengbi came back with a few jade slips in his hand. He respectfully handed them to Shuiyu, but Shuiyu didn't take them. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Fang Lengbi to give them to Immortal Du Yi. Immortal Du Yi looked at Fang Lengbi, but his eyes swept to the door of the main hall. Obviously, he was waiting for news from Jean Keng. However, it had been so long, and Jean Keng hadn't come back. Obviously, there wouldn't be any good news from Xian Le sect. Alas, Immortal Du Yi sighed slightly. He picked up the jade slips and looked through them. Then, he immersed his divine sense in them and carefully checked them. The jade slip was indeed full of battle reports. There was information on the layout of the battlefield, reconnaissance, and the sorting of the information during the battle. It involved the movements of the disciples of various sects and sword show. It was very complete and also very complicated. However, Immortal Du Yi looked very carefully. He knew that if the person his master asked him to find was in this battle, then, there would definitely be some clues. At the moment when Immortal Du Yi was about to check the jade slips, there were hurried footsteps outside the main hall. Immortal Du Yi raised his eyebrows and barely suppressed the urge to release his divine sense. He looked up at the door of the hall. Shuiyu's face showed a trace of confusion. Sure enough, it was Jean Keng who came in. Moreover, there was a young Qi refinement disciple behind Jin Kang. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Xian Le sect. Junior Zhou Yongchang of Xian Le sect greets Senior Shuiyu. The disciple of Xian Le sect followed Jin Kang into the hall. He first bowed to Shuiyu, then to Immortal Du, Yi and Fang Lengbai. Obviously, this disciple didn't know Immortal Du, Yi's identity. Well, Zhou Yongchang, get up. Shuiyu looked at Immortal Du, Yi, who was also confused, and waved his hand. Jin Kang, why were you gone for so long? What's the matter with Zhou Yongchang? Okay, I'll let the city lord and Senior Du, Yi know. Jin Kang bowed and was about to answer. Zhou Yongchang, who was beside him, was shocked. He looked at Jinren Du, Yi with his eyes wide open and hurriedly bowed. I have eyes but failed to see. I actually didn't recognize the senior, that's right, Immortal Du, Yi was a nascent soul stage senior of the Xian Le sect. He was the existence that Zhou Yongchang and the others worshipped. Now, he was right in front of him, but he went to pay a visit to the Immortal of the Shui region. He actually left his own master to the side. It's all right. I don't want to show my true face in front of the younger generation. It's normal that you don't know. Immortal Du, Yi waved his hand and blocked Zhou Yongchang's figure. Jin Kang, who was at the side, respectfully said, this subordinate has asked an old friend of Immortal Music sect to help investigate. Previously, those, more than 10 disciples of Immortal Music sect have all fallen. Not one of them survived. Although Jin Kang didn't say that he spent a lot of effort, but thinking that Immortal Blue Feather of Immortal Music sect had already entered the station of Immortal Music sect, how difficult would it be for the Sky Patrol City to find more than 10 disciples of Immortal Music sect a few years ago? Immortal Du, Yi nodded slightly. Then Jin Kang pointed to Zhou Yongchang and said, Nephew Zhou is Li Qingshu's nephew. He has been staying in the station of Immortal Music sect in my Sky Patrol City. He is also a meritorious person in this war and is preparing to return to Immortal Music sect. This subordinate knows that he has some understanding of Li Qingshu's whereabouts, so I invited him to come over and meet Senior Du, Yi. Immortal Du, Yi nodded even more after hearing this. He looked at Jin Kang approvingly, then turned to Zhou Yongchang and said, this old man knows that Li Qingshu fell for no reason. I feel that there is something strange about it, so I want to investigate the truth of his fall in private. You tell me all the people and things that he came into contact with in Sky Patrol City, no matter how big or small. Yes, this junior understands. Zhou Yongchang answered very respectfully. Just as he was about to speak, Immortal Shuiyu hurriedly said, Brother, please wait a moment. Let us leave first. Immortal Du, Yi thought for a moment and nodded apologetically. Thank you for your understanding, junior brother. Immortal Shuiyu smiled slightly and left with Jin Kang and Fang Leng. Immortal Du, Yi looked around and found that there was no third person in the main hall. He released his divine thought and found no other Dharma power fluctuations. However, Immortal Du, Yi still waved his hand and cast a mute spell before asking. He saw Zhou Yongchang standing there respectfully. He seemed to be talking non-stop. He talked for the time it took to finish a meal. However, Immortal Du, Yi's face did not seem to be abnormal. He just listened quietly. When Zhou Yongchang finished, he raised his hand and removed the mute enchantment. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhou Yongchang, saying, Take this to Di Haicheng. He will naturally know what to do. Yes, this junior thanks senior. When Zhou Yongchang heard that this thing was for his master, he immediately understood that it was an opportunity for him. He took the jade slip happily. Then, he asked, if my master asks, or if someone else asks, well, you don't have to worry about it. Just say what you want to say. Immortal Du, Yi said lightly. Yes, this junior understands. Hearing Immortal Du, Yi's words, Zhou Yongchang was slightly disappointed that he did not need to make an oath. He knew that what he said was not what Immortal Du, Yi wanted. Go, I am afraid that the flying boat in the sect will set off in a few days. You have also made contributions to our Immortal music sect in Sky Patrol City. Although you did not break through in Sky Patrol City, I hope that you will cultivate well after returning to the sect. Immortal Du Yi instructed. Zhou Yongchang hurriedly bowed. This junior will not disappoint senior. I will cultivate hard. Then, Zhou Yongchang bowed again and slowly left the main hall. After Zhou Yongchang left the main hall, Immortal Shuiyu walked in. Jin Kang and Fong Lang did not follow behind him. Brother, how was it? Immortal Shuiyu asked with a smile. Alas, Immortal Du Yi sighed and replied, it was difficult. Hee, if it was not difficult, why would Senior Chan send you here? Immortal Shuiyu said with a smile, besides, there is nothing difficult in this world. As long as you search with your heart, there will definitely be clues, I hope so. Immortal Du Yi took out another jade slip and said casually, it seems that I am going to see Li Qingshu's death. This is... What? Immortal Shuiyu was surprised when he saw the surprise on Immortal Du Yi's face. He asked almost casually. However, he also understood that Immortal Du Yi would never answer him. Sure enough, Immortal Du Yi raised his eyebrows and immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip in his hand. After reading it for a moment, he changed another jade slip. After reading it for a moment, he changed the jade slip again. Immortal Du Yi's eyebrows became more relaxed. After a while, Immortal Du Yi clapped his hands and put all the jade slips into his storage bag. He closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Immortal Shuiyu did not dare to disturb him and only stood quietly by the side. Junior brother. Immortal Du Yi suddenly opened his eyes and spoke, but he seemed to be hesitant. Immortal Shuiyu said with a smile, do you want Jinkeng or Fong Lang not to come? Forget it, no need. Immortal Du Yi thought for a moment, then stood up and said, I have some clues. Although I am not sure, I have to go and take a look. I don't need to trouble Sky Patrol City. Okay. Immortal Shuiyu knew that Immortal Du Yi did not want him to know what was going to happen next, so he did not ask further. Are you going now? Yes, that's right. I'll go now. According to my master, the sooner this matter is done, the better. If there is a delay, there will be a mistake. I dare not slack off. Immortal Du Yi said apologetically. Okay, then I will not keep you. I will send you out now. Immortal Shuiyu nodded and said. However, Immortal Du Yi waved his hand and said, Junior brother, you don't have to be so polite. The fewer people know about this, the better. I did not inform Lan Yu and the others before coming to Sky Patrol City because of this. Junior brother, you can wait in the city governor's mansion. Okay. Immortal Shuiyu knew that Immortal Du Yi was right, so he could only nod. Immortal Du Yi was really anxious. He casually cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the main hall. Immortal Shuiyu followed Immortal Du Yi out of the main hall. When he saw Immortal Du Yi's back disappear into the mansion, he frowned and whispered, this person actually offended Senior Chan and provoked Immortal Du Yi to come out personally. Who is this person? Could it be that Li Qingshu was not killed by a sword cultivator? If this person... Damn it, what is this person doing? Immortal Shuiyu was not the only one who was puzzled. Immortal Du Yi quietly left the city governor's mansion. He looked around and scanned the area with his divine sense. When he did not find anything strange, he immediately turned around. However, he did not go out of Sky Patrol City. Instead, he went in the other direction of the city governor's mansion. It seemed to be the encampment of the Imperial Thunder sect or the Shanghua sect. After Reverend Du Yi had gone far away, a skinny figure flashed and appeared in the distance of the city governor's mansion. He looked at the majestic city governor's mansion and then looked at the place where Reverend Du Yi had disappeared. A hint of shock flashed across his fair face. This guy. Why did he come to Sky Patrol City? Could it be that person is in Sky Patrol City? Or that person also participated in the great battle of Tao cultivators? But, that's not right. I heard Master say. Forget it, I will just follow Du Yi and see if he is like I, looking for a young disciple whose cultivation is far superior to ordinary cultivators. If such a genius disciple is in the great battle of Tao cultivators, he will definitely be extremely dazzling like a comet across the sky. Of course, if Du Yi is really different from what I am looking for, then I will have to put in some effort. Chapter 2751. Reverend Du Yi and the mysterious cultivator might or might not be looking for Xiaohua. However, the four of them who rose like comets in the great war of Tao and Sword were not in Sky Patrol City. Instead, they were flying together above the Sword Mound. However, among the four of them, except for Li Zongbao, who still looked indifferent with his hands behind his back, the other three had different expressions on their faces before they flew away. Fairy Hongxia did not need to say anything. She looked ahead with a complicated expression, as if the future was bumpy and vague, making her feel powerless. At the same time, there seemed to be a ray of light in front of her, as if the path to heaven was under the light, giving her a sense of hope. She looked at Xiao Mao, who seemed to be in a trance. Sometimes, there was a ruthless look in his eyes, and sometimes there was sadness in his eyes. It was quite puzzling. As for Xiaohua, he was smiling bitterly and frowning slightly. No one knew what he was thinking about. Darling Xiao. Fairy Hongxia accompanied Xiaohua. When she looked back occasionally, she was stunned when she saw Xiaohua's expression. She smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Why are you frowning? Could it be that this concubine is bothering you?" "Huh," Xiaohua forced a few laughs and pointed his finger. The sword mound was extremely dangerous before, but now it has become a passageway. The four of us are disciples of Dao's sect who have made great contributions in the great war of Dao and Sword. Now, we are going to pass through the sword mound, pass through Huan country, and head to millions of Meng mountains. If Huan country's Huajian or LV Ruochang knows about this, won't they send a large number of people to surround us? Huh, that's true, Fairy Hongxia looked at the other three and smiled. That's right, there was no need to mention Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao. Not only were they part of the special task force that attacked Qin Jian, but they had also saved many Dao sect disciples during the battle. As for Fairy Hongxia, although she came to Sky Patrol City later, the three of them were already famous among the disciples of various sections. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia did not have any outstanding performance in the subsequent battles. However, in the final battle, Fairy Hongxia's phoenix celestial body appeared in mid-air amidst the four-square sword formation. Her oppressive connate primordial water saved many golden core cultivators in the conference hall. She even sacrificed herself to break the five-element sword formation, saving tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. If not for Fairy Hongxia's battle exploits, none of the Dao sect disciples would have been able to hold on until the spirit-devouring array was activated. Furthermore, they would not have been able to hold on until Wu Ming, the nascent soul senior, arrived. Therefore, the name of Fairy Hongxia instantly spread among the various sections. Furthermore, Fairy Hongxia was a female cultivator and was even more beautiful than a celestial being. Many golden core cultivators in the conference hall also deliberately spread the news. Fairy Hongxia's fame quickly caught up to Li Zongbao in a short period of time. She was even ranked in front of Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. The most laughable thing was that the real nameless, Xiaohua, was actually ranked last. Not only was his reputation not as high as nameless, he was even inferior to Xiao Mao. Of course, even so, Xiaohua, who was originally a nobody, had risen like a comet in the battle of swordsmanship, which had already attracted some people's attention. Xiaohua did not want to reveal his superhuman strength for fear of attracting excessive attention from others and exposing the unspeakable secrets of his Buddhist sect. However, he was after all a show-off and inevitably stood out. Even though he had hidden his figure behind the radiance of Li Zongbao and the others, he could still vaguely make out his back in those moments when he was not paying attention. Fortunately, perhaps because he was overwhelmed by the brilliance of Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder sect, or because others felt that it was inappropriate for two meritorious disciples to appear in the Imperial Thunder sect at once, when Xiaohua flew to the left side of the Sky Patrol City, he was not recognized by the patrolling disciples of the various sections. Due to the suggestion of Sun Yunzi from the Xianghua sect, the meeting hall had to be removed from the Sky Patrol City. Although Immortal Shuiyu did not have any objections, the defense of the Sky Patrol City had already begun to shrink. The patrolling area of the disciples of the Sky Patrol City was limited to within 10 miles of the Sky Patrol City. The other areas, within 100 miles, were all patrolled by the disciples of the other sections. Therefore, although Xiaohua did not know that he had been discovered by Immortal Shuiyu and had even been listed as a must-kill target by Immortal Shuiyu, the patrolling disciples of the Sky Patrol City had also received the order to immediately report once they found traces of Xiaohua. However, when he flew within 100 miles of the Sky Patrol City, he did not encounter any disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Before Xiaohua sent out a message talisman to look for Fairy Hongxia, he naturally also looked for Han Zhu of the Kunlun sect. He did not dare to delay the matter of Jiang Luer. He would rather not go to the Million Mountains to wake Jiang Luer up first. However, Han Zhu's meeting with Xiaohua was both outside of Xiaohua's expectations and also within Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua couldn't help but smile wryly with a hint of worry on his face. On that day, when Xiaohua came to the left of the Sky Patrol City, he released his Buddhist sense to look at the patrolling disciples of the Xianghua sect in the distance. He frowned and thought, perhaps I should go into seclusion for a long time after the war. Yes, although Xiaohua had stepped into the Gold Core realm, his meridians were congenitally deficient in the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, he could barely make up for and balance the meridians of the Qi Refining realm. However, according to the Great Tao Zhen Qing Jade Slip, his Gold Core realm had not been stable. During this period of time, although Xiaohua did not participate in the war again, he did not have the time to meditate. Forget it, let's wake Jiang Luer up first. Xiaohua landed on the ground and was about to use his concealment technique. However, when he saw the disciples of the Xianghua sect in the distance, he pondered for a moment before changing into a Taoist robe and changing his appearance. Soon after, Xiaohua flew up into the air and flew towards the patrolling disciples at a moderate speed. Where did this disciple come from? Xiaohua had just flown for a while when he was discovered by the patrolling disciples of the Xianghua sect. A few of them immediately flew over. I am Feng Yi, a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He stood calmly in the air and quietly watched a disciple of the early stage Foundation Establishment realm flying over with a few disciples of the Qi Refining realm. Oh, so you are also a disciple of the country of Xi. The short and fat disciple of the early stage Foundation Establishment realm heard Xiaohua's voice and replied with a smile on his face. Xiaohua was actually a little puzzled. The left side of the Sky Patrol City had always been patrolled by the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. When did it become a disciple of the Xianghua sect? How did the Sky Patrol City agree? However, he did not ask. Instead, he clapped his hands and took out a token. He smiled and said, I am here on the orders of my master to pass the message to the Sky Patrol City. Senior brother, please make an exception. Oh. The disciple of the Xianghua sect waved his hand and the token fell into his hand. He glanced at it and returned it to Xiaohua with a smile. Junior brother Feng, you came to the Sky Patrol City. Why didn't you use the teleportation formation? Now that the Great War of Tao and Sword is going on, there are many sword cultivators here. If you encounter one or two of them, I am afraid you will be in trouble. Xiaohua took the token and said with a smile, doesn't the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol City cost spirit stones? I wanted to take these spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's EG to see if there are any good flying swords. Moreover, now is the time for the two armies to rest. My Dao sex cultivators are tired, but aren't those swordsmen tired? You may not encounter them. I didn't expect junior brother Feng to be a cultivator who knows how to live. It's really rare. The disciple smiled and cupped his hands. Junior brother Feng, please. Thank you, senior brother. Xiaohua did not mind that the disciple did not mention his name. He bowed and thanked him before flying away. Junior brother Feng. The disciple thought for a moment and said, although my Dao sect's nascent soul realm masters have arrived at the Sky Patrol City, the war has already begun. Junior brother, when you go back, don't be stingy. It's better to use the teleportation formation. Okay, I understand. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Of course, he asked casually, by the way, judging from senior brother's attire, you should be a disciple of Xianghua sect. Why, are you patrolling outside the Sky Patrol City? Where are the Sky Patrol City's disciples? Previously, the Sky Patrol City's disciples were patrolling within 100 miles. The disciple explained with a smile, but 10 days ago, they suddenly reduced the scope of their patrol and only patrolled within 10 miles of the Sky Patrol City. The rest of the area was patrolled by the disciples of other sects in the Three Kingdoms. This humble Daoist was also assigned to this place today and coincidentally bumped into junior brother Feng. Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, is the Sky Patrol City doing this because they have lost too many disciples? Or are they compromising with the sects in the Three Kingdoms? Patrolling the Sky Patrol City is their own business. Ahem, the disciple coughed twice and said with a smile, it seems that junior brother Feng is not only a person who knows how to live, but also a cultivator with a strong curiosity. Unfortunately, I don't know the reason for this. If junior brother Feng is interested, why don't you go to the Huanhua sect's encampment and send me a message? Actually, I'm also very curious. Hee hee. Xiaohua's face showed traces of laughter. He cupped his hands and flew away without saying anything. The disciple of Xianghua sect naturally did not care about Xiaohua's question and continued to patrol other places. However, Xiaohua frowned. Strange, the Sky Patrol City actually reduced the scope of their patrol? There must be something strange about this. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? I will never enter the Sky Patrol City before I reach the advanced nascent soul stage. It had to be said that Xiaohua, who had undergone the baptism of battle, had the ability to find problems from the details. Xiaohua remembered what the disciple of Xianghua sect said. He flew for dozens of miles and stopped. He clapped his hands and took out the small golden Buddha that Han Zhu gave him. Although it was not suitable to take it out in front of Zhang Qingshao, Xiaohua had already checked it with his divine thought before he came. In addition to the divine thought imprisonment, there was a strange golden swan inscription. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.